What if Dean was vampire fell in love with vampire hunter Castle? With one last grunt, the blade was pushed further until it hit the concrete ground underneath them. The vampire stilled and its body went slack, the hands that were reaching for Ka's throat, finally hitting the ground as he cut the head off its shoulders. Castile got up slowly, feeling his body complain after the fight. He didn't want to go straight for the kill with this one, at least not now. He had the faintest of hopes that he could have gotten at least a clue about the nest. He was tracking down anything that could send him in the right direction. But he was wrong. The vampire was alone. It never went back to bring food to others, nor did it hunt with company. All signs pointed out that, unfortunately, he had nothing to do with the nest Castile was looking for, or with the particular vampire that had been at the top of his hunt list for years now. Regardless of being involved, he couldn't let the monster walk free, useful or not. The sun was just starting to rise now, and he felt exhausted. His hands were dirty with a dark color of blood, some of it the vampire's and some of his own. He'd been tracking this one down for hours now, a work that started a few weeks ago when he noticed signs of nest activity outside the city. It's not his fault that he got sidetracked, really, it wasn't. It wouldn't be the first time it happened, after all. And that really wasn't his fault. His shoulder still hurt from the last time he crossed paths with that stupid son of a bitch. That vampire always found a way to escape right through his fingers. Always. For 3 years. No matter how hard Kaz tried to look for him, or how much he tried to kill the bastard when they finally met, it never worked. And he even had the nerve to mock him and smile through their encounters, even when Kaz got close to finally ending him. He shook his head, repressing an angry scoff as he pushed the thought away. The alley was empty, but it wouldn't stay that way for long. Kaz cleaned the dirty knife he used on his already ruined jeans and started to make his way out of there, his mind already making plans to continue tracking down the nest. Maybe if he came back to the beginning he could find something else. Just as he stepped out of the alley, he felt his phone ring in his pocket. He frowned at it, knowing very well that his phone shouldn't be ringing at all, at least not at this time. He didn't let himself be someone easy to find, not when the authorities were so desperate to arrest him and put him behind bars for his crimes. Being a hunter wasn't a walk in the park. He cleaned his hand on his shirt before fishing the phone out of his pocket, confusion growing in his face when he saw the unknown number flashing on the screen. He accepted the call and pressed the phone against his ear, ready to dismiss whatever it was that this company tried to sell. Yes. Is this Novak? The voice questioned and Kaz frowned when he failed to recognize its owner. A woman with a strong accent, but not someone he knew. And definitely not one of the people who had this phone number or knew his real name. Castile Novak. Castile tensed, now holding the phone a bit tighter. His gut screamed that it was a trap, somehow. This couldn't be good news. Who is this? Oh, dear, I have some information you'd love to hear, the woman said. Kaz could almost hear the smile through the phone. A certain vampire you've been looking for is causing a lot of trouble. The adrenaline that ran through Dean's veins was better than anything he'd ever experienced in his life. Sometimes, he felt like the thrill was worth it, despite anything. Despite the danger, the violence, the almost exposure of his nature to the human world, and the mess that usually followed. The fact that he was born human didn't seem to matter anymore. It hadn't made a difference for years now. Dean felt tailor-made for this at this point for the hunt, the blood. It might be a vampire thing, he thought, or maybe it was a traumatic response from his poor fucked up brain and his poor fucked up life. Regardless, feeding was, without a doubt, the ultimate highlight of his day. It made him feel alive, which was something he could only dream of since he'd been turned. The noises his victim made sounded too far away for him to care. He closed his eyes, sucking away every drop and maybe regretting a little how harsh he'd been with his bite, given the amount of blood that escaped down his chin and into his chest. His grip on the man's hair tightened and a groan escaped him when he felt him start to lose consciousness. For some reason, they never lasted long enough for him. Every time Dean hunted he'd always end up hungry for more. Like he never grew past that old newborn hunger. The beating of the heart got slower and slower, and only at the very last beat did Dean lift from the neck he was biting, his head being thrown back for a while as he allowed the body to fall to his feet with a satisfying thump. It wasn't the best blood of all time, he could taste the alcohol and the drugs that lingered in the man's system, but it was good enough for now. A small sigh left him as he licked his lips and wiped the corner of his mouth, a smile appearing on his face. We should do that again sometime, Dean said to the empty alley, sparing a look at the body before glancing down, groaning at the sight of his shirt, one of his favorites, mind you, completely ruined by the wasted blood. Dude, seriously? He held the shirt a bit closer to his face to assess the damage and stopped when he heard faint steps nearing the entrance of the alley. Someone was standing there now, and Dean could feel it. He could hear the way the human heart skipped a beat and started to race, probably after the sight of the body lying by his feet. Hey, you there. The voice screamed. It was 2 a.m. and he was in the middle of nowhere. He made sure of it before he followed his prey out of the bar. How did someone find him so easily? Put your hands up, now. Dean sighed, doing as he was told and turning around slowly. The cop had a gun pointed at him, his face paling as he saw the amount of blood on Dean. Dean wondered what could be going on inside his head now, what crazy scenarios he must have been trying to put together to make sense of what he saw. Dean gave him a bored smile, his eyes flickering to eye the man's neck for a second. "Oh no, you got me," he said, using his most ironic tone. He could just make a run for it, sure, but the quick beating of that heart, the slight pulsing of the veins in his neck, it all made him stay put. Okay, sure, he just fed, but Dean wasn't a man to let good blood go to waste, especially if it came to him so willingly. The thought of it made him lick his lips slightly, aching to take action. He took a small step closer as he continued to speak. "I'm sorry, officer, I think I slipped. Silly me. Shut up and don't move." The cop screamed, and Dean responded with a playful wiggle of his eyebrows and his best smile. Someone was in a bad mood, it seemed. They always were. Right up to the point when they realize they can't win against him. The man grabbed the radio on his chest and pressed one of its buttons. "I need backup on 10th Street, we have a homicide." "I got the suspect on site," the tip was on point. And yeah, there was Dean's cue. As much as he loved to play with his food from time to time, he did not like getting involved with the police. Things always got messy whenever he had to get rid of them, and Dean only liked dealing with messy situations when he was in control. "Alright buddy, listen," Dean started, taking another step towards the guy, who gripped his gun harder and looked at him with anger. "I said don't move," he shouted, and Dean let out a sigh, repressing the need to scrub his face to avoid making a mess of blood everywhere. "You take one more step and I'll..." "Make your move," Dean dared, smiling wide when he saw the man's hand shake as he took another step. "See what happens." "I am warning you." Dean took another step regardless and merely flinched when he felt a shot in his chest. Looking disappointed, he pouted at the brand new hole in the middle of his not so favorite anymore shirt. What? "You got guts, I'll give it to you," Dean said, and in the blink of an eye, he was on the guy, throwing his gun away and pressing him against the brick wall of the alley. His smile grew on his face as he pressed his forearm to the man's throat, watching him choke for air. "Aw, not so threatening now, are you?" he mumbled, biting his lip and using his free hand to feel the bead on the man's neck, right under his aorta. "You know, I don't usually get so greedy, but you have to admit you had it coming." The man choked, scratching his arm in an attempt to break free. Dean reached in and pressed his nose against his neck, shivering at the scent of fresh blood. He licked a spot, his fangs scratching the surface of his skin. He gasped a little at the prospect of getting more blood, and this one was right there, delivered to him on a silver plate. He wanted to take his time with it, maybe drink little by little to see how long he could last in comparison to his previous prey, but his hopes were quickly crushed when he heard a few sirens coming his way. "Straight to the point it is, then," he murmured, slightly disappointed. He let his fangs pierce the skin and sink deep into the man's neck. The blood was thick and hot in his mouth, almost drawing a moan from him at the taste of it. It tasted better than his last one, healthier, maybe. There was something different about it too, a taste he couldn't place, but Dean pushed these thoughts aside. Dean made quick work of it, sucking hard and fast given his lack of time. He let the body fall to the floor as the sirens got closer, watching the cop's pale face twist as he choked on what was left of his own blood. There was no time to drain him, not if Dean wanted to get out in time. He eyed the fence at the end of the alley, sighing when he realized he had to run and jump right after feeding. "I'm taking a vacation after this," he muttered, stretching his neck before starting to run. Right as he jumped the fence and climbed it, a few shots fired in his direction. He allowed himself to laugh at their attempts, leaving the bodies behind to make his escape. He left a big mess behind him, but the feeling coursing through his body made it worth it. If that's what it took to make him feel alive, Dean would gladly pay the price. "It's too early for this. Leave me alone," he groaned a few hours later, hiding his face under his pillow and trying his best to ignore his friend on the phone. Aaron was a saint for putting up with Dean, and Dean knew he was right. He was just too tired to get into an argument this early in the morning. "Shouldn't you be asleep or something?" "No, Dean. You were reckless. What if a hunter saw you? Or if, God forbid." "Don't say it. You stumbled across Novak again. You know damn well he's been tracking you for years and all you do is attract more attention," he scolded, and Dean pushed his head further into the pillow as he heard Novak's name. He also didn't feel like talking about Novak now, not when he was so close to hitting his record of most days spent without having him breathing down his neck. "You know you're wrong. That was too much, it's all over the news now. What happened to keeping it low for a while?" "First of all, from what I've heard, Novak's still busy in New York. The last time I screwed him over was like months ago," Dean argued, dropping his head and staring at the ceiling after putting his phone on speaker. And, honestly, I was just bored and I was hungry. It's not my fault the cop followed me there. I don't even know how he found me. I taught you better than to leave a mess behind you after a hunt. Fine mom. I'm sorry. Dean said with a frustrated grunt, pressing his hands against his eyes. I wasn't reckless. Nobody saw me, there were no cameras, no hunters, the first guy I killed was an asshole who tried to drug me at the bar, and the cop is dead. Things are fine. He tossed his hands around as he spoke, not caring that Aaron couldn't see them. You know I would never put myself or us in real danger. You wouldn't, Dean. But others will, Aaron said, and Dean could almost see him rolling his eyes and pinching the bridge of his nose, the same way he always did when he was stressed. Just keep it down for a few weeks, will you? The humans are going mad over that cop and you know that when they get upset. Hunters come sniffing, I know, Dean completed, rolling on the bed and lying down on his stomach, hugging his pillow again. I'll sleep it off alright. Promise. You better, or else I'm dragging you to the nest and putting you on a leash, Aaron huffed. I'm going out of town to hunt, will you be good for a few days? Won't die of hunger, that's for sure, Dean smiled with his eyes closed, half of his face smashed against the pillow. Have fun. I'll tell Benny you said hi, Aaron said, and then finally hung up, leaving Dean to his precious and much-deserved sleep. Dean's peace didn't last long. He stayed in the apartment as he promised he would, resting peacefully, like he said he would. But, as always, his boredom grew more unbearable by the minute. Dean tried to sleep it off as he promised, and even dug in some of his blood bags stored in the fridge to avoid leaving for a hunt. He put a lot of blame on his neighbors, really. Whoever it was that lived upstairs and insisted on wearing heels all the time had their days counted in Dean's book. So, being the good friend and the good example of a vampire he was, Dean fought off the need to hunt and focused on his TV. He was sprawled on the couch, scrolling through his phone as the news played in the background. The itch for a hunt ached at him, even though hunger hadn't fully set in, but he remained strong on his decision to stay inside. Unlike his friend, Dean always got hungry faster than any other vampire. Even years after he got turned. He thought it might be because he was relatively young still, at least when compared to the others. He'd only been a vampire for a decade, a mere fraction compared to the other centuries-old vampires around. Aaron was his elder by 200 years, and even Benny, the youngest he knew, went all the way back to the 60s. Dean was told that his maker dated back to the 13th century. He never got to confirm it, as his head was lopped off before he could grasp what had happened to him. His only regret was that he wasn't the one who got to finish him off. Aaron followed protocols and hunted cautiously, never near his nest or frequented places. He maintained a job and blended with humans, rarely drinking their blood. And in the meantime, he got rid of vampires like Dean's maker who turned others just for fun, to use them as weapons. Dean wasn't like his friend. He liked to push limits, testing how much he could get away with before things went overboard. Sure, he had fun sometimes, but usually, Dean was good at what he did. He hid bodies expertly, never lingered in one place too long, and avoided hunters as much as he could. But, of course, there was the thing with Novak. A smile crossed his face at the thought of him. The guy was something of the best vampire hunter of all time, according to the other vampires Dean came across. It almost felt like a duty to test him and see if he was really all of that. He couldn't remember when the teasing officially started, but he knew very well that going too long without crossing paths with him had become more and more difficult each year. There was something about him, something about the way he fought with so much confidence, how his anger powered through each punch, each knife he tried to dig into Dean's body when they met. He never got close enough to bite him, he didn't really try. It seemed that every time Dean got control of the situation and got close to tasting the blood, he got distracted. His eyes were a shade of blue that Dean only saw in the sky. A shiny, dreamy hue in his eyes that despite their beauty held so much anger, especially when fixed on Dean. And his scent too, Dean could feel it from a mile away. He knew the tones of the smell by heart, for some reason. The first time they met was when Dean tried so desperately to find out what the hell that smell was. It almost cost his head to chase Novak, but Dean couldn't help it. It was like he was drawn to it. To this day he still dreamed of getting a taste of his blood, if only to see if it was that good, or if he was just going insane over some human. Dean was barely paying attention to his TV when a new program started. He spared a look at the screen and felt his stomach churn at the sight of the alley he visited the other night. Shit. The police still have no clue as to whether this was another unrelated murder or if it has a connection with the bodies found last month. Friends of the cop who died at the scene, Oscar McLeod, say they heard him fire his gun before losing contact with him. The reporter said. The image changed to the face of the cop Dean left for dead, smiling next to a woman in what looked like a wedding. Dean frowned at the name, feeling something steering inside his head. Why was that name so familiar to him? McLeod, huh? He couldn't shake the feeling that he should know it. It might have been something important, something from before. There was a knock on his door, the sound of it making him sit up immediately. Aaron would be out of town for the next week, and Dean didn't have a good relationship with his neighbors. Whoever stood at that door was someone he didn't know. The scent didn't give him any clues either, as if something masked it from his senses. The knock came again and Dean got up, abandoning his phone and walking to the door. "Who is it?" he asked, frowning at the lack of response. Whoever they were, Dean was sure he could take them down. He was a vampire, for crying out loud. His building was filled with rich and old humans who couldn't care less about him. He'd be fine. Dean prepared himself, holding the handle and opening the door in one swift pull. Before he could react to what he saw, a fine dust was blown to his face. His body flattered, his eyes fell shut, and his consciousness was gone before he could hit the floor. The next time he woke up, his head ached like it had been thrown against a wall multiple times in a row. Dean groaned, blinking his eyes a couple of times before checking his surroundings. He was tied up to a chair and had an iron collar on his neck, trapping him to the ground with a chain. This was definitely not how he imagined his day ending. He tried to free his arms with no success, his body felt heavier than usual, his arms failing to give him access to the strength he needed to break free. He was tied with ropes, he should be able to be up and running by now. Dean took a deep breath and tried to focus on his surroundings, letting his eyes shut for a second. The smell of the place was too unfamiliar, and he couldn't hear any cars or people on the outside. This had to be somewhere far away from where he was. Couldn't be too close to the outside of the city, or Dean would be able to sense the nests nearby. What he did hear were two sets of heartbeats, one far away inside the building and the other. The other was right behind him. Coming from the person tied to a chair posed directly on his back. Dean opened his eyes in a flash, gasping as he recognized a scent that had been driving him crazy for the past years. What was he doing here? The movement coming from him suddenly made Dean very aware of the slight burning sensation in his throat, gradually getting worse each time he breathed in. This couldn't be a good sign. It wouldn't be long until his itch to hunt became unbearable. How much time had passed? What Novak murmured, he was so close to Dean's ear that he could feel the way his deep voice resonated. The hunter suddenly snapped his head straight, almost hitting Dean's in the process, his heartbeat racing. "Oh no, 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 no. No, this isn't happening." "Well, if it isn't my knight in shining armor," Dean said, smiling a bit at the other man's despair and moving uncomfortably in his seat. "You're here to save me, sweetheart. What did you do?" Novak spat back with anger, frenetically pulling the ropes on his wrists and consequently pulling Dean's as well. "What the fuck is going on?" "You're about to tear my arms out, that's what's going on," Dean said, giving a harsh pull back and smiling as he heard the hunter complain. "What do you mean, what did you do? You're the one hunting me down. You're a monster. I kill monsters. You also tried to kill me multiple times," he argued, and Dean rolled his eyes, deciding to hold his breath to control his thirst for now. "God, I can't believe this is happening." "Who did you piss off?" Dean asked, teasing him out of all the goodness in his heart. "Who did I piss off? Who did you piss off?" "I didn't do anything," Novak argued, and Dean restricted a tiny laugh at the nerve he had just hit. "I was doing my job, someone called in and said they had information about you, and then." "Oh, so you were coming to see me, huh? I'm too irresistible." Dean teased, crying out with pain as the hunter hit his head against Dean's on purpose. "Ouch. What are you? A dog? You're the one who bites here, asshole." "Oh yeah? Maybe I should bite you then to make you shut up. You think you're so fucking clever. I'm not the one who got lied to. Christ, fuck you. Fuck me yourself, you coward son of a bee." "I'm sorry to interrupt, boys," a voice said, attracting both of their attention. They were so caught up in their little bickering that neither of them noticed the woman entering the room. She was ginger, had a heavy book in her hands, and by the smell alone Dean could tell. "You're a witch," Dean gasped, swallowing dry and stilling a little, his instincts screaming that he needed to run. He didn't like witches at all, thank you very much. He kept his distance from them for a good reason. They went crazy too easily. "I thought witches didn't come here." "Well, you thought wrong, dear, didn't you?" she said with a heavy accent. "Was that Irish? Scottish? What a shame it seems that not every Winchester is all smart and powerful." Dean locked his jaw at the sound of his forgotten last name. One he hadn't used ever since he was turned. He promised himself that he would leave everything behind, and that included his family. It included. "You're a Winchester?" Novak whispered behind him in shock, and Dean closed his eyes in an attempt to control his anger. That was the one information about him that he didn't want to spread around, especially to people like Novak. He didn't need the drama or their pity. "I'm just a vampire, that's it," Dean said, looking at her viciously. If he was strong enough he would have jumped off his chair and ripped her throat out with his teeth, but he felt something besides the ropes and chains holding him back. The same thing that drained him of his strength. "What do you want?" "You must know that all actions have consequences, don't you?" Or you thought you could get away with killing indiscriminately forever?" she asked, narrowing her eyes and looking at the hunter behind him. "And you, handsome, consider this a repayment for the coven you destroyed in St. Louis? You should know better than to mess with things you don't understand." Dean scoffed, shaking his head slightly. "Babe, did you go after witches? What were you thinking?" "I was doing my job, vampires aren't the only things in my way," Novak punctuated, pulling his wrists again and making Dean groan with the pain. "I'm sorry, am I supposed to feel like the monster here? You should take a look in the mirror, both of you." "Ah yes, that's the brave Mr. Castile Novak I've heard stories about," she said, and Dean smiled upon hearing Novak's first name for the first time. Castile, even the sound of his name sounded good to say in his mouth. "And isn't it wonderful that you two know each other? The so famous hunter and the murderer of my child." Wait, hold on. "I don't kill children," Dean quickly said, despising the accusation. Yes, he was a vampire, but Dean's targets were always people who deserved to die for some reason or another. He would never go to such lengths as killing kids, no matter how thirsty he was. "Are you sure you got the right guy? Does the name Oscar McLeod ring a bell, dear?" Dean's eyes widened, recognizing the name from the news he saw on TV. How was he supposed to know the cop had connections to a witch, of all people? His head dropped a bit, eyes closing as he muttered a curse under his breath. "As I said, all actions have consequences." She proceeded to open the book she was holding on top of a table, flipping the pages and reading them closely. Dean could feel Castile fidgeting behind him, trying on the ropes and loosening them bit by bit. He was happy for a fraction of a second until he realized that after the witch died, he would probably be next. "Let's get started then, shall we?" she said, raising her hands. "Killing us won't bring them back," Castile said, trying to distract her to buy himself more time. "This will all be meaningless, you don't know what you're doing." "Oh dear, I won't kill you," she answered, and Dean knew then, for certain, that he was fucked. He knew there were worse things than death around, and he would very much rather have a quick ending than suffer for God knows how long. "I wouldn't dare to take the fun away from you. Besides, that's not how it should go." She started to speak in a language Dean didn't recognize, her raised hands glowing with a purple light and a string of it coming out of them, circling their chairs and wrapping around them like a new rope. Dean felt dread set in his stomach, this couldn't be good. Fuck, Castile muttered, his hands moving faster now, a grunt or two escaping his lips. Dean tried to free himself once again, but every movement he made caused the purple light rope to wrap around them tighter. "Oh God. Any ideas?" he asked, smiling on instinct as he tried to not freak out. "Any ideas at all? Anything?" "Shut up, I'm thinking," Castile exclaimed, and if Dean ever thought he couldn't hate the guy, he was just proven wrong. He was about to bite back when he looked down and saw a strange light starting to shine right under his chest. The witch was almost screaming her words now, a weird ringing noise filling the. Dean felt Castile give another pull to their ropes and gasp, finally managing to get them free. "Push the chairs to the ground now." Dean did as he was told, but right as they fell to the ground the room around them exploded with light, blinding him momentarily. He heard Castile get up and run toward something, probably the witch, but as he did so, Dean almost screamed in pain. The feeling was almost as if he had gotten stabbed right in the chest, a hot and piercing sensation that reached down to his bones, making him cry out in agony. It felt like someone had tried to rip his heart out of his chest using a hot rusty knife. It burned and the pain spread through every part of him like he'd been dipped in lava. "What the fuck?" He only registered the other complaints coming from Castile a few seconds later when he managed to open his eyes again and saw the hunter lying down on the ground, not even 10 steps away from him, hands on his chest and a painful expression that mimicked his. They stared at each other for a few seconds, and Dean swore that if he were optimal, if he didn't just get struck down by some crazy witch, he would have ended Novak right now for dragging him into this mess, even if he wasn't to blame. His will to fight didn't last long, and neither did Castile's. The last thing Dean registered was the hunter collapsing to the ground and fainting right before he did. His little revenge plan would have to wait. Oz hands were still shaking even hours after he left that abandoned barn. He tried to hold the wheel of the car with a tight grip to make the shaking go away, but none of that helped. His body still shivered with some kind of aftershock after that spell, he'd never felt a pain so intense like that. Never. And as someone who had endured a great deal of pain in this lifetime, that had to be a bad sign. He tried his best to not lose control of the car he had hijacked as he drove home. It's not that he didn't feel like going home, he was counting the seconds he had left until he got to his bed, but the fact that he had a vampire tied in the backseat felt all kinds of wrong. For a guy who was already dead, Dean was a heavy sleeper. Emphasis on the heavy. He was still out cold by the time he regained consciousness, his body lying limp and weak right next to him. Kaz wondered if the spell had the same effect on him as it did on Kaz, from his expression it did, and it was strong enough to knock him out until now. Regardless of the reason, he was glad for the small miracles. Despite everything that happened, he still couldn't find an explanation for the ache he felt growing in his throat. Like he'd spent too much time screaming or went too long without water. He hoped it was just another side effect from the rough day he just had and nothing to do with whatever that spell was. The thought of having magic stuck to him was chilling, to say the least. The spell bound them together while it was being put in place, linking them in a way he still couldn't understand. When Kaz woke up again in that barn he even tried to leave on his own, but he barely made it to the first step of the stairs before folding in pain. And that's how he ended up with a vampire in his backseat while he drove back to Illinois. He could only hope that whatever beauty sleep the monster needed would last until he got him properly cuffed and contained, at least until he figured out what was happening with him. And now, Castiel had a clue about his identity. Finally, after so long. The witch called him a Winchester, but that didn't make sense with what he knew about that family. The Winchesters had been working with the men of letters for years now. They had a bunker somewhere around Lebanon, which was controlled by a man called Sam Winchester. According to what Castiel knew, Sam had no living relatives besides his wife. His parents died when they were young, and his brother had been killed in a hunt gone wrong about 10 years ago. Castiel didn't know his name. People always used to say that Sam would never speak more than a word about his brother, and as he looked at the man asleep in his backseat through the rear mirror, Kaz wondered just how wrong that hunt had gone. All things considered, his brother could still be here. Still very much alive. Well, technically alive. Maybe not for long, but that's a debate Kaz didn't want to have right now. He stepped on the gas and focused on the road again, trying his best to not drown in his thoughts. Whatever he'd decide on doing with the vampire when he got home, he'd do it with a clear mind. He'd try, at least. Getting him inside his house and to his living room was a pain. Kaz had just parked the car when he heard the vampire move and grunt during his sleep, a sign that he wouldn't be out for much longer. Despite being in a hurry, Castiel's body did not help. He still felt a bit sore, but now his head and the feeling in his throat had gotten worse. Each minute that passed was a hell he had to endure. Dragging the sleeping vampire inside was somehow a task 3 times harder than it would have normally been if he hadn't been hit by some crazy witch. Maybe he was sick with the flu. Hunters were allowed to get sick from time to time, right? With all the struggles and grunts of pain, he finally managed to sit him down in a chair and cuff the vampire down in the middle of his living room. What Castiel didn't expect was the burning sensation starting to bloom under his wrists right when he put the cuffs on the vampire. Silver burned vampires, sure, but why was he feeling it? The sensation was nothing compared to the ache in his throat. Whatever it was, it felt distant, like it was still too numb for him to feel. Castiel walked around in circles for a minute, trying to think as rationally as he could. He'd be lying to himself if he said he didn't have a theory. He had one, but it scared the shit out of him. It was crazy. It had to be Dot. Just do it, he thought. Grabbing one of his silver daggers from his table, Castiel approached the man until he was in front of him, holding the blade near his forearm. "Here goes nothing," he muttered, holding the cable a bit tighter and taking a deep breath before making a superficial cut on his skin. And as he expected, a new pain bloomed under his own arm, mirroring the cut he just opened. Oh. Kaz dropped the blade on his carpet and was suddenly too aware of the pain in his throat that hadn't gone away yet. If he felt everything the vampire did, then that meant that the feeling he was experiencing could only be caused by. He got up and ran to the nearest bathroom, turning on the sink with shaking hands and splashing cold water on his face. A part of him wished he was in the middle of a nightmare, about to wake up at any minute. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't. Kaz couldn't be stuck with a monster like this to the point of feeling their hunger. Was he a monster now too? A sudden gasp coming from his living room shook him away from his thoughts, pushing down every little bit of hope he still had for this to be just another bad dream. Castiel walked slowly back to the living room, coming back to find a very startled vampire breathing quickly, acting just like he would if someone had thrown cold water on his face to wake him up. Castiel walked toward him with careful steps, pulling a chair to sit down in front of him, not wanting to faint a second time. "What?" the vampire said as he looked around, taking in his surroundings. Castiel saw him struggle a bit against his restraints, terribly aware of how the tingling he felt on his wrists could only mean the vampire felt the burn as well. "You have got to be kidding me." "Unfortunately, no," Castiel answered, now bringing the attention to himself. For some reason, he had always thought that vampires lacked something in their eyes, maybe something to do with their soul. Kaz always saw them like animals ready to attack, with nothing more than black dilated eyes ready to rip him apart. But the green eyes that stared back at him were glowing. This was the first time he had seen him in broad daylight, he realized, having to blink a few times to remember what he was about to say. "How are you feeling?" "Oh, I'm peachy, thanks for asking." His voice was filled with irony, a fake smile appearing to complete the combo. "I'll leave a 5-star review on Airbnb when we're done." Pastille pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath, trying to ignore the vampire's attitude. Can you stop being you for a while and focus, please? Castile pleaded, looking back at him with tired eyes. That spell hit us both. He watched as the vampire frowned and looked to the ground as if reviewing the events of last night. The weight of it seemed to wash away the irony and sarcasm he had on his face, leaving Castile thankful. What happened? He asked, voice lower than before. Whatever she did bound us together, Castile explained, grabbing the dagger from where it was on the ground and lifting his hands when he saw the vampire tense up. He slowly brought the tip to his leg, pressing down just enough until he saw the man jump on his chair with wide eyes. I think she was trying to kill two birds with one stone. You kill me and you die, I kill you, and well. They both fell into a heavy silence after that, and Kaz could swear he was almost able to hear the engines turning on the vampire's head. He gulped, feeling his throat get more uncomfortable by the minute now. If what Kaz felt was a mere phantom compared to the real thing, the vampire's throat must be on fire by now. Kaz tensed, aware that if not for the silver cuffs, he probably would have been his next meal. What's your name? Castile asked. He saw the vampire smile sadly, eyes still on the floor. Thought you heard the witch back there. You know already. Your last name, yes, Castile pushed. But the Winchesters aren't very open about their family history. I only heard rumors. The vampire sighed, throwing his head back a bit to curse under his breath. Dean, he said, green eyes meeting him again. My name's Dean Winchester. You. We're supposed to be dead. Dean smiled, shaking his shoulders and giving a small laugh. Surprise, surprise. I'm still kicking. Pastille wanted to ask him what had happened. Something had clearly gone wrong during that hunt. Kaz didn't have to use too much brain power to figure out the truth. The real issue here was why was Dean still alive? Did his brother refuse to kill him? Does he even know he got turned? For as much as Kaz wished to know, those questions weren't important right now. They had more pressing matters at hand. He sighed, lifting one of his hands to his throat in reflex and looking at Dean, who seemed more and more restless by the minute. We can't be too far away from each other, Castile said. I think 10 steps was the furthest I managed before we left. Fucking excellent. That's great, Dean laughed with no true emotion behind his voice. He looked out at the window, closing his eyes for a few seconds. And what do you have in mind exactly, Castile? Kaz felt his cheeks heathen up a bit at the sound of Dean saying his name. He avoided his eyes and looked out the window, hoping the red on his cheeks didn't get noticed. His hands unconsciously grabbed the crucifix around his neck while his mind raced. Kaz had no connections with witches, but he knew how to look for it if he needed it. He knew how to work on a case, no matter how complicated it might seem. It's his job, after all. I'm not going to kill you if that's what you're wondering, Kaz replied at last, clenching the cross on his hand. I guess I could see what I can find on the spell, maybe ask around without drawing too much attention. Yeah, sure, but you're letting me go, right? He could tell Dean was eager to run, probably because of his thirst, or perhaps he thought Castile was lying. You're not keeping me here until a miracle happens, are you? Fine, what's your idea then, Dean? Do you expect me to follow you around while you kill people? No, thanks, Kaz narrowed his eyes, defying him. It's one less vampire to care about, less bodies to be buried. So you're going to let me starve to death? Dean sounded outraged, looking at Kaz as if he was insane. Kaz, however, remained impassible. Dean let out a bitter laugh when he saw he wouldn't get a reaction from him. You just told me I feel everything you do, didn't you? Kaz knew where this was going, but still refused to answer him. Fine, he'd admit, Dean might have a point, and Kaz knew what happened with vampires that went too long without feeding. Most of them were ravenous by the time Castile found them, and sometimes they got so weak that killing them was mercy in his eyes. But he was a vampire, a monster. Kaz couldn't let him loose just because he felt pity. You know it feels like hell, Dean argued, voice now dipped with anger, leaning closer to Kaz as he could within his restraints. Do you really think I have a choice in all of this? Castile dedicated his life to hunting dangerous creatures like him, all because of what happened to his family when he was young. As it turns out, childhood trauma is a great motivation to hunt monsters. Well, at least that specific species of monster. Kaz was usually so focused on his task that he barely gave any thought to how most of these monsters used to be someone before. Sure, old and powerful clans existed and had generations upon generations of those who were born as vampires. Purebloods, as Kaz heard. However, the majority of the troublemakers he stumbled upon were turned. They were all human once and now were trapped in a whole new lifestyle that posed a risk to a lot of humans. Humans were often easy targets and too unprotected, like Castile's family back in the day. It was easy for him to see them all as monsters. It was simple. All black and white, like it should be. But he'd never seen a vampire trying to reason with him. A few begged for their lives, but none of them tried to make Kaz understand. Well, none of them had been tied magically to him either. Kaz took a deep breath and rubbed his eyes, forcing himself to be reasonable and consider the new circumstances. He was still a vampire hunter, a very good one for that matter, but he wouldn't be able to do his job if he was dead. His body shivered at the thought of having to go through all the pain of starving if he left Dean without blood. Kaz already knew how much starvation could hurt by personal experience, he wasn't looking forward to experiencing the supernatural version of it. Making his decision, he got up and walked to the kitchen without another word. He just so happened to have a small stock of blood bags stored in the fridge for emergencies. It was useful if he ever needed to interrogate a vampire for intel. Blood was always the best way to make them speak. For now, it'd have to do. From what he knew about this particular vampire, he hunted a lot, meaning he was probably used to fresh blood. He opened his fridge, staring at the small stock he had inside. 10+ bags. It'd have to be better than starving, right? Kaz eyed, grabbing one of them and coming back to the living room. Even from a distance, he could see the way Dean's eyes turned from a bright shade of green to a darker hue, pupils dilating at the sight of blood. Dean remained still, the bulb on his throat slowly going up and down, eyes never leaving the bag in Kaz's hands. He got a hold of his dagger again, taking a few steps close to the chair Dean was cuffed on. His eyes flicked between the bag and Kaz, the anticipation clear on his face. "Are you taking these off?" Dean asked, eyes still glued on Castiel as he gave his cuffs a pull. Kaz lifted a single eyebrow, proceeding to cut the tip of the blood bag with his dagger, without making a move to free his hands. "I don't trust you that much," he said, holding the back of the chair with his free hand, the other coming to press the open tip of the bag near his lips. "Open," Dean followed, waiting. "Drink." Dean's lips wrapped around the small opening, and he started to suck away the blood hungrily, small pants leaving his mouth as he tasted the blood. His eyes made contact with Kaz for a few seconds, the dark color slowly swirling to give room to the original green. For some reason, Kaz couldn't make himself look away from him. It made his breath falter, even if just a little. Like he was seeing a wolf eat from his hand like a lost puppy. Kaz felt the burning in his throat ease until it vanished completely. His head felt dizzy for a second, like he'd been spinning too fast and stopped abruptly. He kept his eyes on the vampire until he pulled away after taking the last drop. His lips were now tinted with red, some of it showing on his fangs when he gave Kaz a smile. "Round 2?" Dean asked, looking at Kaz again, hopeful. Kaz squinted his eyes and took a step back to throw the empty bag in the trash. He turned and started to look for the keys he'd left somewhere near the table. "I don't have enough of it in stock. We'll have to make do with what we have," Kaz explained, finally finding the lost keys and going back to Dean. He hesitated, watching the vampire carefully. "Do you feel better?" "Yeah, but not for long," Dean sighed, now taking his turn to roll his eyes at Kaz. "Look, we established that hurting you hurts me. I have no reason to go feral on you, alright? Relax." His instincts weren't fully convinced despite Dean's best efforts, but Kaz decided to ignore them for a while. He walked around the chair and unlocked Dean's wrists, watching him sigh almost immediately, pulling his arms to his front and rubbing the skin left red by the cuffs. Kaz kept a wary hand over the dagger he carried on his waist, just in case. "You should lay down," Dean said suddenly, and Kaz frowned. "What?" he asked, standing beside Dean. "I said, you should lay down. Your blood pressure is too low," he explained like it was obvious. That smile crossed his face again and made Kaz wish he could punch it away from him. "I'm not picking you up if you faint." Kaz wanted to open his mouth and argue with him, but he did feel like fainting, even if just a little. His sight was slightly unfocused, and the heaviness on his body just got worse and worse by the second. For as much as he hated admitting the vampire was right, fainting in front of him and being vulnerable seemed a much worse scenario. He scoffed then, walking to his couch with lazy steps and practically throwing himself on it, pressing his temples with the tip of his fingers. "I need to do some research. I might have the right books around here somewhere," he murmured, yawning mid-phrase. "I'll make some phone calls, just give me 5 minutes." "Can I use your phone?" Castiel cracked one eye open at Dean's request, his face as stoic as ever. "Come on, I won't do anything stupid. You don't want other vampires to come around looking for me, do you?" Kaz put the fakest smile he had on his face before answering, "And what, exactly, makes you think I'd trust you?" Dean looked almost offended. "You can't be serious." "I am. Deadly." He started, using both hands to scrub his face in pure frustration. "Why would I even? I'm not gonna ask them to come here, you know that, don't you?" No, I don't. See, I don't trust you. You already tried to kill me before, and I and your kind aren't exactly on the best terms, if you remember," Kaz explained, crossing his arms, still determined to keep his ground. "I don't want anyone to know where I live. Who says you won't use it against me when we're free?" "Oh yeah, me, you think my world revolves around you?" Dean argued, anger clearly sipping out in his voice. "I'm so sorry you don't have anyone who cares about you, but that's not my case. I have a family, I need to tell them I'm safe. It's not my fault people hate you." Oz locked his jaw and got up at that, ignoring the ache on his body that begged him to sit back down. He took a couple of steps in Dean's direction, stopping right until he was a breath away from the vampire. His gaze was cold, calculated. Dean tensed up at the proximity but didn't step away. "You're right, Winchester. I don't have anyone. I don't have a mother or a father or siblings or friends. Do you want to know why?" he asked, his voice lower now. "Your kind took them away from me, right in front of my eyes. I apologize if I seem a bit worried about getting your other friends involved. I don't feel like dying before I finish my job." Dean looked angry, the usual nasty smile he gave Kaz during their fights, nowhere to be seen. Good, Kaz thought. He'd been wanting to wipe that smile off his face for years now. "I'm not going to involve anyone," Dean said between his teeth, like he was holding back his rage. "I just need to make sure they won't come looking for me. It's what you want, isn't it?" Kaz squinted his eyes for a while, thinking about prolonging the fight maybe just for fun, but going against it at the end. If it came down to it, it'd be easy to put him in his place and maybe use it to protect himself in case other vampires came around. In the end, he sighed, getting his phone from his pocket and pushing it on the vampire's chest. "If you tell them where we are, I'll rip your head off with a butter knife. Understand?" "Fine," Dean spit out, getting the phone out of Kaz's hand and walking off, going for the front door. "Don't go too far," Kaz said as the vampire walked out. Dean chose to flip him off instead of answering, making Kaz regret giving in for a second. He rolled his eyes and went back to his seat on the couch, slumping down a little and scrubbing his eyes, feeling his head pound under his eyelids. Maybe he could take a small nap before starting his work, resting a bit couldn't hurt, right? Fucking asshole. The house had nothing out of the ordinary from the outside. As he looked around, Dean also failed to identify anything that could give him a clue of where he was. It smelled different, too. It wasn't somewhere he'd been before, that's for sure. The houses nearby were too far away for him to notice any signs of neighbors, surrounded by a small empty field with a long road that led to the road. There was an awful looking car parked nearby, probably Novak's. God, why the fuck would he drive that? He was still pissed with the little interaction he just had inside. It's not like he expected Novak to kiss the floor he walked or anything of the sort, but the least he could do was be fucking civil. He might even understand where Novak was coming from. Dean also used to be pretty radical with his ideals back when he was human, but he also knew how to read the fucking circumstances, even then. It was something Novak didn't seem to know how to do, nor did he seem interested in learning. Fine, he was a big bad vampire in this scenario, but it wasn't like he was about to go crazy and bite a piece of Novak off just because he felt like it. He spent a lot of time specifically not doing it because. Well, he didn't know why he did it. But he did. And Novak was a piece of shit for thinking he was some animal. He was still someone, a person, under all that cursed vampiric nature. Dean never had it easy, not once, not even when he was a kid. He lost his mom to a fire when he was 4, a fire his father insisted was caused by some demon. He was forced to grow up faster than others to look out for his little brother, forced to fight a war before he could fully understand why he had to, or why he could never be like the other kids, not even for 1 second. Dean never complained about his shitty life, he knew better than that. He learned not to the hard way, through angry screams and harsh punishments from his father, every time he dared to open his mouth. He took it all. He followed the rules like a good little soldier and never let that accumulated anger come through, always focused on something that was bigger than him, more important than his personal problems. Shit started to hit the fan when his dad went missing for good. Dean was used to it by then. John would spend weeks away without a single phone call to tell his son where he was or to let him know he was alive, but he'd always come back. Ready to give Dean more rules to follow, more monsters to kill, more jobs to go and swinging and act as bait so John could finish the job and kill the monster at the last second. Initially, he wanted to go looking for him alone, not wanting to pull his brother away from the dream life he fought for so fiercely. But he couldn't do it alone, he didn't want to be alone. Maybe it was all for the best in the end. If he'd been with John by the time he got turned, he wouldn't be so lucky to live to tell the tale. His dad was very clear on his protocols in case he ever found himself in a situation like that. Free the world from having another monster and don't you dare put your brother in danger, boy. That's part of the reason why he ran away after being turned. The vampires who turned him weren't around when he broke out and none of them came looking for him after he left. Sometimes he regretted not going back for Sam, for not telling him he made it out at least. Maybe if he did, some things would have changed. Maybe. It's why he wanted to let his friends know what happened, at the very least. He owed them that much. After everything Aaron did for him, he deserved to know. Benny would also want to know if anything had happened. He had no idea if they had finished their hunts already. His friends' hunts were rare, he wouldn't want to disturb them. But something told him that Novak wouldn't be giving him a phone so soon again. Dean sighed, going to sit on the stairs of the porch, typing Aaron's number from memory and holding the phone to his ear, praying his friend would pick up. After a few rings, he heard Aaron's voice on the other side of the line. "Hello?" He answered and Dean immediately smiled. "Hey, it's me," Dean started, hearing his friend drop something on the other side of the line in shock. "Don't go falling for me now," he joked, allowing himself to laugh just a little. "Dean, where the fuck are you? I thought you were dead, we all did, you disappeared on us." I know, Dean pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. "Look, I'm alright, I'm safe for now. And I've got everything under control." "Dean, what's going on? Where are you?" Dean remained silent for a while, his gaze fixed on the road in front of him. He pictured his friends coming through it for a second, storming inside the house and pinning Novak down, blaming him for everything that happened. He bit the inside of his cheek, reminding himself that he couldn't afford to let Novak get hurt, not if he wanted to avoid it getting ricocheted back to him. Despite how hard he fought, Novak was still human. Still very fragile when compared to the strength of 3 grown vampires. And besides, Dean still had no idea of where he was. He had no way of telling his friends his location, even if he wanted to. "I'm solving some stuff, didn't want to stay there after what happened with that cop." "You said it yourself, the humans were going crazy," Dean explained. It wasn't a full lie, Aaron did say that he should lay low, and skipping town for a few days was a good way to do so. The only problem was that Dean rarely went out of his way because of what humans might be thinking. It wasn't like him. "And you left all your things behind. Your phone." "Dean, the neighbors had to call me because your door was wide open with no one inside." "You know they like to exaggerate, humans are dramatic as shit," Dean said in an attempt to calm him down. "I'll be back in a few days, okay? I promise. I was just in a hurry to leave. I saw the news and kinda freaked out." "You better, because Benny is going crazy looking after you." Dean felt a pinch of guilt there, but he didn't let it show. "Did you feed?" Yeah, I did," he answered, biting his lip as he thought about the moment he just had inside with the hunter. He had so much in his mind, like what did the hunter feel while Dean fed? Why did he look at him like he was hypnotized or something? And more importantly, why did Dean feel weird while drinking the blood? Sure, it was good, it was enough to satiate his thirst, and to be fair, Dean wasn't the biggest fan of bagged blood, but it didn't feel right. It was something about having the scent that drove him crazy so close to him, and yet being unable to taste the blood he wanted to taste. Dean looked for something in the blood he drank that simply wasn't there. The only way to figure out what was happening was to go against his decision to not go feral and take a bite out of Castile. Just one drop. Or maybe get another blood bag and drink it far away from the hunter to see if he felt the same thing. Despite his very noble motivations, Dean had a feeling that stealing blood from under Castile's nose would be harder than he thought. "Dean, did you hear me? Dean." Aaron screamed, pulling Dean out of his thoughts. "Listen, I have to go, but you have to promise to call me back, or else I'll track you down." "Fine, I promise," Dean said, his annoyed tone seeming to calm Aaron down, at least a little bit. "I'll call you when I can, okay?" "Don't get yourself killed," Aaron said, hanging up right after Dean agreed and groaned. Now he had one less problem to worry about, but he knew that in the future they would cook him on a fire for lying like this. Dean looked around again and considered just running off. Despite looking isolated, the house couldn't be too far away from the city. And there was even a car waiting for him right there. Maybe he could look for the keys or just do what he did best to start the engine and drive away. Castile's voice came back to him as he worked through his plan. "Can't be too far away from each other, my ass." He could be lying for all Dean knew. Or maybe the spell had worn off by now and he was just keeping Dean around to get information out of him. With only one way to find out, Dean got up, putting the phone in his pocket and starting to take small steps toward the road. He took 2, then 4, and at 10 he felt it. It was just as strong as before, making Dean clutch his chest as his knees trembled. It felt like his heart refused to move forward with the rest of his body, a feeling that wrapped around the inside of his bones and made everything hurt. Maybe he just had to push himself. Maybe he could just take another step and rip whatever it was altogether. And it was, by far, the worst idea Dean had ever had in the past 10 years. The pain went from very bad to unbearable, and Dean fell to his knees right as a scream sounded from the inside of the house. Right. He forgot about that tiny detail. And the consequences of his actions. And speaking of consequences, his was seen stepping out from the front door as soon as the pain subsided, wearing the angriest expression Dean had ever seen. His hair was a mess, and the side of his cheek was red, like he had slept on it while Dean was on the phone. "What the fuck are you doing?" Castiel shouted, his face still livid. Dean managed to get on his feet again, panting a bit while he recovered. I told you to not go too far. Dean rolled his eyes, pulling himself together and throwing his first escape plan in the trash. He walked past Novak, handing him his phone and giving him a small tap on the shoulder before going inside without looking back. Since you're awake, we should get some work done. Come on. The following days were filled with failure after failure. Castiel looked everywhere for an answer. Everywhere. He checked his past notes about witches, read each book he had from the time he was still training with other hunters, and tried to look for the MacLeod name online, but didn't get anywhere. He still had no clue of what spell she used on him, not a clue of its effects, nor why did it stick to them like a curse. He even found a few things about ancient curses, but nothing had anything that looked like what he experienced. After failing with his books, Kaz went through his contact list, which proved to be an even bigger disappointment to him. No one had a single clue about curses that could bind two people together. Like that, it didn't help that the majority of them were too focused on vampires to know anything about witchcraft. That was partially Castiel's fault, to be honest. He always kept his inner circle small, with only people he might need in case of an emergency. And this had become a very significant emergency in his eyes, especially with Dean annoying the very last patient cell out of his body. He created a small story to justify his sudden interest in witches. A vampire messing around with magic and making a mess out of his victims. His story was weak and had a bunch of holes, but it seemed enough to convince most people. The only problem was that most people didn't know shit about what he wanted to know. Castiel had crossed almost every contact, all but one. The only one Kaz had sworn he would never reach out to, because why the fuck would he do that to himself? He didn't hate himself at that point, but much to his misfortune, he was starting to get pretty desperate. And much to his despair, that one person might just be the one he needed to call if he wanted the right information. At least, for now, he had the tiniest amount of peace. After annoying Kaz over and over again over some blood, Dean crashed on his sofa. Dean was on a mission to apparently make Kaz lose his temper as fast as possible. He insisted on wanting to do something to help him with his research, but Castiel didn't feel comfortable enough to the point of letting Dean snoop around his things yet. Castiel didn't want to hear, and Dean didn't feel like quitting, so the conflict was, of course, unavoidable. It had come to a pause now that Dean fell asleep for the first time, right around 11 a.m. Kaz thought the silence would come as a relief, a chance for him to focus on his work and miraculously find the answers he was looking for. It was, however, pure hell for him. The more he looked, the more he found himself cornered in a situation that would force him to reach out to the one person he'd promised himself he wouldn't. It was a desperate call, but desperate times called for desperate measures. He spared another look at the vampire asleep on his couch, watching his chest slowly go up and down as he slept. Castiel had to work on the living room table, since going to his bedroom and isolating himself was out of the question. Besides being too far away they tried, and Kaz couldn't get any work done with the ache he felt in his chest. He wouldn't risk letting Dean out of his sight for now. He didn't want to think about the implications of it now, if only to avoid spiraling down into madness too soon. Kaz still couldn't believe he was stuck with a vampire for God knows how long. Unable to be far away from him, unable to get his job done and kill him like he should have done years ago. He sighed and grabbed his phone again, scrolling down his contact list until he found the only one he hadn't called yet. He got up, walking to the kitchen to avoid waking the vampire up with his voice. Dean was thrown all over on his couch, with one arm covering his eyes and with his mouth open, snoring lightly. For a fraction of a second, he looked innocent, harmless, even. If it weren't for the tip of his fangs showing, Castiel would have mistaken him for a lazy hunter who needed a place to crash. Would they have met if things had happened differently? If Dean was still human, still a hunter like his brother, would their paths have crossed like they did now? Kaz shook his head to send the thoughts away. He didn't need an existential crisis now. He already had enough problems. He walked into his kitchen and leaned against a counter, hesitating over and over again, before finally opening a new message and typing out a few words. He went strictly to the point, not giving much detail on why he knew what he knew or why he needed help. Knowing him, it wouldn't take long for him to answer. He wouldn't pass an opportunity to use his request to pursue something else. Kaz left his phone on the marble counter, closing his eyes for a brief second and taking a deep breath. He hated it, hated every single part of it. He wasn't one to ask for help or to show weakness. But he'd just begun to feel okay about life, even with the amount of vampires he still chased down to kill. Kaz had learned to love this little house and the simple and yet chaotic life he lived. Having a home was new for him, especially after everything that happened when he was a child. It was hard to let go of the life on the road, but it was good to finally have something he could call his own. After watching his family die, Kaz spent a long time in the adoption system, going from one foster house to another for the longest time. He could never settle down, and the people who took him in were always expecting him to be a good little angel and not some traumatized kid who wouldn't stop talking about the monsters who killed his family. It was easy for him to fall into a rabbit hole when he started to dig deeper into his family's case on his own. It was hard to get access to information while being a poor runaway kid, but he couldn't help himself. The more he looked into it, the more he learned about the ugly truth of bloodthirsty monsters plaguing the earth and taking lives for their own pleasure. He learned more and more, but never found the ones responsible for his family's demise. It was like they came out of nowhere and simply disappeared. Kaz spent a good part of his early 20s scouring his birth town looking for clues, for any nest activity, anything, but he never found them. In fact, his family's murder was the first violent case to happen in 50 years. Nothing else like it happened again after that, and Kaz was left with no answers once again. He'd been through a lot. He had gotten close to quitting and giving up hunting multiple times, and right when he got close to settling down and making peace with his fate, Dean happened. Kaz eyed, lifting his hand to scratch his eyes but stopping midway, feeling a pull right on the depths of his gut. It only took him half a second to follow his instincts and get a hold of the silver dagger on his waist. He turned around, lifting the blade to meet its target, and surely enough, there was Dean, standing right behind him, now lifting his hands as the silver made contact with the skin of his throat. He looked like he had rolled right out of bed, his hair a complete mess, and crumbled clothes to complete the look. "You breathe too loud when you're nervous," he said, not looking the tiniest bit troubled by the knife on his throat. Kaz knew it was burning his skin, he could feel it, but he didn't dare to move his hand. "Put it down. What the fuck are you doing here?" Kaz growled, the annoyance clear in his voice. He almost felt tempted to push the blade further at the sight of Dean's cheeky smile, but he pulled back when the burning got too uncomfortable. The skin that was under the dagger had a vivid red mark, slowly going back to its original color as Dean healed. "I'm not allowed to walk anymore. Is that another rule I have to follow?" he asked, having a little too much fun with Kaz's anger. "I'm hungry." Kaz rolled his eyes, grabbed his phone, and walked back to his desk. "You ate today already?" "You can't be serious," Dean replied, clearly annoyed as he followed Kaz. "You know, I'm starting to think you're a shit hunter." "Excuse me?" Kaz asked, turning around and looking baffled at him. "You heard me," Dean said, not backing down. "You think you know all about vampires, but you don't even know how many times we have to feed every day. I don't want to turn into a fucking vegetable because you're being incompetent." Kaz blinked a few times, smiling at him and tilting his head. "Oh, darling. I know," he said after a second, "I know all about your desperate need to feed off innocent people multiple times a day. I'm the one who's been cleaning up your mess for the past 3 years. I don't care if you don't like it. I'm working with what we have." "Oh really, you don't care?" "I don't," Kaz repeated. It was a partial lie, of course. He couldn't care less if Dean was uncomfortable or not, but he couldn't deny that his throat was starting to burn a little like it did before. It didn't feel like an emergency just yet. If he could handle it for now, he was sure Dean would be fine. He just had to get used to it. A bitter laugh came from Dean as he shook his head in disbelief. "You know, you're a piece of shit. I hope you know that." "Yes, I'm well aware you dislike me." "The feeling is mutual," Kaz answered with a bored tone, going back to sit on his seat by the table and scratching his eyes for a second. "Aren't you supposed to be asleep? You know, the time when you shut up for a few hours so I can get my work done." "Well, you're not supposed to be a pain in the ass, aren't we all disappointed today?" Dean copied his tone. Kaz opened his mouth to spit something back to him, but stopped when he saw the screen of his phone light up. He grabbed it immediately, holding it tight as he read the reply to his message. It was a mix of relief followed by a deep disgust over having to see that man again. His expression must have been clear, because even Dean decided to drop their little spat to come near the table. "What is it?" "I think I got something," Kaz murmured, looking up with a sigh. "We're going out." Hastiel parked the car somewhere not too close to the bar, but not too far away, in case they needed a quick runway. It's not that Kaz hoped things went wrong, but with Ketch, anything was possible. The outside air filled Kaz's lungs as soon as he stepped out of the car, the cold prickling his skin and making him shiver. He tried his best to not look nervous. Showing up a nervous wreck would only make him look weak, and he refused to look weak near Ketch. He'd rather die than let him think he affected him. However, despite his best efforts to hold his mask on the outside, it was impossible to hide his racing heartbeat from a vampire. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Dean gave him yet another stupid smile. Kaz never wished so much that he could punch him. "You're looking too nervous for someone who's meeting an old friend," Dean teased as Kaz pondered for a second if kicking him in the nuts would be worth the pain. "You know, if you ask nicely I could go in and act like your hot date for support." "You're not hot, and this isn't a date," Kaz answered, half lying. They walked together towards the bar, Kaz breathing in as much fresh air as he could to keep himself steady. "And I'm not about to let you go in there and ruin everything. Do you remember the plan?" "Yes, sir." "Sit 2 tables from you, don't make eye contact, and don't be weird," Dean responded in a bored tone. Kaz saw him roll his eyes at the end of the phrase. "And don't kill anybody," Castile added, earning an annoyed grunt from Dean. "Seriously man, you need to work on these stereotypes." "They're not stereotypes, it's experience. Real-life experience. From hunting you. How can it be an experience if you never lived with one of us? You don't even know if I want to hunt anyone in there," Dean questioned. "It's not fair. I know how things work. I'm a hunter, remember? I know the habits. And more importantly, I know your habits. I'm trying to keep the peace." "Well, just because you know how to kill us that doesn't mean that you—" "Alright, stop," Kaz demanded, interrupting their walk to pull Dean into the entrance of a dark alley. He pushed him against the wall, blue eyes staring into the green. "I want you to be normal and behave for 30 fucking minutes. That's all. Ketch is a paranoid asshole who won't hesitate to kill us if he suspects anything." "So," Kaz took a step closer, taking hold of Dean's jacket with his fist and pulling harshly. "You're going pretend to be a very good boy and you won't do anything that might get us killed. Got it?" Dean stared at him for a while, eyes flickering between his eyes and his mouth. Kaz knew very well that Dean had the strength to throw him across the street if he wanted to, but he didn't. Dean looked like he wanted to say something back at him, like he had an insult ready on the tip of his tongue, but all he did was smile. They were standing so close now, with only a dim light above their heads. It almost looked intimate. And Dean, letting himself get handled so easily despite having the strength to fight, it made him look too vulnerable. A pretend show that Castile was too smart to fall for. "I got it," Dean said slowly, nodding and not making a single move to push him away. "I got it, Novak. Don't worry about me." With that, Kaz finally let go and took a step back, going back to his track. "Good. Don't stay too far," he said, walking without looking back this time. As he entered the bar, Castile looked around for the familiar face he hated so much. And as punctual as ever, Ketch was there, sitting on a table at the back of the bar. There were a couple of free tables not far away from him, meaning Dean shouldn't have trouble finding a place for himself. With some luck the music would be loud enough to drown their conversation, he didn't want the vampire hearing too much of his business. Castile forced his feet to move forward and then finally approached him, not bothering to put a fake smile on his face before taking a seat. "Castile, I'm glad you made it," Ketch said, smiling widely as he greeted him. Kaz didn't hold the hand stretched in his direction, only squinting his eyes at the man. He dropped the hand, going back to hold his whiskey. "I was surprised when you called me. It's not like you to ask for help so suddenly." His tone had a pinch of sarcasm, not enough to sound rude, but enough for Kaz to notice. He still was the same asshole as before, then. Kaz could handle it. "I just need information. That's all," Kaz said, not caring if he sounded a little too aggressive. "You just happen to be one of the people I decided to call." "Ah, I'm sure, and who would have thought, huh? A vampire messing with witchcraft, it's odd, you know. Are you sure you can handle it on your own? Are you insinuating something, Ketch?" Kaz squinted his eyes, wishing for a moment he could smite him with the power of his mind. "I'm not sharing a case with you, if that's what you want." "I'm not insinuating anything, dear. I'm just stating a fact. You should at least consider it. You remember how quickly you solved the last case we worked together," Ketch said, making Castile cringe on the inside. He worked a case with Ketch years ago back in New York for mere convenience. They were hunting a pair of vampires from the same nest and decided to work together to save time. It happened during the holidays and Castile was too miserable, too vulnerable for his liking. It was a mistake, letting Ketch get so comfortable around him, it's why he promised he would never cross paths with him again if he could help it. So much for keeping a promise. Who knows, we could have fun again, you and I. You could be free sooner than you think if you let me help." Castile tensed as he felt Ketch reach for the hand he had on top of the table, the one that played with a napkin to distract himself, but froze as he noticed the incoming touch. He pulled his hand back before he could touch him, hardening his stare. "I already said no once, Ketch. Have you forgotten your manners?" Kaz replied, venom bleeding into his voice. He contained his smile when saw the smile on Ketch's face die a little, choosing the moment to come back to the point. "You said you knew a witch." Ketch let out a sigh, raising his hands and reaching down his pocket, pulling out a folded piece of paper. "I do. His name is Max, and he lived somewhere near Louisville last I checked. He could still be there if you're lucky, he tends to move around from time to time," he said, sipping on his drink. "But if I were you, I would hurry." Castile frowned. "Are you hunting him?" "Oh no, not me, no," Ketch laughed, drawing himself closer as if to tell a secret. "Mr. Max here is part of a brand new list of endangered species, you know. Given the way the operation is moving fast, I wouldn't be surprised if witches became the next target when it's all done. He knew what Ketch was doing. He recognized the tone in his voice, he knew he was looking for a reaction from Kaz. And in a moment of weakness, Kaz took the bait. What are you talking about? Ketch, being the fucker he is, only smiled more as he backed away. Unfortunately I'm not allowed to share anything about this. You see, the men of letters are very careful with their loose ends. And I intend to keep my head attached to my shoulders. However, if you're willing to stay for a drink or two. You're right, I already got what I was looking for, Kaz said, not willing to pay the price this information would take. He got up, putting the paper away safely in his pocket. I appreciate your help. Kaz was just about to walk past Ketch and leave when he got interrupted by a hand grabbing his forearm, fingertips pressing down his skin and inadvertently making his stomach turn. It took all he had to not pull his arm back in a harsh move. I'd be careful if I were you, Castiel. You might lose your precious job if someone hunts all the vampires while you're distracted. Ketch was too close to his arm now, a breath away from pulling him close and pressing his mouth to the skin of his forearm. He had a half smile on his face, like he knew something Castiel didn't. It infuriated him. It was exactly what Ketch looked for, he wanted to make Kaz angry, to force him to sit back down and chase for answers like he always did. He saw his smile grow, looking too sure he'd get his way. The sound of a waitress falling to the ground breaking a dozen glasses startled both of them, and Kaz took the opportunity to pull his arm away from the firm grip and took a step away. Thank you for the warning, Kaz said, hurriedly making his way out of the bar, without even looking behind his shoulder to see if Dean was following. The absence of pain was enough to tell him that Dean was right behind him. His feet kept moving until the sound of the bar was far away enough from him. He felt like crawling away from the skin and throwing his remnants on a fire, but he couldn't. He had to focus. He had to pull himself together. Kaz entered the nearest alley he saw, pressing his back against a brick wall and taking his head in his hands. He replayed the encounter behind his eyelids over and over again, wanting to guarantee that he didn't let anything slip. Unfortunately, knowing Ketch, there was no way of telling what he did or didn't notice about Kaz's attitude. He had no way of knowing. And that last part, the bit of information Ketch let slip, he never did things by accident. Never. He wanted him to know about whatever the fuck that operation was, he wanted Castiel to look interested. He pulled his hair for a few seconds before dropping his hands at the sound of Dean coming closer. He sighed and opened his eyes, meeting Dean's confused gaze. Dean had a frown on his face, as if he thought too much about something. He was silent for a couple of seconds, looking at him from up and down before speaking. Are you okay? Dean asked, the word sounding strange coming from him. Castiel almost laughed. The vampire had all but insulted him the past few days, not to mention their messy and violent past. Hearing him being worried about his well-being was weird, to say the least. I can take that guy out if he pissed you off. Kaz couldn't contain the small laugh this time, shaking his head at the suggestion. He couldn't lie, picturing Ketch being attacked right now felt really good, but he had his limits. He shook his head, taking a deep breath to come back to reality. I said no killing, Dean, he's not that important, forget about him. Dean groaned, rolling his eyes. He deserves it, he muttered, and Kaz frowned. Why do you care? He questioned, letting his curiousness win for a second. He squinted his eyes as he watched the vampire in front of him frown and open his mouth a couple of times before finding the right words. Well, for starters, I could feel how bad you wanted to puke when he touched you. He wouldn't back off, he explained, failing to make any sense in Kaz's opinion. It didn't answer his question in the slightest. Why would he care if Castiel was uncomfortable? Did you find what you were looking for? I did, Kaz said, choosing to drop the topic. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket again, showing it to Dean. We're going on a road trip. Dean considered himself to be a very patient person when he wanted to be, and for that, he was very proud. Going on a road trip with Novak made him especially proud because the hunter seemed to test him with every single detail. His patient era started all the way back at the bar when he made the very kind decision of not going back there and draining that motherfucker. He would have done it in a heartbeat before, he fit all his criteria. The perfect example of an asshole who had it coming at the end, but he followed Castiel's advice and forgot about him. There, said and done. The second test of his God-given patience was driving for 4 hours to Louisville with Novak for a number of reasons. The first one being his terrible taste in music. He never thought music could bore someone to death, but he was pretty sure whatever it was that Castiel had on his archive was getting close. The second was how the smell of blood in the backseat was driving him crazy. Okay, he wasn't ravenous just yet, but he was already at that sweet spot when his body started to beg for a hunt. He became restless, a bit more prone to biting back insults at the hunter, having to keep his window wide open to avoid getting a wisp of Novak scent. And finally, on top of everything, Castiel drove the ugliest car known to man, which by itself felt like an offense to Dean if he thought about it for long enough. Dean didn't do a lot of driving these days, he had avoided it like the plague for the first few years after he got turned, too hunted by the memories of his old car to drive anything else. They fought about it, of course, but after all the spats and the relentless arguing, Dean finally felt tired enough to take a nap. The next time he opened his eyes, Dean was met by a very nice neighborhood. One with pretty houses and big yards, the green grass a bright contrast against the bright white fences. It wasn't upper class, nothing too fancy, but it was certainly different from the isolated house Castiel had. It reminded Dean of his childhood home, somehow. God, that was a lifetime ago. He yawned, wiping the sleep out of his eyes right as Novak stopped the car, parking in front of a house a bit different from the others. The fences were a shade of gray, and the grass was darker than the ones around it, like a permanent cloud sat on top of the house. It screamed witches, Dean didn't even need to catch a scent to be sure. "We're here," Castiel announced, grabbing his keys and pulling his gun, checking his ammo before putting it back on his waist. "I can go in alone if you want." "Sure. Should I go in before or after you scream out in pain?" Dean asked, giving Castiel a fake smile and watching the hunter flip him off. "He could be dangerous, Novak. I'm not taking that risk." "I'm not some fragile lady waiting to be saved, Dean," Castiel replied, opening his door to leave. "Are you coming or not?" "I swear I'll stab him," Dean muttered to himself under his breath, following the hunter outside. "How do you know you can trust this guy?" "He would have been dead if he was a menace to others," Castiel said as if it was obvious. He walked to the door, pressed the bell and waited patiently. "I don't mean the witch, I mean your friend back at the bar. How do you know he's not plotting against you or something? He didn't seem too trustworthy." Castiel turned to him, squinting his eyes for a while and then smiling. By now, Dean was quick to catch his fake smiles, he knew there was no warmth behind the stretch of his lips. Novak's expression was soft like he had nothing but gentle things to say, but the words that came out of his mouth held the same anger Dean was accustomed to hearing. "Fetch knows what I'm capable of. He knows what I would do to him if he lied to me, or if he tried to betray me," he said, looking a lot like someone who pictured doing all those things to Dean instead. "He knows better than to mess with me, unlike a certain someone." Dean opened his mouth to bite back at him, but quickly shut up as he smelled the witch nearby. The door in front of them opened and a tall man dressed in black appeared. He looked between them and smiled directly at Dean, crossing his arms and leaning on the side of the door. Dean frowned at his smile, clearing his throat and shifting where he stood. He could feel the magic around him, emanating like waves. It made his instincts flare up, begging him to walk in the opposite direction and leave. "It's not every day I get to see one of you around here," the man Max, as Dean remembered from Castiel's explanation said, turning to the hunter with a lifted eyebrow. "And what is a hunter doing with this handsome?" "My name's Castiel, and this is Dean," he introduced them, a small smile forming on his lips. A more honest smile, this time. Dean felt a bit offended for a brief second. "I was hoping you could help us with something, do you mind if we speak inside?" Max seemed to ponder for a while, but eventually, he stepped aside, letting them inside the house and closing the door behind them. The inside of the house was much prettier than the dark and gray outside. It was brighter than he imagined it, for starters. It had plants hanging from the ceiling and tiny lights adorning each pot. The soft green matching with the dark wood furniture around the room. It wasn't at all like the dark and stinky hut Dean expected witches to live in. He still couldn't say he felt comfortable being there, nor that he felt at ease with Max's scent, but it wasn't as bad as the last witch he faced. "Nice place you have here," Dean murmured, walking around a bit distracted as Novak started to explain their situation, the conversation going forward as Dean pushed their voices to the corner of his mind. He walked to what looked like the biggest bookshelf he had ever seen and allowed himself to smile for a while, running the tip of his fingers through the old book covers. Reading had always been Dean's guilty pleasure. He liked to read when he had time. Sure, he didn't read anything fancy, but he enjoyed taking some time to have fun and read whatever caught his attention. Dean took longer than normal to learn how to read because of his chaotic childhood. It was hard to keep a good track of his school year when he moved around so much, but he was determined to learn. Someone had to teach Sammy how to read while they were on the road, after all. John wasn't up for the job, so Dean had to take it and he had to be good at it too. Dean never anyone about the times he vanished in random libraries after Sam left for Stanford. Hell, not even John knew about it. Dean knew his father would have a lot to say if he learned Dean was wasting time with Vonnegut instead of working on a real case. Dean was careful to never let him know that losing one kid to college life was enough for his dad. He couldn't imagine his reaction if he ever saw Dean doing anything else other than hunting in his free time. "What a mess," Max stated when Castiel finished explaining, walking around Dean to look for something on the shelves. Dean stepped back, letting Max search the books. "You said her name was McLeod." You couldn't be talking about Rowena McLeod, right? Red hair and a weird accent? Dean asked and Max smiled. And an impossible attitude. Yeah, that's her alright, he said, pulling a red book and flipping through the pages. Rumor has it she died a couple of decades ago, but I heard she took cover with a few hunters. Dean turned and looked at Novak with a puzzled face. You knew? We wouldn't be here if I did, Dean, Castile rolled his eyes. Do you know anything about that spell? Dean saw Max close the book and take a seat on the couch near them. He scratched his chin and seemed to think before answering. Maybe, Dean smiled, but his relief didn't last long. But I need a favor first. A favor? Dean questioned, not liking where this was going. Oh baby, you didn't think I'd do it for free, did you? Max said, getting up and handing them a few papers from his table. I have a djinn after me. I saved some victims and he resented me a lot. I marked his nest on the map, it shouldn't take you long to wipe him out. Dean stared at the map on his hands and tried hard to not feel too weird about it. He had left the hunting life years ago, no use in hunting when you stop being the prey. As he learned through his vampire years, it turned out to be a common courtesy to stay out of other monsters' business. No wonder this djinn was pissed. If Max messed with his food, going as far as looking into his nest, he would be marked for death by now. Dean didn't want to do it, but he didn't have much choice. He could only hope no one would come looking for this guy. We'll do it, Castile said, taking the map from his hands without a second thought. We'll be back by tomorrow morning. Wonderful. I knew I could do business with you, Max smiled at them, clapping Castile's shoulder and leading them to the door. Don't get yourselves killed and I'll do my best to help. They said their goodbyes and walked to the car, but Dean was still a bit out of it, too conflicted between his newfound role in the road for his freedom. In theory, he never stopped being a hunter, he still had the knowledge and the experience as Novak had said, but he wasn't the same person. He wasn't even a person anymore. He had changed sides a long time ago and had made peace with his new reality already. This was a part of him he didn't want to bring to the surface, a wound he didn't want to open, but if he wanted to be free, he would have to. He'd have to step into his old good soldier shoes and go monster hunting, as if he himself wasn't a creature that needed to be killed, according to his old ideals. Dean. Castile called, making Dean blink back to reality. Castile stood beside the open trunk, looking at him with a frown. Are you alright? Yeah, he mumbled, shaking his head and pushing his feet to walk, coming to stand near him. Why? Nothing, Castile murmured. Dean could hear the lie in his heartbeat but didn't mind avoiding the topic. He rummaged through his inventory, separating a few items. I think I have everything we need. Djinns usually hunt alone so we won't have much trouble. All we need is a silver knife dipped in lamb's blood, right to the heart, Dean completed automatically, analyzing Castile's arsenal before looking at him. He had a surprised expression on his face, but Dean shrugged it off, looking away from him. I had a life. Stop giving me the pity eyes and let's get this over with. Thankfully, Castile didn't pry on it. He only nodded and closed the trunk, going back to the car with Dean going right after him. Their drive was silent on the way to the place marked on the map, but Dean felt that if he paid enough attention, he would been able to hear Castile overthinking, wheels turning inside his little head. It was infuriating, but Dean knew better than to start a fight over this. He didn't need anyone's pity. Dean would be free from this nightmare soon. The place Max had marked down was an abandoned store almost outside the city. The building seemed empty, at least on the outside, but Dean could feel a weird presence even from afar, God bless his vampire instincts. The feeling crawled on his skin like electricity, making the hair on the back of his neck stand up. It screamed danger, warning him to either stay away or get ready for a fight. Gladly, thanks to all the pent-up anger and frustration he felt, he was ready to break something, or someone, in this case. Are you ready? Novak asked, handing him one of the silver knives. Dean nodded, holding the knife carefully and keeping it on the inside of his jacket. He managed to give him one of his confident smiles, but it wasn't as warm as it should have been. Sweetheart, I'm always ready, Dean said just to annoy him, a smile growing when he got a scoff from Castile before he got out of the car. Dean followed him outside, going through everything he could remember about djinns in his mind. He hadn't killed a lot of them before, but he remembered doing some research about them after John killed a few of them. Most of them were alone, solo hunters, with small nests that were never permanent. If they were lucky, this would be a piece of cake. Dean walked in front of them, reaching the door and using his strength to force it open. He stilled for a second, hearing for any sign of the djinn inside, but the magic etched in the building made his senses confused. He frowned with frustration, taking a sniff of the place and regretting it immediately. The smell of old blood and trash was disgusting, but enough confirmation for him to know the djinn was in there somewhere. He looked back at Castile, nodding and walking inside slowly. The entrance was dark, every window was blocked by wooden pallets, only a few small rays of light passing through the cracks. Castile pulled a small flashlight from his pocket, looking around in the opposite direction. Dean had a bad feeling about this place, about this whole thing. He felt like he missed something, all thanks to his senses being the mess they were. By now, he knew the Jinn was well aware of them being inside. He had to be around them somewhere, lurking in the shadows, waiting to jump on them. Dean knew the feeling from personal experience. Having a stranger invading your nest wasn't something you could miss. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He was being watched, he knew. He opened his mouth to call for Novak, but a noise coming from upstairs made them both freeze. Dean cursed under his breath. Was it more than one? Was it one of his victims? Castile turned around to look at him, his face puzzled, about to ask for an explanation when, all of a sudden, his hands dropped to the sides of his body, the small flashlight he had in his hands falling to the ground and rolling away as his shoulders relaxed. Dean took a step back, knowing for sure he was fucked when the usual blue of the hunter's eyes was replaced by a brighter shade of neon blue. Fuck. A sudden force was placed against his body, pinning him on the nearest wall and making the concrete crack under his skull with the force of it. Dean groaned with the pain, trying to escape the invisible weight that kept him in place, but with no success. He heard steps coming from behind Castile, a man with a face full of tattoos, coming to grab the flashlight he dropped, walking slowly until he was directly behind the hunter. Look what the cat brought in. Well, the bat, right? The Jinn said, smiling at Dean as he clicked the flashlight on and off, waving it on Castile's face like a doctor would to check his reflexes. Castile remained still, the soft glow of his eyes and the sound of his breathing, the only indication he was okay. Dean felt something shift inside his chest. The type of anger he didn't feel often, something that trashed and screamed inside him as soon as he saw the Jinn get a hold of Castile's hair on the back of his head. Dean closed his hands in fists, pushing against the weight with all he had, but to no avail. From the corner of his eye, he saw another man come from the same place the Jinn had appeared from. They were in pairs. Of course, they were. His luck was just that good, wasn't it? That was probably how he managed to keep Dean in place and trap Castile at the same time. He had help. He watched the Jinn trace a line on Castile's neck, tilting his head to the side to expose his throat. Dean felt the monster in his chest grow restless, making a growl come out of his mouth involuntarily. He's a piece, I'll tell you that. So many things going on inside his head, you wouldn't believe it. So much pain, the Jinn said, his mouth too close to Castile's ear, looking straight at Dean now as he did so. He smiled again, getting another angry growl from Dean. Oh, you're upset I'm killing him first, aren't you? We can share if you want. I'm a nice guy, I love doing charity work. Touch him and you're dead, Dean said, the words leaving his mouth before he could think twice about them. The spare Jinn came to stand beside Castile, getting the abandoned knife from his hand and handing it to the one Dean swore to kill first. The one that had a hold on Novak held the blade near his neck, the tip of the blade scratching the skin above his pulsing aorta. Leave him alone. The man stared at Dean, daring to laugh at his reaction, being followed by his companion. The Jinn shook his head, letting go of Castile's hair and holding out his arm. He brought it to his nose for a second, taking a whiff of him and letting his arm drop. He then walked to the place Dean was stuck to, getting too close for comfort and putting his nose right on his neck. Dean tried to move away from it, turning his head and shifting restlessly in place. I see we don't get a lot of you these days, the Jinn said, as if it had to mean something to Dean. He sighed in disappointment, walking back to Castile and holding his arm tighter now. Dean's breath got caught in his throat. The blade was pressed on the milky skin again, threatening to slit it open. Dean could feel the pain, the sensation being mirrored on his right arm. He felt the cold of the dagger, the pressure almost enough to draw blood. You want me to tell you what he's dreaming about? The Jinn whispered this time, smiling at Dean before finally sinking the blade into Castile's arm as the other man held the hunter in place. Dean screamed, but it wasn't for the pain. No. The pain was a distant feeling for him now. At that moment, Dean was fueled by white-hot rage. It only took a fraction of distraction for him to break free. Both men turned their attention to the widening cut on Castile's arm, a long line that covered his entire forearm, blood sweeping out quick and fast like a flood, and at the first absence of weight on his body, he was on the move. Dean pushed himself from the wall and ran towards the Jinn that held the knife, pulling him away from Castile and throwing him across the room. He saw the body make an impact with a few abandoned chairs, but as he made the move to go there and finish the job, he felt the spare one jump on his back, trying to bring him to the ground. Dean's hands reached behind him to get a grip of the man's shirt, pulling him off his body and throwing him on the ground next to the spot he was stuck to a few seconds ago. Dean jumped on him, gripping his throat with both hands and forcing his head to hit the ground until the tiles broke. The man struggled against him, but Dean never stopped. He saw a dark ooze coming out of his nose every time he made his head hit the floor, but not even that made him stop fighting. Dean held him in place with a single hand, pulling the knife he kept in his pocket and diving it into the creature's chest, hearing the bones breaking with the strength he put behind the hit. He heard a scream from the other side of the room, turning his head to see the other one running in his direction with a murderous look in his eyes. Dean hissed at him, baring his fangs at him a second before he felt the djinn push him to the floor. He took a few punches to the side of his face, hearing the desperate angry screams from the monster. Maybe he should have killed him first, but something told him that making him watch the other one die hurt way more than dying first. The djinn tried to choke him, and Dean would have laughed in different circumstances. He didn't need air anymore, but the pinning of his throat limited his movements. He stretched his arm, groaning until he reached the knife that was dug into his previous victim's chest. With one swift pull, Dean wrapped his fingers around the cable of the knife and brought it to the side of the djinn's neck, turning him around when he started to choke on his own blood. He pulled the knife back, standing up for a second and wiping his face before towering over the djinn. He lowered himself slowly, pressing his knee on the djinn's chest hard. "I told you," he mumbled, his gaze cold as he watched the creature struggle. He brought his face close to him, watching how every part of him was twisted in pain. "You'd be dead if you touched him." And then, even with blood pooling under his head and some of it coming out of his mouth, the djinn smiled at him, mocking him even in death. Dean didn't have to think twice, he tightened his grip on the silver dagger and buried it deep in his chest, burying it into his heart and stabbing the flesh again and again and again until the noises coming from him stopped. Dean got up, feeling his knees weak from all the action. The rage still lingered on his bones, like how the adrenaline of his hunts did at times. He closed his eyes for a second, took a deep breath and almost fell to the floor with the smell of fresh blood that hit him. He knew that smell, knew who it belonged to. Fuck. He turned to see Castiel on the floor, his right arm clutched against his chest and back resting against a wall. He was covered in his own blood, the shade of red tinting his shirt and making a small pool of it beside him. He seemed to be barely conscious, eyes closed and chest rising weakly. His scent took over everything around Dean, drawing him closer until he was right in front of him, kneeling in front of the shivering figure without making a single noise. He felt like he was lost in a trance for a while. It felt too much, too close, too easy to just reach out and… Castiel's eyes opened, meeting Dean's for a second before falling shut again. He saw Castiel groan, trying to back up against the wall with the little strength he had left. "Dean," he whispered, the sound of his voice breaking the siren that trapped him for a moment. His arm dropped from his chest as he fainted, sending Dean into a state of panic right away. "Oh God." Dean made quick work of it, forcing himself to hold his breath and taking off his jacket and then his shirt. He ripped it, wrapping it around Castiel's arm as tight as he could, hearing a weak groan come from the hunter as he did it. His hands felt warm from the blood, he looked down at them for a second, a noise stuck in the depths of his throat as he forced his gaze away from them. Castiel. He had to help Castiel. He couldn't let him die. Not when they were so close. "Castiel, fuck, look at me, come on look at me," Dean pleaded, grabbing his face with both his hands and smearing the hunter's face with blood. The bright red was a stark contrast against his pale skin. It looked pretty on him, it looked fuck, he had no time to think about that. "Castiel, please wake up. Cause." He shouted, shaking his face slightly and sighing when the blue eyes opened again, pupils dilated a bit. Cause turned his face and breathed against Dean's palm, grunting in pain. "They made a mess, Dean," he scolded weakly, and Dean managed to smile despite the fear that still lingered on the back of his mind. "Messy. You can fight me all you want when you're in one piece again, okay? Come on," Dean said, helping him up and wrapping an arm around his waist while they made their way out. Kaz groaned in pain and slumped against Dean, letting himself be dragged away. "I'll drive us to a motel, you have a first aid kit in the car, right?" Kaz nodded slowly, eyes still closed as they made their way outside. Him being awake was a good sign, but him not being strong enough to argue with Dean over who was driving. A terrible sign. Dean managed to put him on the passenger's seat, holding his arm carefully to inspect the wound after getting the first aid kit from the glove compartment. It was a nasty cut, too deep to avoid getting stitches. Some blood still came out from it when he discarded the shirt wrapped around it, but Dean was quick to clean it before working on the stitches with the tools he found. He focused his mind on every single stitch to avoid thinking about the blood, working carefully until the wound was completely closed. Oz woke up a few times while he was working, grunting in pain and using his free hand to clutch at Dean's bare shoulder, leaving a few bloody handprints on his skin. Dean bandaged him up and threw the dirty shirt and the rest of the bandages away, only them looking up at Kaz to wipe his face. "You with me, sunshine?" he asked after he was done, wiping his hands on his jeans. Castiel nodded again, smiling hazily at him, probably still weak from the blood loss. He held Castiel's cheek for a moment, checking on him. You called me Cause, Castiel murmured, taking a deep breath and melting under Dean's hand, eyes falling shut again as he turned his face on Dean's hand, burying it in his palm. It's cute. You're cute. I should have this recorded, Dean murmured to himself, smiling a little and watching Cause fall out of consciousness again. Only then he stopped to think about what he was doing, holding his face so gently like that, smiling warmly, as if Castiel wouldn't find a way to blame him for what happened after he recovered. He pulled his hand away, adjusting Castiel's body on his seat and getting up. Walking away from him felt terrible. It didn't hurt like when they got too far away from each other, but it made Dean feel as if he was betraying his instincts. For some reason, a part of him wanted to linger, wanted to stay put and listen to his heartbeat, to make sure it kept beating while he recovered. He was taken aback by the strength of that pull, by how it moved something inside his chest, much like the monster that trashed inside him when he saw Castiel get hurt. It's just the spell, Dean thought immediately, shaking the thought away and closing the door carefully to avoid waking Cause. It's just the spell making you go crazy, that's all. Dean repeated the mantra to himself all the way through the drive back, telling himself he didn't turn the music on because he was tired of noises, and definitely not because he needed to listen to Cause's heartbeat as he drove. Definitely not because he wanted Castiel to rest and recover in peace. What the fuck was happening to him? It was the sensation of the weak light hitting his eyes that made Cause open his eyes again. His bed was warm and comfortable around him, soft sheets gently clinging to his skin. He stretched his arms, hugging the spare pillow beside him and digging his nose in the fabric. The smell was familiar, and it made him smile, for some reason. It made him want to drown in it and go back to sleep, but it also brought a pout to his lips, as if he missed something or rather, someone. Still, without giving it much thought, he closed his eyes again, ignoring the need to make sense out of his feelings just yet. He blamed how comfortable he was, really. He doesn't know when was the last time he felt this good after waking up. Oz was on the edge of sleep again when he heard the sound of the bedroom door being opened, a couple of padded steps approaching him until he felt the bed dip behind him. A pair of strong and warm hands ran through his exposed shoulders, pressing the muscles down and getting a soft moan from Cause, who sank deeper into his sheets at the feeling. He opened his eyes a little, getting a glimpse of a golden band around his finger, before he shut them again, as the hands pressed on a spot near his neck, the one Cause always felt hurting after a hunt. It's too early, he mumbled, hearing a low laugh behind him and a few feather-light kisses joining the touches on his neck. The hands holding him slid down his body, stopping right before his lower back, dangerously close to where Cause really wanted them to go. Tired. You're the one who told me to wake you up before your parents got here, the voice said, and Cause sighed for a second, melting under the kisses that followed his words, but stilling when he recognized it. He opened his eyes, thinking that maybe he could have imagined it, but was quickly proven wrong when he spoke again, the deep voice right under his ear. Gabriel is coming with your sister to help with the Christmas decorations, remember? Oz sat up a little bit too quickly, turning around and being met with the sight of a very shirtless and very much covered in love bites Dean Winchester. He blinked a couple of times, opening and closing his mouth without a single clue of what to say. Dean smiled at his reaction, laughing gently, and Cause's breath was caught in his throat. There were no fangs. He was human. Dean? He asked in a whisper. Dean laughed again, holding his hand and bringing it to his lips in a gentle gesture. Did you hit your head last night? Dean asked, moving his hand to hold his cheek and pulling him for a chaste kiss. His lips were soft against his and for a second, Cause felt his body melt under him. Dean was warm, his smell was inviting, and his mouth kissed him with so much warmth that pulling away from him felt like he was forcing himself to dip his head into an ice bucket. Dean frowned when he saw Cause's disturbed face, the tip of his thumb holding his chin. Are you okay? Cause shook his head, opening his mouth to scream at him to ask what the fuck was going on, but right then his vision changed. The room around him got darker, and when Castiel looked down, he saw red. It was blood. A lot of it. It covered his arms and turned his once white sheets a dark shade of red, the one Cause used to see in his nightmares about his family. He got up then, panting and walking back until he hit a window, eyes still glued on the blood. He couldn't find the source of it, every time he tried to wipe it off more of it appeared under his fingertips. It flowed freely out of his hands, pooling under him. Before he had the chance to scream out of fear, Dean was on him again. He held his face, cradling it gently and forcing his eyes up. Unfortunately, the sight of this version of Dean only made the fear in his chest grow. There Cause was, covered in blood and shaking, and there was Dean looking much like the Dean he knew in real life, eyes a bright shade of red like the blood on Castiel's hands. He smiled at him, the grip on his face getting stronger. Cause, my Cause, he murmured, his hands coming to hold his hair and pull his head to the side. Dean opened his mouth, moving his head to sink his teeth into the flesh of his throat, and then. Castiel woke up feeling like he'd been pushed out of a cliff, his heart racing on his chest. There was a dull grey light coming from an old TV, the room completely dark beside it. Kaz recognized the patterns on the wall right away. Most motels had the same dusty and ugly looking kind of wallpaper. He tried to move, but his body felt like it had been crushed by a bus. He felt every single muscle scream in protest, a sharper pain being felt right under his right arm. He pushed the covers off, touching the bandages and shivering at the fresh memory of the nightmare. Did he bleed out like that in real life as well? The last thing Kaz remembered was going inside the building with Dean. He remembered hearing something and then he woke up here. After that nightmare. He gulped, slowly pushing himself to sit down as he glanced around the room. The bed beside him was empty, but the dusty chair near his bed wasn't. Dean was slumped on it, eyes closed and head resting against the icy wall. He probably felt the same pain as he did, and for a second, Kaz looked down at his bandaged arm, trying to piece his memory back together. He thought about Nightmare Dean, how he was ready to bite down his neck and end him right then and there. He brought a hand to his neck just to make sure it didn't have a mark, sighing in relief when he felt the integrity of his skin. Thank God. So it hadn't been Dean, then. He probably got attacked by the jinn they were hunting. That would explain the way his dreams started so perfectly, too perfect to be true, really. He was probably in the jinn's hold for some time, apparently enough time to get attacked and bleed out. He felt guilty for a second for thinking Dean was the one behind his injuries. Sure, it would have been easy for the vampire to give in to his instincts and finish him off right then and there, but he didn't. From what he understood so far, Dean was the one to get him to bandage him back together and bring him to safety. He had no memory of the attack, but the sole fact that he was breathing should be enough to tell him that Dean fought while he couldn't. He closed his eyes for a moment, pushing past all the thoughts that insisted he should suspect the vampire and try to find some way to blame him. He took a deep breath, turning his head to look at him and clearing his throat before speaking. Dean. Dean's eyes snapped open at the sound of his voice, his face twisting in pain for a second as he straightened himself on his chair, stretching his limbs and turning his face to Kaz. His eyes were back to the same shade of green Kaz remembered, the red of his nightmares nowhere to be seen. He smiled softly at him, just like he had in his dream, dimples and all. He tensed a little at the memory, but didn't let it show. Hey there, sleeping beauty, he said, getting up and grabbing a cup of water from the nightstand, along with some pills. You have to take these, you've been out for a day. Hastiel blinked a few times, nodding slowly and accepting the pills, popping them in his mouth with his free hand before taking the water. He sighed, leaning back against his pillow and breathing for a second before speaking again. His voice felt raw in his throat. What happened? The jinn got you, Dean explained as Kaz's left hand came to wrap around his silver cross, an old habit he never shook off. He closed his eyes, listening to the rest of the story. Turns out there were two of them, and not one. He got you in the arm and I got rid of them, in the end. Then I brought you here. You've been passed out cold since then. He nodded at the information, twirling the cross on his chest and thinking about everything he missed. At least the job was done, he thought. It was at the price of his near death, but it was done. He sighed and looked back at him. Did you feed? He asked, pushing away all the thoughts he had about the first part of his dream. Not on you, if that's what you're thinking, Dean said, kicking Kaz's mind out of the gutter in a record timing as he was reminded of how annoying he could be. But I did go through 3 bags. You can imagine why. Hastiel's face fell at that. 3 bags. Their stock was already low when they left for Louisville, it was starting to hit critical levels now. Hey. Don't make that face. You don't know how hard it was for me. Dean argued. Kaz scrubbed his face in defeat, shaking his head. You know what? Fine. Fine. Forget it. Let's just get this over with. Kaz tried to get up faster than his body could handle, which proved to be a mistake. He had barely lost his balance when Dean got to his side, holding his good arm and supporting his weight. Hey, no. You can't. You've been out for an entire day and you almost bled out last night. Max can wait till morning. What if he messes up the spell and makes things worse? Dean said, helping Kaz back in bed. He was right, of course, which did little to bring down the anger he felt flaring up on his chest. He didn't want to lay down like some invalid and wait for things to get better. He didn't want to face the prospect of being stuck with a vampire for longer than he'd imagined. And you expect me to do what? Just sit tight and wait for my luck to turn. He snapped, pulling his arm back from Dean's grasp and watching his face mimic his anger. It was easy for him to fall down the rage road when his life got out of control. And it was especially easy to do so when his feelings were involved as well. Deep down, he knew he owed Dean his life, but on top of all that was the fact that Dean was a vampire and he wasn't supposed to owe them anything, nor feel guilty about suspecting them. It messed with his deepest and complicated feelings, and he did not want to mess with that right now. Dean's gaze turned cold, the worried look he had on his face vanishing in the blink of an eye. His angry stance was familiar, it brought him peace in a weird way because this was something he recognized. Something he knew how to deal with. "Oh, I'm so sorry for being worried about you and saving your ass. Should I just let you rot and die next time?" Dean snapped back. "Should I just stand to the side and watch you bleed out in front of me then? Yeah, why don't you tell me why you felt so kind all of a sudden, huh? How do I know you didn't just push me into danger or made a mistake and I paid the price for it? God, you're infuriating, you know that I saved your life. The least you could do was say thank you like a normal person. Not try to accuse me of something that didn't happen just because you're a heartless asshole." "Oh, I'm heartless? Me? The human one?" Kaz asked, raising his voice just a little. His head was pounding, but he didn't stop. "I'm the only one who could have actually died back there. You would have been fine. You could have finished me off and you would get rid of me. You don't know that. It's exactly why we're in this fucking mess. You don't know what happened and for all we know I could have died with you back there," Dean said, matching Kaz's tone. "I don't care about what you think of me, you understand. I don't care if you think I'm some wild animal who can't control himself around other people. I don't care because I know I'm not one. No matter what you think. I hunt because I have to. Because without it I wouldn't survive. I don't have to justify myself to you. Oz gulped, holding Dean's gaze but not saying anything else. Dean took a step closer to his bed, hesitating before he started talking again. His voice was lower now, his anger a little dimmed. "I'm sorry to be the one to remind you, but I was human once too. Most of us were. And believe it or not, I was a hunter. And I was good at what I did. I saved people, Dean stopped himself, scoffing a little and looking away before shaking his head. "It's not my fault my life got fucked up, is it? And despite what you think, I tried to live a life after that. I had people, good people, people who helped me when I thought I was better off dead, people who never even touched another human. Good people, loyal. And hunters like you brought them to fucking ashes." Oz stayed quiet for a while, letting Dean storm off for a second and stand next to the window. The room seemed too quiet after their little screaming match, and the silence made him wish he could go back to Dreamyland for a second. When he spoke again, his voice was soft, lacking the anger from before. "You had a nest?" Kaz asked, and Dean nodded slowly. "It was a family," he clarified, still refusing to look back at him. "We didn't cause trouble for anyone, never. We had kids there. What the hell were they doing to make some grown-ass hunters feel so threatened?" He murmured, gaze hardened as he finally turned to look at him. "Who sounds like the monster of the story to you?" This time, Kaz wasn't able to hold his gaze. He looked down at his bandaged arm, now feeling an ugly sinking feeling on his chest on top of everything else. As if physical feelings weren't enough, it seemed that now Kaz was able to feel the effects of Dean's emotional turmoil on his body. "I'm sorry about your family, Dean." Dean nodded, looking away again without looking the slightest of comfort at Castiel's words. Kaz knew the feeling very well. He heard it a lot through the years, each time people heard about what happened with his family. He heard all about how sorry people were and how deep their condolences were. Empty words were never enough to fill the hole left in his chest. "I hope you know," Kaz continued, carefully choosing his words. "I hope you know that I didn't have anything to do with." "I know it wasn't you, Novak," he answered in a tired tone, sighing and rubbing his eyes. "I know who did it. It doesn't change anything." "What do you mean it doesn't change anything?" "Of course it does." Dean's bitter laugh cut him off instantly. "Oh yeah? Tell me then, Castiel, how am I supposed to kill every single man of letters? How am I supposed to convince my dear, revenge-driven little brother that not all vampires are bad and keep my head attached to my shoulders while I'm at it?" Dean's words brought Kaz back to what he heard back at the bar with Ketch. He was working with the men of letters, or at least knew enough about them to have information about that weird operation of theirs. If he followed Ketch's little teasing near the end, it would all indicate that the men of letters, for a reason that now made a lot more sense, were focusing on vampires for the past few years. Would his brother really hunt him down if he knew he was alive? He saw Dean sigh and run a hand through his hair, pulling him away from his thoughts. "Look, just go back to sleep, alright? We'll deal with Max and everything else when you're ready to stand on two legs again." He mumbled, walking to a small pile of clothes on the ground and getting Kaz's phone from his jacket. "I need to make a call. You should rest." Oz wanted to argue, but the pain had just started to make his body feel heavy. That, along with the dizziness the felt after taking those pills, gave him a lot of reasons to listen to Dean's advice. He could use some sleep. "Okay. Don't go too far." "Sure," Dean murmured and left the room. Kaz felt a pull on their connection, right in the middle of his chest, but it wasn't as painful, meaning Dean kept his word and stayed close despite leaving their room. Oz laid back down on his cheap sheets, which were nothing like the soft ones from his dream, and tried to relax. It seemed more and more that this situation was way more complicated than they had imagined. They weren't directly involved with the men of letters yet, but they were close, a bit too close for comfort. And that wasn't a line Kaz wanted to cross. He heard all about how meticulous the men of letters were, he had seen it from up close from the time he almost worked with them. Getting involved now, at the state of things, was asking for extra trouble. He sighed, sending those thoughts away for now and focusing on his sleep, he had to rest if he wanted to get things done. And right before falling asleep, Kaz secretly wished he could return to that djinn-induced paradise, even if just for a second. It had been a long time since Dean allowed himself to feel so many things at once. To be honest, the last time it happened was all the way back when he was still human. Being a vampire came with a lot of benefits, one of them being his superhuman strength and almost indestructible nature. So, because of that, after 10 years of it, he had grown unaccustomed with feeling physical pain. Now he was being well reminded of how much humans were fragile and how bad it felt getting hurt after a fight. Dean felt like he had a truck run over him, not to mention a terrible headache and the soreness on his arm where Kaz had gotten hurt. And to top it off, the hunter's emotions had started to get to him. He could feel his anxiousness, his distrust in Dean, his senseless anger that infuriated Dean so much that it made him want to scream at him. And above all that, Dean was pissed at himself for talking too much about things he didn't want to reveal to other people. Dean rarely ever talked about his past, let it be the one before he was turned or the events that followed the beginning of his new life. The people who needed to know didn't ask to talk about it after the tragedy went down, so Dean had no reason to mess with those old, ugly feelings he kept locked away in his chest. There was absolutely nothing Castiel could do to change Dean's past, nor to help him get the justice he needed. Even if he could by some miraculous reason, it would only put them in danger. There was a reason why Dean never chose to chase after his brother after he learned the truth of what happened with his nest. He didn't want the exposure and didn't want to risk the little family he had left just because he couldn't control his anger. If the men of letters ever found out about them, about Dean being alive and about his newfound human weak spot, it would be all lost. They'd hunt them down, maybe keep Kaz locked away somewhere to experiment on him and see just how much they could affect a vampire using a human. From his point of view, death would be mercy near to what they could do to him in their search for answers. He picked a small bench right outside their room to sit, bringing his head to his hands to gather his thoughts. Dean wasn't supposed to be getting into such big messes. Even though he's not exactly the type of vampire that avoids trouble, he'd never get so tangled in complicated situations like this one. A few days ago his biggest problem was some scared journalists and how hard it was to find some good and healthy blood these days. Most of the ones he found always had a weird bitter taste near the end, like the times when Sam hid kale on his burgers as a prank. They were simpler times, if he thought about it. But now they were gone. Now, Dean was stuck with the most annoying hunter he ever knew, linked together by a weird and so far unbreakable spell, because of some stupid witch, and were one step too close from crossing paths with the one group of people Dean wanted to avoid with his life. He didn't want to go there just yet, he wasn't ready for it. See, Dean was never good with his feelings, something he's pretty sure he inherited from his dear father. He always needed about 3 to 5 business days to process whatever happened around him. It took him a whole year for him to start to make peace with his new life after he got turned, and then a couple more for him to move on after his nest got attacked. And after he figured out the truth and learned the things his brother had been up to, well, he was still trying to move on from it. He was furious when his nest got burned down, even swearing to take the responsible ones apart piece by piece. He was determined to make them pay until he found out who the group that attacked them was and, more importantly, who was their leader. Dean might be a vampire now, a monster for some, but he would never hurt Sam. No matter how pissed off he might be. That had been the whole reason behind him leaving his brother behind. He hoped then that maybe Sam would quit the hunting life for good, maybe go back to Stanford and become some fancy lawyer, own a big house in the city, 2 kids, and a bunch of dogs. The whole thing. Instead, Sam went on to live the true Winchester life. He went out seeking revenge after Dean, just like John did after his mom died. An endless crusade that brought nothing but more pain for everyone involved. Despite how much their stories and motivations looked alike, Dean knew very well that his brother was nothing like John. He refused to believe otherwise. Refused to put Sammy on the same spot as his dad. He wanted nothing more than to talk things out with him eventually, maybe try to put some sense into that thick skull of his, but not now. Now was not the time. Dean was nowhere near being ready to face his brother if things came down to it. Not after spending so much time faking his own death and running away. Definitely not after embracing the new side of his life and working so hard to adjust to his new reality. He lifted his head and stared down at the phone on his lap, guilt pooling in his stomach. He didn't like lying to Aaron and Benny, even if he was only omitting the truth. He made a promise a long time ago to never lie to them. Lies only made them weak, and Dean was already a weak link, considering he still wasn't completely welcome in the new nest his friends had started back in Detroit. Still, they did everything for him, they loved him like family, and they went through literal hell together. And how was Dean thanking them? He leaned against his seat and looked around the partially empty parking lot. The sun would come up in a couple of hours. Without a doubt, being able to enjoy the quiet nights was one of his favorite things about being a vampire. It was peaceful, a kind of peace Dean went a lot of time aching for, and it was a beautiful sight to see, especially in the last hours of the night, right before the sun started to rise on the horizon. It was a pity to disturb that sacred peace with his hunting when he needed to. Well, it's not like he hunted a lot these days anyway. As he closed his eyes, breathing in the cold air, Dean could almost feel Ka's scent from where he sat. He felt so close to it, merely a blink away from giving in to the voice on the back of his head and having a taste of his blood. God knows how much he had fought against it after the attack. The more he stayed connected to Castiel, the more confused he got. Yeah, sure, at first things were all fun and games because getting on his nerves was one of Dean's specialties, and if he were honest, Castiel looked cute when he was mad. But now, after spending more time with him in a way he never did before, Dean felt more affected than ever. There was something about his scent that he'd never noticed before, something that felt addicting, that made Dean find himself lingering closer to him, wanting more of something he didn't even know what it was. Dean felt like was about to go crazy at any second. Dean closed his eyes, trying to feel anything through their connection that might give him a clue. Something that might tell him why he felt like that and why it was so easy to get overwhelmed by Castiel's presence alone. He thought back to their encounter with the Jinn, how angry he got when that monster got his hands on Kaz, and how much of his power he used to kill them and get them away from Castiel. Not to mention how weak he felt at the sight of Kaz bleeding out on the floor. That was the ultimate test for him. If it were anyone else, in any other circumstances, things would have ended differently. But Castiel, though Dean felt called to his blood, of course. That never changed. But the feeling that helped him remain focused back then was fear. Fear wasn't present anymore in Dean's life, not since he got turned. He didn't need fear when he was the one hunting others at night. But now, after seeing Castiel get hurt and get so close to dying, he is consumed by fear all over again. Back to being a scared little human, even if only for a few brief seconds before Kaz regained consciousness. Dean hated vulnerability. He'd gotten used to his power, to the peace and safety that immortality gave him. The last time he got so worried about someone else was when he still had to look out for his younger brother. What the fuck am I doing? He muttered, slouching back on his seat and taking a deep breath. He should be focusing on their case, focusing on finding a way to break that curse, and then and only then thinking about what he'd do if he crossed paths with the men of letters again, with Sam. But despite his best efforts, his thoughts were still filled with Kaz, the stubborn annoying hunter Dean had grown too fond of. Even from the outside, all felt was Kaz scent. Even with the thin wall separating them, Dean could hear the steady beat of his heart, clear as day. The beat was calm, gentle, alive. The sound made him relax, the pain in his body dimming away bit by bit. Dean dozed off with the steady beat of his lullaby. As he figured out, being a vampire could also be a nightmare. Dean had been used to the bad parts of his life for some time now, he got used to the weird sleep schedules and the extremely strict diet, it was something he could live with. It was annoying, but way better than having some glitter skinner turning to dust in the sun. The sensitivity to silver was a pain too, but not a lot of people knew about that. Well, Castiel did, but that he could manage. Castiel knew a lot of things about vampires, just like a good hunter like him would. He was good at what he did, there was no denying it. But sometimes, Kaz was a total dick, despite his best abilities. I mean, who in their right mind would think taking a cold shower at 6 in the morning was a good idea? He didn't even try to think about the poor asleep vampire who was still tragically connected to him by some weird magic. Unbelievable. The cold shock that ran through his skin shook him awake and threw him off the bench he slept on. The startled reaction won him some scared looks from a couple who had just parked near the entrance, but gladly Dean had a charming smile and an adorable baby face, one of the many perks of turning immortal at 26, so he managed to pass off as some sleepy college kid and not a menace to human society. Dean got back on his feet and went back inside just in time to catch Castiel, leaving the bathroom with nothing but a towel around his waist. Dean's bloodthirst was under control, but he felt like a man stuck in the desert as his eyes tracked down the few water droplets that fell from his dark hair and went down his chest, rolling all the way through his abs and stopping right above hip bones and… "Where were you?" Castiel asked, walking to his bag and grabbing some clothes. "Do you mind?" "No. Oh, yeah, right," Dean mumbled, turning his back from him and cleaning his throat. "I fell asleep outside. I would still be sleeping if someone hadn't decided to take the coldest shower known to men at 6 am. "Oh, I'm sorry for taking a bath, you know, like any other human covered in blood would," Kaz argued, and yep, there it was. The grumpy hunter he knew and loved. "We should work this out, I can't work without sleep, and I can't sleep if you keep waking me up like this," Dean complained, crossing his arms. "How would you feel if I gave you ice baths in the middle of the night?" "I didn't do it on purpose, Dean. I can't stop taking showers because of you. And you take a hot shower at least. Wouldn't that make you pee yourself or something?" Kaz replied, and Dean groaned. Fine, he had a point. Dean turned when he felt Kaz's hand on his shoulder. His hair was still damp, but now he had clothes on, thank God. The funny thing was, Kaz seemed to not know the concept of personal space, as he chose to stand a mere breath away from Dean's face. Too close. "Dean?" Yeah?" Dean asked, frowning at his lack of breath. "You're standing on my shoes," Kaz said with a calm voice, and oh, Dean hated him. Castiel smiled at him, and Dean hated him so much. He knew what he was doing. Dean refused to give him a reaction, despite already going through a small breakdown on the inside. He sidestepped and got off the shoes, keeping eye contact. "You're making a mess around our room, I'm not picking up your things when we're done," he said, grumpily. "Of course you are," Kaz said with confidence and certainty, sitting down and putting his shoes on. "You're the strong and powerful vampire, and I'm the hurt and fragile human. You're supposed to help me according to every fiction book to ever exist." Dean stood there, baffled, crossing his arms while his mouth struggled to form a sentence. "Don't objectify me. I'm not Twilight. Castiel smiled as he got up, patting Dean on the shoulder before heading for the door. "Let's go, I need some coffee," he said, and Dean followed him outside, silently cussing the hunter's entire existence in his head. Dean practically jumped out of the car when they got to Max's place. His freedom was so close he could taste it. He wanted to hunt again, to go back to his home and do whatever the hell he wanted. However, he did try not to think about how letting another witch mess with him made his skin crawl. That, and also the fact that maybe he had just started to get used to Castiel's presence. And maybe he wasn't ready to let go of him just yet. He was conflicted, because who says the Cause won't be the first one to try to knock his lights out when this is all done. That despite their silent truce, he wouldn't loop his head off his shoulders at the first opportunity. Their connection was a protection measure at this point. And protection was never too much, in Dean's opinion. That had to be why he was hesitant to mess with their connection, right? Even if they want to kill each other when all of this is done, now they have this tension between them. Something that only fueled all the weird feelings he already had for him. It was a mess. A huge mess. Dean just wanted to get rid of it before it blew up on his face. He went to Max's door and knocked twice, with Kaz right behind him. "You sure it's not too early to wake him? We could come back in the afternoon," Kaz started, and Dean groaned. "Oh please, he'll survive. And we almost died during his little crusade thing, he owns us." "I was the one who almost died, Dean." Kaz pointed out, and Dean threw his head back, sighing. "We're connected, Kaz. Tomato. Same thing." He answered. Before Kaz could reply, a girl opened the door. She was in the middle of a long yawn, holding a cup of coffee and blinking a couple of times before focusing on the two of them. "Oh, you're Max's thing, right?" she said, giving them room to come in. "Can't believe you're alive." "Can't believe Max couldn't kill them on the first try," Dean said very proudly. "The Jinns weren't that strong. Annoying, of course. And 100% deserving of death after hurting Kaz. But not strong enough to stop him. So, easy kill or not, Dean was happy. Where is he?" "He's upstairs buried in that book. Normally my brother likes puzzles, but I'm pretty sure he's one step away from going insane with yours," she explained, going upstairs with Dean and Kaz right behind her. Dean felt happy that Max was working on their case, but the going insane part probably wasn't a good sign. His optimism failed him for a minute, and Dean spared a look towards Kaz over his shoulder as they got to the second floor. "And that's not great, is it?" Dean questioned carefully. As if planned, a frustrated groan followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the wall was heard. "Oh. You'll find out soon," she said and pointed to one of the doors. "He's there." Dean nodded and went toward the door, stopping in front of it and nudging Kaz with his shoulder. Fragile humans first. If a look could kill, Dean would be walking around in purgatory right now. Kaz looked annoyed, to say the least, but instead of indulging him, he opened the door and stepped in first. The room was very similar to what Dean had already seen around the house, but with more of the witchy stuff he used to see on his hunts. The smell of lavender was calming and utterly contrasting with Max's desperate figure on the floor, surrounded by about 5 different open books. Max looked at them when he heard Kaz clear his throat and gave them a tired smile. "Oh, you're alive, good. Please sit down." He pointed at the small couch near the window as he got up and stretched. "So. Do you want the bad news or the good news first?" Good news, bad news, Dean and Castile answered at the same time after sitting, drawing a laugh out of the witch. Okay, so, the good news is that I found an identification spell that will let me know what's going on. If it's what it seems to be, then I'll be able to break it without much trouble. However, he stopped, gathering a few of his notes from the ground and sighing. Bad news is that all I found is about humans. I couldn't find anything on bonding spells between a vampire and a human. What's the difference? Castile asked, a frown on his face. Don't they use the same principles? Well, yes. You both have souls, but a vampire's soul is corrupted, in a way. Vampirism manifested itself as a curse back when it first appeared. You know, a new and fun way to condemn the souls of your enemies, no offense. Max rambled. None taken, Dean smiled politely and waved a hand. The days he would take offense by something like that were long gone. So, my soul being like this. Could complicate things by a lot, Max said, letting go of his papers and making them float in the air. Ready? This might sting a bit. Dean could feel Kaz tense up, and he was right for it. The last time cast a spell on them, things went horribly. His heartbeat raced, and Dean tried hard to not think about how it sounded like music to his ears. We're ready, Kaz said, grabbing one of the cushions between with his left hand and squeezing it lightly. Dean frowned when he caught himself wishing it was his hand instead. Max lifted his hands, and a familiar purple light came from his palms. He focused for a moment before chanting a couple of words Dean didn't understand. He was already tense, but things got much worse, then he felt that old pain spread to the middle of his chest. By the sound of the low whimper beside him, Kaz must have felt it too. The purple light got stronger and brighter as the pull became more painful. Dean instinctively grabbed the sofa under him, barely noticing how his and Kaz's fingers grasped against each other. The spell dug and pulled and hurt like a hot knife trying to cut out his heart, and then it stopped. They both let their back hit the couch at the same time, breathless. Did it work? Dean managed to ask. And instead of waiting for an answer, Castile went on and pinched his tight with his full strength. Dean jumped on his seat, exclaiming at the pain spreading down his leg. What was that for? It didn't work, right? Kaz said, and Max, who looked like he'd seen a ghost, nodded. This is wow, yeah. Give me a minute, he mumbled as he turned his back to dig for a book on the floor. Dean glanced at Kaz closely, worry growing inside him when he saw how pale he was. Are you okay? Kaz didn't look okay. He looked very far away from okay. He moved up on the couch just a bit and lightly grasped at the bandages on his right arm. Dean felt the pain of the stitches, but the bandages were clean. I'll live, he said. Are you sure? We can take a break if… I'm fine, Dean. Stop worrying about me, you're giving me a headache. Before Dean could build a case for himself and convince Kaz that he wasn't worrying, Max turned again, an old and small book in his hands. I know what it is, but I'm not sure there's a way to undo it. Max's words were enough to make Dean's head spin. Was he stuck with Kaz forever? Why the hell wasn't he losing his shit right now? Why did he feel this strange course of relief in his veins instead of pure panic? In theory, it's a very simple bonding spell, it's supposed to last only a few hours max, but something is holding the spell in place, I can't reach it. What do you mean by that? Kaz asked, voice filled with hesitation as if he was unsure if he wanted to know the answer. Rowena mixed the spell with soul magic. The things you guys are feeling, the pain when you're too far away from each other, that's because your souls are intertwined. Really intertwined. Like a knitting ball thrown to a cat. He sighed, rubbing his face. Now, I've seen similar spells before, but this thing. It only enhanced something that was already there, it didn't create it. Even if I tried to get rid of the original spell, it might not change a thing. Max explained. Dean felt like he could faint. The heavy amount of information made his non-existent blood pressure drop and his head dizzy. This was starting to feel too real for his liking. Too serious. Dean had already exceeded his quota of life-endangering situations when he got turned. This type of stuff wasn't supposed to happen anymore. There's no undoing. Kaz mumbled. Dean would give anything to know what was going on inside his head right now. Not that I know of, no. Max sighed, looking at their miserable stances for a second. But, there are some people who might know more about soul magic than me. But I wouldn't advise you to get involved with them, he said, especially you, he completed, looking at Dean. Men of letters, Dean murmured and Max nodded, confirming his fears. The Coven of Witches used to have an entire archive on soul magic spells, it's probably where Rowena got it from, he said, flipping a few pages of the book he held. They were based in Rhode Island till the 80s, but then the men of letters came around and they vanished. Max took one of the maps from his desk and threw it at Dean, who grabbed it in the air by reflex. The men of letters have small bases, capitulums, spread across the US, besides the main bunker in Lebanon of course. There's one in Rhode Island, near where the Coven was last seen. If anywhere has useful information. Then it's there. Kaz completed, getting up. We're going. How can we be sure it's there? Dean questioned. Well, you can always try to break into the main bunker if you want to be sure, although I don't always recommend suicide missions, Max suggested. No. Not happening, Dean stated and felt glad when Kaz didn't question it. Spending eternity bonded to a grumpy hunter. Easy. Facing his brother after all the things he'd done. Absolute hell. How do we get into this Rhode Island base? Max sat down on a chair and sighed, thinking for a second. You'll need a key from someone on the inside. Unfortunately, I'm lacking one of those in my inventory at the moment. Kaz, who seemed to be in deep thought, rubbed his eyes and cussed under his breath. I know someone. And oh, Dean already hated it. Don't tell me it's that asshole. It's not. He was a friend. Kaz mumbled, avoiding Dean's stare completely. Kaz's body language spoke louder than words. Friend my ass, Dean thought. We need to go. Max handed Kaz a small piece of paper and led them to the door. This is my number. I might not be here when you find something, but call me if you need anything, I'll be happy to help. Kaz nodded and smiled, starting to make his way downstairs. Dean stood behind, looking at Max and speaking with a low voice. When you said you wouldn't advise us getting involved with the men of letters right now. It's not just because of who you are, Dean. There were warnings all around with your description, but that was a long time ago. Your brother probably thought you were still human back then. Missing, not dead. It's impossible to tell what his reaction would be right now. Max said, and Dean gulped, wishing he could be actually dead for once and not this. The problem with them is that they're going after everything that's not human. Vampires are only the tip of the iceberg. A lot of us are going under the radar or straight up leaving the country because of it. You can imagine how messy it's going to get. And Dean could. He felt chills just from thinking about it. Territory was always a touchy subject amongst monsters, no matter which species. A new vampire hunting without proper authorization in someone else's land would cause a huge internal conflict. That meant a lot of ripped throats, a lot of headless bodies, and a huge mess for other hunters to clean up. Not to mention the mass hysteria that would spread around the humans. A perfect recipe for a disaster. It's out of control, Dean murmured, feeling the dread set in his stomach. Just be careful out there, Max said, giving him a reassuring smile nonetheless. Good luck. Dean smiled back on autopilot, finally following Kaz downstairs. He waited for him by the door with a puzzled face, but didn't ask any questions about his conversation with Max. They headed out and went back to the car. There were a lot of unsaid things waiting to be shouted out loud between them. Dean wouldn't dare to touch the subject because in his opinion, saying it would make it more real, and he hadn't even processed the newest events yet. If Kaz was going to avoid the topic and push it under the rug, so was Dean. So Rhode Island? Dean asked when they got in the car. No, not yet, Kaz said, wincing when he tried to grab the wheel with his right hand. My friend, we lost contact a long time ago. He had just started training with the men of letters when I left. I have no idea of where he might be now. So, you need to track him? Dean asked, excited. This was his expertise, finally, even before he became a vampire. People didn't say he was a better hunter than his father for nothing. Dean. Come on, this is my thing and you know it. Let me do the work for once, he pleaded, slightly pouting towards Kaz. And you still need rest. You're not hunting anybody with that arm of yours. Castiel didn't look pleased at all, but Dean could feel how the pain still took a toll on his body, just as he knew Kaz had little to no strength at all on his right arm, given the stitches Dean gave him. It was a lost cause. He sighed and closed his eyes, probably wishing he could rip Dean's head out. You're not killing him, got it? Dean made an X sign over his heart and gave Kaz his biggest smile. Cross my heart and hope to die. Castiel hated the idea with every fiber of his being. That might be partially because he hated the idea of giving Dean more control than necessary, or freedom for that matter. It could also be because he hated Dean right now. A lot. He hated that he was stuck with him, but not for the reasons he thought he would have, no. Kaz hated it because Dean was insufferable and annoying, but he was also funny at times. He also did that thing when he smiled that showed the tip of his fangs, and sometimes Kaz thought he looked pretty when he was concentrated. He would frown his nose just the slightest and squint his eyes, and God, Kaz hated him. But there wasn't much he could do about it right now. As terrible as it sounded, Dean was right. Castiel was in no shape for hunting while being injured, his arm was taking its sweet time to heal, and, as he recently discovered, losing almost half a liter of your blood had consequences. And God forbid Ineas saw him like that. He still hadn't settled on the idea of seeing Ineas again. Deep down, Kaz hoped they wouldn't find him at all, but being forced to ask Ketch for help a second time felt like a premium type of torture. So, reaching out for his exit was. Of course, Dean didn't know that small detail about Ineas, and he didn't need to. Kaz already had enough worries about allowing Dean to treat his ex like his next prey, he didn't need to make things even more awkward than they already were. Besides, he didn't want it too personal. Any other person would agree that sending a deadly and hungry vampire after your ex was extremely toxic behavior, but in Kaz's eyes, this was just business. Nothing to worry about. They stopped by the motel to do some research and set out a route after they left Max's place. Kaz was checking their inventory while Dean was buried in his laptop. So far, they were okay with ammo, but were low on first aid materials, thanks to Kaz's little adventure. They also were really low on blood bags. They only had 4 units left, with no forecast of when or how they'd get more. Gladly, giving Dean work seemed to distract him from his thirst for some time. He could only hope hunting Ineas wouldn't make it stronger. "Alright, I found it," Dean said, smiling at Kaz and turning the screen in his direction, so Kaz could read from where he was in bed. Ineas McMorran, 24, a student at Boston University. Boston? That's suspiciously close to Rhode Island. Yeah, Dean's smile only grew. "If you let me drive, I'll take us there in half the time." "I am not letting you endanger my car. I don't need to get more tickets for speed violations," Kaz argued, closing his bag and sighing. Every day it became harder to say no to Dean's pout. "I mean it, Dean. We don't need cops after us." "You're no fun," he murmured, closing the laptop and stretching his arms. "Ready to go. Did you take the pills I gave you?" Kaz rolled his eyes and reached for the pills Dean had left for him at the end of the bed, swallowing them dry. "Happy now?" "You bet," he replied, getting up and grabbing their things from the floor. For some reason, having someone to look out for him warmed his heart in all the right places. But knowing it was Dean looking out for him made him feel different. Or maybe that was just the spell messing around with his brain. "Did you find anything else?" he asked, putting his jacket on with some difficulty because of his arm and getting up slowly. "Nope. That friend of yours is very low profile. I'm lucky he posted a BU picture, but we'll still need to look around when we get there," Dean said, walking towards Kaz and gently holding his right arm. His touch gave him chills, but Kaz was a great actor and didn't let it show. "Does it still hurt?" Kaz shrugged, choosing his next words very carefully. He didn't need more worried looks from Dean, not when they had a mission to focus on. Keeping him distracted from his thirst was a must right now. They hadn't talked about what Max said about the spell, about the implications of their connection, their bond being more permanent than they thought. If you asked him a week ago how he'd feel about being stuck forever with the same kind of monster he hunted, he'd probably laugh. Panic too, maybe. But now, Kaz was fine. He still wanted to end this, to get rid of the unknown magic that threatened their lives, but there was something different about all this. About Dean. Ever since he told him about his old nest, he'd been more careful around Kaz, less willing to start a fight, and more worried about his well-being. He'd volunteer to drive, to gather his things like he said he wouldn't. Neither of them talked about their feelings, but Dean let it show. Kaz just didn't know what it meant. "I can still drive, you know," he said, like the liar he was. "I don't trust you with my car." "BFF, please." "As if I'd ever drive that," Dean replied, opening the small curtain of their window and pointing at a black '68 Dodge Charger nearby. The poor owner must have forgotten his windows open, and Kaz almost felt pity. "We're doing this my way." "Your way, as in stealing cars?" Kaz lifted his eyebrow. "And that looks old." "You say that as if you had a Tesla," he said, gathering the rest of their things from the table. He opened the door for Kaz and headed for the car. "We need something discreet if we're tracking someone, and your pimpmobile ain't it. Especially if we're dealing with the men of letters, I've seen enough to know they're insane." Kaz only nodded, following Dean to the car and watching as he cracked the doors open. Kaz went to the passenger seat and sat down, scrubbing his eyes and meditating for peace of mind. He tried to focus on his mission, reanalyzing everything Max had told them. Intertwined souls. It had to go way beyond physical feelings. It was his soul. His left hand came up just in time to wrap itself around his silver cross. His soul, his not so pure but very much human soul, sewn together with the soul of a vampire. Only God knew how much that had messed up with his head. He tried to picture himself bonded forever with Dean and wondered what would happen first. Would he have to watch Dean kill someone to feed for them to survive? Would they have to fight other hunters when they found out what was going on and started to hunt them down? The thought made Kaz shiver. He was used to being a nobody in the hunter community. Yes, he was the best vampire hunter in the country, but there weren't that many vampire-only hunters around. But then, however small, a community was still a community. The rumors that would go around if people knew would be insane. And if the things he heard about the men of letters were true, vampire hunters were going out of business pretty soon. It would be even worse if they thought he had anything to do with Dean's disappearance. Normally, Kaz would tell himself that he was overthinking it, but as Dean had said, his brother craved revenge. If Kaz were in his shoes, he wouldn't ignore something so absurd like a random vampire hunter showing up out of nowhere with his long gone, not so human anymore sibling. It made his head hurt. Every part of it. Gladly, the sound of Dean closing the trunk and entering the car startled him, pulling him out of his head. "You're ready to take a nap while I take the wheel," Dean said, giving him a cocky smile. Kaz would give anything to have the energy to fight him right now, but he was exhausted. He rolled his eyes at him and sank deeper into his seat, cradling his right arm. "Wake me up when we're there and please don't get us killed before I have the chance to punch your stupid face again," Kaz murmured, closing his eyes despite Dean's laugh. "As you wish, sir," Dean replied as he started the engine. Kaz took a deep breath and made a quick prayer for the sake of his consciousness before they took off. Much to his unhappiness, Kaz didn't dream during his heavy painkiller-induced nap. He felt rested, at least. His arm would still hurt if he tried to move it too fast, but it felt way better than it was 2 days ago. They arrived in Boston 14 entire hours after leaving Louisville. Castiel, thanks to the amazing pain cocktail Dean gave him, slept the entire way. He was happy that Dean got more active after sunset, for once. He drove the entire night and kept focused all the way until they arrived at their new motel. Oz was almost sure it was a vampire thing. Dean hadn't even complained about his thirst, which was good in a way, but worrying in others. He'd reinforced that he was not allowed to touch Ineas, and Dean had reassured him that he would keep his promise, that all he needed was to catch his scent to track his room down, but still, Kaz worried. After getting settled and grabbing coffee for himself, they headed for the BU campus. Castiel had long stopped keeping track of his calendar, the last time he did had been when he was much younger, during one summer when he tried to quit the hunting life for the first time. He almost succeeded, really. But the world was a cruel place for someone like him, and because of his selfishness, people got hurt, people died, so he never considered it again. Well, at least he didn't until recently, before Dean. As it seemed, they were at the start of September, right at the beginning of a new semester. They made their way to the Marsh Chapel first. As expected, it was flooding with people walking around with boxes or in small groups guided by faculty staff. Oz looked around, tension heavy on his shoulders. The place had at least 60 to 70 people walking outside. As a good hunter he was, Kaz pictured the worst case scenario right from the moment they stepped out of the car. He needed to have a plan just in case things went wrong, and Dean lost his unwavering control in front of everyone. There would only be much he could do to stop him if he did, since he couldn't really kill Dean without killing himself. Maybe he could restrain him and shove him back in the car if he was fast enough, maybe. The thought of Dean going wild sent shivers down his spine. He'd been too busy with his fake Jinn paradise to witness how exactly Dean dealt with the monsters, but he still had a very clear memory from the times they fought in the past. They would always see him coming, no matter how careful Castiel tried to surprise him. Despite that, the damage was usually already done when Kaz got to the scene. Blood would be spilled, they'd fight with all they had, Kaz would get close to killing him, and then, Dean would back off, vanishing in the night. Those were only the times they met alone. Dean also had the terrible habit of getting between Kaz and another vampire from time to time, right before Kaz could finish the job. Kaz was pulled away from his thoughts when he felt Dean throw his arm over his shoulders. He turned to look at him, watching him adjust the cap he stole from Kaz things. Kaz kept the frown on his face to maintain the cold and reactionless expression for the sake of his dignity, but for some reason there was a thing on his chest, a gentle tug that made his heart skip a beat. "What are you doing?" He half whispered and half growled, letting himself be taken by Dean around the campus. "Blending in, sunshine. What do you think?" Dean replied, nodding to the groups that passed by, a sweet smile on his face. "It's easier to blend in when you're acting as a couple. People ask less questions. We are not." "Kaz, relax. I can't think if you're this tense," Dean complained, pinching his shoulder to prove his point and getting a yelp from Kaz. "You're hurting yourself and are also hurting me, so relax. And for the record, I'm not that easy. You'd have to fight way harder than that if you wanted to steal my heart." "Oh, I will gladly rip your heart out of your chest and throw it in the ocean as soon as possible, darling," Castiel said in his softest voice, smiling at him to reassure his promise. Dean only smiled back, the tip of his fangs showing and making Kaz's heart do that weird thing again. Asshole. Kaz looked around for anyone who looked like Ineas. If things went according to his terrible luck as they usually were, they might take weeks to find him. That, if their guess about Boston was correct in the first place. The difference between him and Dean was that Kaz was always thinking about the what-ifs, the possibilities of everything going wrong, and sending them back to square zero. If it were for him, he'd still be in Louisville deep in research until he was completely certain about Ineas' location. Dean, however, relied on his instincts and personal experience, which left a lot of room for mistakes, but made their work progress faster. At least for now. Considering they were short on time due to the men of letters' actions, Dean's method was the best option. Not that he'd ever tell Dean that. Castiel was determined to keep his pretty mouth shut like a grave. Their walk was interrupted by some guy dressed as staff who smiled widely at them while handing them flyers. "Hi. Welcome to PU. Are you guys visiting the campus today?" The guy asked and Dean spoke up before Kaz could make something up. "Oh, no. I'm a freshman and my boyfriend here is helping me move, you know, emotional support and all that," he said, lying so beautifully that Kaz failed to find any flaws in his disguise. "He's with me for all the important dates, right baby?" Dean nudged his shoulder and Kaz forced a smile, pressing his side against the vampire. "Would you happen to know where are the dorms? He's got all the brains but is terrible with maps." "Don't worry, it happens to the best of us," the guy handed them more pamphlets, one with a map of the campus this time. "The closest one is right there, but it will depend on the information you got in your email." "Oh, right. See, sweetheart. I told you we had to check the email," Dean went on, sounding relieved and putting his free hand over his chest. "Thank you so much for your help." "You're welcome. And also, if you want," he handed Dean another piece of paper, this one had an address and tiny illustrations all over. "Every semester there's a welcoming party here. You should come. Your boyfriend is invited too." Dean lifted an eyebrow and looked at Kaz while holding the address. Kaz knew what he was thinking. Parties like these could be just the place they were looking for, their chance to find Ineas, or maybe someone that might know him. Kaz hated parties with all he had. He was never too big on being near heavy crowds and, to be honest, he never had the time for them when he was younger. However, despite his personal opinions, this wasn't an opportunity he could ignore. "We'll be there," Dean promised, waving as the guy left and smiling at Kaz. "How do you feel about a party, Kaz?" "I'm very against them," he answered honestly, moping around the grass as Dean dragged him along. "We could keep looking around for some time and I think we should go back to the motel and wait till this party starts. It's our best shot. And to be honest, the sun is already hurting my skin." A pout was on his lips as he spoke, and Kaz groaned. "It's going to be a good thing, Kaz, and if he's not there we can always try tomorrow." Kaz stopped walking and stared at him, sighing. He swore he tried to argue back, to deny his request and do things his way, but Dean's face made it impossible for him to say no. Kaz told himself he was just too tired to fight him. That's it. He's just tired of this. "Fine," he said, giving up at last. "We're going." They got to the house where the party happened a while past 9. The place was already flooded by the time they got there, which was good for someone who wanted to disappear among the crow, but terrible for someone who hated crowds like Kaz. It was too full for Kaz's liking, people speaking loud and laughing, caring little if they pushed others around. Kaz clung to Dean's side as they walked in, convincing himself that he was just looking out for his safety, his arm was still hurt, after all. As long as he had that excuse in his favor, he wouldn't need to worry about justifying his clinginess to Dean later. Kaz looked around, searching for any sign of Ineas, with no success. He tightened his grip on Dean's arm when a couple of people bumped into his shoulder, earning a laugh from the vampire. "You're tensing up again, sweetheart," he said to Kaz, daring to smile more when he got a glance at Kaz's annoyed stare. "Don't tell me you've never been to a party." "Not by choice," Kaz murmured, letting himself get taken to what looked like a makeshift bar. It was quieter than the rest of the place and had a small corner for them to sit down and watch the crowd. "What if he's not here? Then we can take this as a nice break from the mess we got ourselves in," Dean said with a smile, ordering 2 beers for them before Kaz could argue. "And I doubt there isn't a way to get in that base without us finding your buddy, you can break in anywhere with the right tools. You know, worst case scenario you're stuck with me for longer than expected." Kaz groaned and made a face, holding his head in his hands as Dean laughed and poked his arm with his beer. "Oh, stop. I'm not that bad, am I?" he asked, and Kaz had so much he could say. He could go on and on about how infuriating Dean was, or how he still wished he could kick him hard sometimes, but thinking about doing all of this was way easier when he wasn't looking at him. Here, in that dimmed light, surrounded by people he didn't know and seeing him with that stupid beautiful smile on his face, Kaz felt too distracted. Instead of thinking about the many ways he could tell Dean how bad it was, or thinking about all the ways he could curse him, Kaz found himself thinking back about his dream. About how soft those lips felt against his and how warm his hands felt on his body. It was impossible not to wonder if reality could be equal to his dream. Impossible not to wonder about the maybe, the what if he just did it, just for the sake of knowing. It was a very dangerous road for his mind to go to, especially while being so close to him. Kaz held his beer and brought it to his lips instead of giving him a direct answer, training his eyes away from him and focusing on the crowd once again. With enough luck, the alcohol would save him. "Shut up," he muttered, glancing at Dean again and frowning when he saw him take a sip of his beer. "Can you even drink that?" Yeah. I'm legal, Dean answered, laughing when Kaz rolled his eyes at him. Remember when I told you just because you knew how to kill us, it didn't mean you knew us. Well, I know enough to know that root beer isn't included in your very restricted diet, is it? Dean took another sip to prove his point, leaning in closer to Kaz. Well, you're right. Kind of. Food is disgusting, but most drinks taste okay, so they go down. The sad part is that they have no effects on me. So if you had the strongest drink on the house you wouldn't feel a thing. Not even a breeze, Dean smiled, a glint of his fangs showing. Benny does a mix sometimes and it's kinda good, but it's not my thing. Let me guess, you're an all-organic type of guy. He joked, coping Dean and reaching in. Dean pouted at him. It's way more complicated than it seems, Kaz, he argued, lightly kicking the hunter. Why ruin a nice night out with boring questions? We're still on a mission, Dean. Not a nice night out, Kaz reminded him, but with no real disapproval in his voice. He kicked him back and looked around again as he drank, squinting his eyes at a group that sat together on the other side of the room, all the way through the small crowd on the dancing floor. One of them seemed familiar, but Kaz was too far away to be sure. I think I see something, but… Dean turned and followed his gaze to the other side of the room, finishing his last sip of the beer and looking back. I can get us there, he said, grabbing Kaz's left hand without further explanation and dragging him to the middle of the dancing floor. They walked around until Kaz was able to see the group, stopping before they got too close, and… Dean put his hand on Kaz's waist, keeping their bodies as close as possible, slightly moving along the beat of the song. For a moment, Castiel's mind went blank. There was a question on his lips, but his voice refused to come out. His breath was caught in his throat, eyes moving to watch Dean's face from up close for the first time since he had a silver knife to his throat. The low lights made it hard for him to notice the details, but from where he stood, Kaz could see all the small things. Like the freckles that adorned his nose and cheeks, or the way his eyelashes cast shadows over his green eyes. Eyes that looked darker than normal, but still bright. Being this close sent his head straight back to the dream once again. The grip Dean had on his waist was way different than all the other times his hands held him in the past. Kaz was used to harsh pulls and scratches from the vampire when they fought, but this felt nothing like before. This made him feel warm on the inside, much like he did on that fake dream. It made him too aware of the feelings that grew on the center of his chest again. That tug right under his ribs, the bond that drew his body close to him like some magnet. It felt urgent, now. Demanding. Like fire crossing his veins and setting his soul alight. And Castiel was strong. He was. Kaz was a trained hunter and a very determined professional. But he was also human. And as a human, he couldn't help but let himself be consumed by that sweet fire. Don't you think it's a little suspicious if we stare at them from this close? Kaz managed to ask after an eternity, draping his hands on Dean's shoulders when a couple of people bumped into him. He needed support and didn't want to hurt his arm, so sue him. Dean smiled and leaned in to speak in his ear. We're playing a role, Kaz. I'm just a happy guy dragging my grumpy boyfriend to the dance floor. Kaz frowned, a pout forming on his lips. Why am I the grumpy one? Do you really want me to elaborate? He said, and Kaz made sure to accidentally step on his foot. See? Kaz, who now had a pain in his left foot, looked around discreetly, glancing at the group he spotted over Dean's shoulder. The group was formed by at least 6 guys. Most of them didn't seem familiar at all to Kaz, but right there on the corner. He instantly hit his face on the shoulder in front of him, shifting their places with his heart racing. Ineas looked older, but he hadn't changed much. His hair was longer and he didn't wear the same nerdy clothes he used to wear when they dated. Deep down, he was happy that Dean was the one dealing with this. Considering how things ended badly, Kaz doubted Ineas would help them willingly. He's there. Dean murmured. Kaz nodded and took a deep breath. On the right corner. He's wearing a red jacket and glasses, he said, begging every entity above that he would remain hidden. Dean glanced over his shoulder and laughed as he looked back at him. Really? I thought you had better taste in men, Kaz, he teased. Seriously? This is what you're focusing on right now? Kaz said, making an angry face. I told you, he was just a friend. Yeah. And I'm a vegan, Dean replied, the hand he had on Kaz's back playing with the end of his shirt. He wasn't an asshole, was he? Kaz debated between telling Dean to shut up and telling the truth. Dean would annoy him to the end of time if he kept avoiding the topic. Unfortunately, given how long Kaz had gone without drinking, the little alcohol he had mixed with the painkillers he took was enough to numb the part of his brain that cared too much. He wasn't the asshole, I was, Kaz said, smiling at Dean's shocked reaction. He wanted me to go with him to the British Men of Letters headquarters. He wanted us to train there, together. I never liked them or the idea of leaving, but he wouldn't stop asking, so I told him to buy us plane tickets and meet me at the airport. Dean lifted an eyebrow and kept staring at him, waiting for more. And then And then I left town and drove to the other side of the country, Kaz shrugged. Given that he never reached out, I think he got the message. Dean looked at him on and then he laughed, throwing his head back and shaking it. Oh my god. Stop laughing, Kaz complained, a small smile on his lips regardless. Look, I got really sad at the time. I even painted my hair purple. Oh, I believe you, sweetheart, don't worry, Dean mocked, the music dying out, the sound of Kaz groan. If he was so annoying, why didn't you ditch him earlier? It wasn't all bad. It's more complicated than that. Like you and I aren't all that bad and just complicated. Dean teased. No one's as complicated as you, Dean, Kaz smiled, poking Dean's shoulder when he saw Ineas getting up. I think he's going to the bathroom. Dean's focus was back in the blink of an eye. He held on to Kaz's waist, keeping them close to hide his identity until Ineas passed by them and walked towards the men's bathroom. Dean followed him with his eyes and locked his jaw. A burning pain flared on Castiel's throat and he immediately tensed when he realized what it meant. Dean. Stay behind me and let me handle it, Dean said, his voice lower now, hoarse, almost. He let go of Kaz and followed the same path as Ineas, with Kaz only a few steps behind him. His instinct screamed for him to warn Ineas and protect him from the potential danger, but they needed that if they wanted to progress. Sure, Dean had promised he wouldn't do anything stupid, but it was all but impossible to predict how a vampire would act during a hunt. Kaz had witnessed it a lot to think otherwise. The ache in his throat only told him how on edge Dean was, how hungry and close to snapping and tearing someone apart to cease the fire of his thirst. Not at all good news. Odd, Kaz whispered to himself, trying to ignore the dread in his stomach. After a lifetime of hunting, Kaz had learned to follow a few rules that helped him to avoid becoming a victim. The first one was basic, never isolate yourself when you're drunk, you're too vulnerable. The second was to always check to see if you're being followed. If you're an easy target, you probably are. The third and final one was to avoid public and empty bathrooms at all costs, they're not always safe. Ineas managed to break all of them in instants. He was stumbling on the walls as he headed to the bathroom. The lights on the ceiling were flickering above them and the hallway was empty. Kaz was behind them, watching Dean hunt from a distance. Dean did it like the professional he was, hiding in the shadows, barely making a sound as he walked. Kaz silently thought about all the other times Dean hunted his victims. Kaz saw them at the end, he knew how Dean worked. He could be very meticulous when he wanted to keep a low profile, but he could also make a huge mess when he felt like it. His messy kills always left a mark, Kaz had been there to clean most of them. Usually, the crime scene would be red all over. Sometimes, the way the victim's throat was torn apart was so horrible that an open casket for the family was simply out of the question. These cases were few, but were shocking, regardless. Kaz was sure that at some point, Dean started to do it to get his attention. He knew how to make good quiet kills too. Castiel had seen him do it. Dean's ability to hide his trail and make the deaths look like something else was one of the reasons why he hadn't been able to catch him all these years. Dean knew how to be careful when he wanted to. He knew how to remain focused on getting what he needed and was determined to not let anyone or anything get in his way. That's how he looked now. Dean followed Ineas' steps carefully, keeping his body close to the wall his ex stumbled on and tracing the tiles with the tip of his fingers, his gaze never leaving the man in front of him until he saw Ineas get inside the bathroom. He stopped by the door and turned around to look at Kaz, then, putting one finger on his lips to tell him to stay quiet as they went along. His eyes were black now, not a sign of the forest green he admired so much. Dean went inside and Kaz followed after checking if they were alone. The bathroom was dirty and had poor lighting, but it was empty apart from them and Ineas. Kaz locked the door behind him with his heart racing. He stayed by the entrance to avoid being seen, praying that Dean would keep control of his urges. Ineas stood by the sink, washing his face when he saw Dean through the mirror behind him. He tensed, straightening his back and staring back at Dean. "Can I help you?" he asked and Dean gave him a small smile, shrugging and taking one step closer. The old Ineas Kaz knew would perhaps try to reason with him, maybe defuse the situation and overanalyze things before acting. This version of him, however, went straight to the fight. He turned and raised his hands to push Dean away, but that proved to be a huge mistake. Dean grabbed his fist the second it came near his face. He twisted his wrist, earning a half scream of pain from Ineas as he got pushed to the nearest wall, being pinned there by Dean. Dean held his throat with a single hand, lifting him a couple of inches from the floor. Ineas tried to scream and kick him, but had no success. Kaz was at a loss. He even reached for the gun hidden on his waist, but didn't pull it out. The burning he felt in his throat now was everywhere, with like adrenaline coursing his veins when Dean got near Ineas' neck and took a deep breath. He was too close. "Dean," Kaz murmured, attempting to call for him, but his voice fell on deaf ears. Dean's grip got tighter on Ineas' throat, and Kaz watched him choke, his face turning purple as he twitched under the vampire. "Dean, stop." Gladly, his scream got Dean's attention. He turned towards Kaz, and the sight made him shiver on the spot. Dean's pupils were blown, eyes a solid shade of black now. He was showing his fangs and was panting a bit. He looked ready, wired, one breath away from digging his teeth and going down for blood. Aeneas lost his consciousness under Dean's grip and Kaz took a step towards them, his hands raised and heart racing. The chances of Dean going for him instead of Aeneas were high, but that didn't stop him. He walked slowly, trying not to flinch when Dean let go of Aeneas when he got close enough. Aeneas fell to the floor behind them, unmoving. Kaz slowly put one of his hands on Dean's shoulder, their gaze never leaving each other. "We got what we needed," he whispered, seeing Dean gulp and look away. Before he could glance back and stare at the unconscious body on the floor, Kaz put one of his hands on his cheek, holding it gently to catch his gaze one more time. "There's blood on the car, we can get out of here." Dean frowned as if he was in pain, a small sound coming from his throat as he came closer and dropped his head on Castiel's shoulder, nose pressed on the crook of his neck and lips barely touching his skin. Kaz held his breath intensed, eyes fluttering close as he waited for a bite that never came. The silence stretched between them, the only sounds that fell on his ears being Kaz's quick breathing and the small puffs that came from Dean's lips. He dragged the tip of his nose through his neck, taking a deep breath and humming softly. Kaz shivered at the feeling, doing his best to resist the urge to lean his head to the side and give him more room. Kaz parted his lips, about to force his voice out to ask what was happening when Dean stepped back abruptly, avoiding his eyes as he went to the door. "Let's go," he said, his voice low. He pulled the door, ripping it open with the lock and everything. Kaz took one last look at Aeneas to make sure he was still breathing and left after Dean, pushing away the thoughts and memories about his ex back to the same old dark corner of his brain. They were out of the club in a minute, with Dean practically running to their car and throwing the keys at Kaz. He got in the passenger seat as soon as Kaz unlocked it, closing the door behind him a bit too hard. Kaz went to the trunk and looked around for precaution before getting a couple of blood bags and going back inside. He threw two of them at Dean, who let out a sigh as he ripped the first one open. Kaz turned the engine on and started to drive away, looking worried at him from time to time. "Are you?" "Don't ask, just drive," Dean mumbled against the plastic, sucking away the blood. Kaz didn't push this time. He stepped on the gas and drove, determined to get Dean away from the club as fast as he could. It took all 2 bags for Dean to get his thirst under control. Kaz drove slowly around the campus until he felt Dean was okay. This time, dealing with the dizziness that echoed on his body after Dean fed was much easier, he expected it now. The burning on his throat ceased and that lightness on his head followed, calming the anxiousness he felt before. They didn't talk about the thing that happened inside that bedroom. Dean was calmer now, but it made Kaz wonder if the reason why Dean didn't go through with killing Aeneas was the mere prospect of getting more blood in the car or if it had anything to do with him. With how that wild part of Dean was tamed so effortlessly by being close to his body and putting his face on his neck. All that while holding back his hunger. Kaz had to force himself to forget and focus on the mission. His left hand was holding the wheel of their car with all the strength that his right arm lacked. He bit the corner of his lip as he drove, following Dean's directions in silence until they parked outside one of the dorms. The outside of the building was mostly empty, with only a few lights on and a window or two on the last floor. "Are you sure it's here?" Kaz asked finally, looking at Dean for confirmation. Dean nodded, closing his eyes and breathing in. Yeah it is," he said, opening the door and walking to the building. Kaz went after him, looking around to make sure they were alone before going inside. As they got in, Kaz followed Dean from up close. Dean stopped a few times, touching the walls in a similar way he did at the party. He went to the stairs and moved on to the first floor. They passed a few rooms until reaching the very last one at the end of the corridor. Dean touched the door and looked back at Kaz, nodding. "It's here," he murmured. Kaz picked the lock for a few seconds and pushed the door open when the lock clicked. The room was dark, but Castiel could tell it was lived in. There were a few posters on the wall and books thrown around the bed, and the pictures on the table by the window confirmed that was Aeneas' room. Kaz walked to his small nightstand, picked one of the portraits and looked at the picture. Aeneas had a big smile on his face, holding a heavy trophy in his hands, while he was lifted by the rest of his football team, probably celebrating a win. He was very different from what Kaz remembered. Happier, really. The last time he saw him, Aeneas looked a lot more like a burnt-out teenager than anything else. He worked hard to get a place in the men of letters, a little bit too hard even, given that he chose to completely ignore Castiel for months and would fight him constantly every time Kaz dared to question his unwavering loyalty to that weird organization. In the picture, Aeneas didn't look like a member of some cult-like group. He looked just like any other college guy who won trophies for his team and frequented parties at the beginning of the semester with his friends. Not a single sign that showed he was anything else. The other pictures on the small table showed him in a graduation gown, surrounded by the same friends. There were a few papers scattered around his desk, something about PhD plans and what looked like the outline for a thesis. The sum of all those things planted a seed of doubt in Castiel's chest. What if he deserted them? He could have done it if he wanted to, couldn't he? Maybe he left that hunting life behind, maybe he was just trying to be someone. Oz turned around to make the suggestion to Dean, but Dean was frozen in place, standing behind the door and holding a weird jacket in his hands. It looked just like an ordinary brown leather jacket on the outside, but Dean's eyes were fixed on the big Aquarian star embroidered in red on the inside. Dean didn't even breathe while he traced the lines with the tip of his fingers, the muscles of his jaw tense. "He's one of them," he murmured, lifting his gaze to look at Kaz. He could feel the anger emanating from him from a distance. "It's their symbol." "Yeah," Kaz replied, gulping and turning his back again, moving to look around his drawers. He searched them carefully, digging through the papers and trying to look for anything that looked like a key. At the very last drawer, Kaz felt his fingers brush around a small button. He pushed it, revealing a fake bottom and taking out its contents. There were a few letters with the same red Aquarian star he saw on the jacket, all addressed to Ineas but with no recipient. Kaz folded them and put them in his pocket, choosing to go through them when he had the time. At the bottom of that new space, Kaz found a small and orderly box. He opened it, finding a thick silver key with a couple small engravements on it. He got up, wiped his jeans and showed the key to Dean. "I found it," he said. Dean walked closer, looking at the key from up close and nodding. "This has to be it, right?" "I hope so," Dean answered. Kaz twisted the key on his fingers and put it in his pocket. "Put everything back in place, we need to leave before he decides to come back." Kaz nodded and closed the drawers after putting the box he found back. He got up and reached for Dean's shoulder again, squeezing it lightly. "Dean." "I told you, Kaz," Dean murmured, shaking his head. "Don't ask. You already know the answer." Kaz held onto him for a while longer, sighing and nodding, looking around for a last time before heading for the door. "Let's go. We have some driving to do," he said, leaving with Dean right behind him. Heading to Portsmouth after what happened felt like a walk in the park for Dean. Being stressed with the details of their road trip was the least of his worries, putting himself together and gathering the last bits of dignity he had left was, in his opinion, way more urgent. Dean wasn't one to let his thirst get this intense for so long, he knew how overwhelmed he could get when it got this strong. Dean, however, never worried too much about that, since getting fresh blood hadn't been an issue for him for almost a decade. See, Dean had a routine. He was used to going on his solo hunts and dealing with his thirst on an almost daily basis. He'd go out, find his prey, get his business done, and then he'd get to come back home to his comfy bed to sleep all those overwhelming feelings off. Now, he had no warm and cozy bed to crawl back into. Nowhere to run and hide until he felt completely normal again. The problem was that Dean failed to control himself. Yeah, he'd admit that what happened back at that party had been mostly his fault, but Dean swore he had control of the situation until the very last second. The last time his instinct spiraled out of control had been well, they never did that, not even back when he'd been a newborn. Sure, he'd get excited sometimes while hunting, but for some reason, having Kaz around made things worse, and he couldn't tell why. He had full control of the way he was hunting, he knew all the steps he had to follow, knew how to hold his breath, and how to avoid making a sound to not scare his prey, but there was a thing on the back of his mind. A thing that made the success of the hunt feel more vital to him. Dean felt like he needed to kill his prey. Felt like he needed to crush his throat and hand him over to Kaz. It felt natural, like hunting for Kaz was something etched in his brain, in every cell of his body. Dean didn't even realize he was about to lose control until Kaz called him back to reality. He felt like he had to protect him, to keep him safe, to drain away the blood from the stupid ex-boyfriend that had probably made Castiel miserable in the past. An almost primal instinct took over him when he snapped, making him crave some type of revenge against Ineas, a man he never knew. So much anger coursing his veins, so much rage fueling his need to kill and destroy. And then, as easy as it came, his urges left him at the sound of Castiel's voice. His presence worked as an anchor, keeping Dean steady and bringing him back to reality. After hearing him, his mind went from complete chaos to utter peace in seconds, and that had to mean something, right? It didn't even feel like it was because of the spell anymore. Dean was very careful to differentiate what was magic and what was him, being a vampire helped a lot in that. And at that moment, in those few seconds that wrapped his mind in peace when he hid his face on Castiel's neck, Dean had no doubt that what he felt was all him, and him alone. Not some weird magic that lived inside of him like a parasite. This thing felt deeper, somehow. But he didn't have time to think about that. Not right now. Dean insisted the Kaz took some time to rest after they went back to the motel. It took a lot of convincing and some arguing, but he gave in eventually. Dean tried to take the opportunity to call his friends while Ka slept, but they didn't pick up. Not even Benny. Which was odd. Very odd. Because Benny was the most caring one out of the three of them, and knowing Dean only called in emergencies, he would never have refused to pick up his call. He would have known it was something important. And yet, no sign of him. Or Aaron. He didn't want to worry about them. He knew they were stronger than him and very much capable of dealing with their problems, but he did it nonetheless. He tried to convince himself that maybe they were just busy with the nest, maybe out to discuss blood supplying deals in the area. He kept all this to himself, not wanting to give Kaz more to worry about. His friends were just busy, but they were fine. And as if he didn't have enough problems already, he could feel the issue with the blood he was drinking getting worse by the minute. It's not like he wasn't sated, he was. Dean fed from blood bags before, they were cold and a little bitter, but they did their job. The blood still prevented him from starving, it still fulfilled its main goal, but that weird sensation never left him. He fed after Castiel was attacked by the Jinn, and fed again after they left that party. It was enough to make the burning go away, sure, but the taste. God, the taste was killing him on the inside. At first, that small detail was still ignorable if Dean made an effort. But now, it screamed at him. He wanted to say that it tasted wrong, but if it really did, he wouldn't be able to drink it, would he? And given the circumstances, he really shouldn't be complaining about the taste of the blood he was so lucky to have. But still, it felt like he was missing something. Something very important. And all signs pointed to Castiel. Castiel's scent was only getting more addictive as the time they spent together went by. As Dean recently learned, it had the power to calm down the wildest part of himself and give him back control over his impulses. And Dean wanted to drown in it. But he couldn't. Of course, he couldn't. This could all be some product of his brain, just some weird side effect of lingering magic and nothing else. He and Kaz were having a silent truce right now because they had similar objectives, and that's it. Dean couldn't allow himself to have hopes about Castiel's feelings, he couldn't let his heart go down that road because said road was built in illusions, and Dean knew it'd be hard for him to handle the truth when Kaz eventually went back to trying to kill him when they're done. In fact, Dean didn't even know how he'd react to getting rid of the bond now that he started to get attached to it. Adding a potential heartbreak to the package would only make things worse. So, he tried to stay focused. Dean was in charge of the maps while Kaz drove around the city. It took them a while, but eventually, they found a small empty terrain near an abandoned building. Dean was confused because he always expected the Men of Letters to be some fancy and pampered organization, and not that, but go figure. They parked the car and Dean went ahead, squinting his eyes at the building as he passed through an open spot near the fence. He couldn't hear anything, nor sense any smells besides Kaz. The abandoned building was completely empty so far. Are you sure it's here? Dean asked, looking back at Kaz, who looked at the building with the same confusion Dean had. It's what the map said, he murmured, pulling the paper from his pocket and looking at the directions again, just to be sure. Dean sighed, looking around some more, while Kaz walked near one of the dusty windows, trying to have a peek at the inside. The place was taken by wild vegetation and trash, an abandoned and rusty old car parked near the sewer. Dean went to it, following the small trail of the creeping plants, until he saw the sewer lid from up close. He tilted his head, not recognizing the weird symbols etched on it, until he saw the Aquarian star right in the middle of it, as bright as day. Dean crouched, wiping away some dirt to confirm his suspicions. Yep. No doubt now. Kaz, come here, he called, looking up at Kaz when he went to Dean's side. Kaz quickly took the silver key from his pocket, eyeing the keyhole before putting it in and twisting it. The sound of a lock being opened was heard, and Kaz nodded at Dean. Dean looked around carefully before pulling the lid to the side. You seen anyone around? No, the street's empty, Kaz said, getting his flashlight and clicking it, throwing some light inside. Let's just hope this place is as well. I'll go in first, Dean offered, getting his bag and jumping inside. He had a terrible landing, groaning when he heard a scoff coming from above. Yeah, like you do it so much better. I wouldn't fall on my ass, for one. Right, you're more of a fall on my face kind of guy, aren't you? Dean teased, smiling up and laughing when Kaz flipped him off. Do you want me to catch you in my arms, princess? He heard Kaz utter a few curses under his breath before putting away his lantern and jumping in after Dean. He did, in fact, land much better than Dean. Fucking show off. He pulled out his flashlight, looking around the dark and dusty corridor. Dean walked a few steps in front of him, watching the walls until he found a fuse box. Do you think this stuff still works? Dean asked, opening the lid and checking the web-covered fuses. Kaz stood behind him, throwing some light on them. Dean didn't need light to see, perks of being a dark creature, but he was thankful for Kaz's gesture either way. Only one way to find out, Kaz said, taking a step closer and stretching his arm to flip some fuses in the hopes that the light would come to life. His chest was almost glued to Dean's back, face so close to his ear that Dean felt shivers running down his spine. "Put yourself together, Winchester. Oz flicked one of the big fuses, the electricity humming on the walls as the lights turned on. He stepped back, a big smile on his face. Bingo. The smile he gave back to Kaz was instant, being formed before Dean could think twice about it. At the same time he felt it, he frowned and looked away, cleaning his hands and walking in front of Kaz again. "Max said it was a book, right?" Oz followed him, nodding. "He did, but he didn't say a thing about what kind of book it was. We might be here for a while." Dean held back a groan, walking around the corridor with Kaz and frowning at the piles of discarded papers and trash along the way. Not only did that place seem abandoned, but it looked like people left it in a hurry. The amount of dust alone told him that it must have been ages since the last time someone stepped in here. Dean couldn't hear anything other than the sound of the electricity and Castiel's heartbeat, so he tried to relax. Who knows why the ever so powerful men of letters would abandon a place like this? He didn't want to know what these freaks were messing with. They went around a corner and found an open door, leading to a small office. It had piles of more and more books, and he didn't hold back his groan this time, dropping his arms to his sides. "Don't tell me we're gonna have to read all of these," he complained as Kaz walked past him, already looking at the titles of each book one by one. "We just need to find the one that talks about soul magic, we can read it later," he said, focused on his research. Dean already hated every minute of it. He liked to read books he enjoyed, yeah. But the research part of the job was always a burden for him. Sitting his ass down and spending time lost in research went against his instincts, especially now. It's precisely why Sam was the one in charge of research most of the time anyway, at least in the brief time they were together before Dean got turned. Odd, how did he even survive before his brother came around to help? Dean walked around the small room, searching for a few books, but failing to find anything that had soul magic or how to get rid of the profound bond I have with this hot hunter in the titles. "I'm gonna look around to see if I can find anything else," Dean announced, with Kaz only giving a small nod as a response, not looking up from the paper he was reading. "Don't go too far," he said as Dean left the room, rolling his eyes at the warning he was so used to hearing by now. The base was small, decorated with some dusty and shady stuff that made the men of letters seem like some cult starring a cheap horror movie. And again, Dean didn't even want to think about the creepy things these guys must have been doing down here during the centuries. Dean went inside the next open door he found, looking around the small common room in search for anything that could be useful. He felt the bond tug under his ribs just the slightest, enough to tell him he had found the distance limit, but not enough to cause pain. The place was dusty and clotted with torn books just like the rest of the place, but Dean frowned as he caught a glance of a weird clean spot near the floor, right next to what looked like an air vent. He had seen a few of these before in old movies. Back in the 19th century a lot of people used to have a pneumatic system to deliver letters around. It helped with the privacy and security of classified information, and the men of letters were just the type of organization that would do anything to keep their classified things classified. He hadn't expected them to still be using it to this day, but not being into technology was exactly the type of thing a cult like them would do. He leaned down and crouched on the floor, searching the abandoned letters that piled on the carpet. The addresses weren't from anywhere Dean had ever been before, he barely recognized them as addresses in the first place, as they were only marked with coordinates and names he didn't know. He tossed a few of them to the side, discarding the older papers he found until Dean dropped it on the pile as if it had bitten him. The mere name was able to put his mind in a fight-or-flight situation, a cold sensation spreading from his stomach all the way to his chest. The letter was old and yellowed, dated 8 years ago, merely a few months after his first nest was attacked. Dean gulped as the memories flooded his mind, the pain of it almost being enough to stop him from looking at the contents of the letter. Almost. Dean let the tip of his fingers touch the name written on the paper, the small piece of handwriting so familiar that it felt like a punch being delivered with an iron fist. Winchester, Sam. HQ. The envelope had big red letters marking it as classified, only making Dean fear more for what lay behind the seal. With shaky hands, he opened the letter and started to read it, frowning at the technical content. It went on detailing something called Project V, starting with a short list of towns and numbers on its side. The list had 7 different cities, with the numbers beside them ranging from 4 to 15. Dean failed to recognize all but one. And when he realized what it meant, the world around him stopped on its axis for a second. Dean felt his throat close and his eyes filled with tears. The list was a list of vampire nests, containing every location and number of members. Every single one of them had a big and red eliminated written across it. The very last one was his first nest, in a small town in Alaska. Fairbanks, Alaska 11. Eliminated. Dean had no words for it. Had no reaction that could possibly begin to reflect the way he felt on the inside. Only by seeing the name he was brought back to the house he used to call home. He was reminded of how much life there was in there, despite being full of vampires. He wasn't expecting to fit in when he first got there. Back then, Dean didn't even want to live as a vampire, always starving himself to the limit and refusing to leave his room, but they helped him. Benny quickly became his best friend when he arrived, and his wife Andrea always took care of him on his worst days, even when Dean didn't feel like talking to anyone. Besides the four of them, two other couples lived there. One of them had three little kids that ran around the house constantly and would always wake Dean in the middle of the day to drag him out of his hiding spot and make him play with them, mostly because they needed an even number of players. He even let Emma and Jamie paint his nails and train makeup on him after a lot of begging. Ben was his favorite of the three. He was always so smart and so curious about everything. He reminded Dean of how Sam was when he was little. They were a family. His family. It didn't matter that they weren't his blood, he found them. For him, family didn't end in blood anymore. He loved them. They were living in peace. The screams of that desperate night echoed in Dean's ears and he hid his face in his hands, letting go of the paper as the angst dug in his chest. The screams, the smell of smoke, the fire, spreading so fast it almost looked alive. Quick flashes of memories appeared behind his eyelids, throwing him back to the day he lost his new family, to the day he almost lost his best friends. The sound of steps coming closer made him shake it off and look up, finding Kaz standing by the door holding an old leather book, a worried look on his face. "Dean, are you?" He didn't finish the question. He took in the sight of Dean crouched on the floor. His eyes were probably watering from all the memories thanks to the letter. I felt something and I thought. "I'm fine," Dean whispered, wiping his face with one hand and getting up, handing the letter to Castiel without looking away from it. "I think this has something to do with what Max and that dick friend of yours warned us about." Oz carefully grabbed the letter but didn't look at it. He took one step closer, opening his mouth probably to ask him if he was alright, but Dean was quicker, desperate to avoid the topic. "What did you find?" he asked, walking out of the room and pushing his memories down as deep as possible. "I think this book was the one Max was talking about," Kaz answered, walking after him. "It's the only one that had anything about soul magic. It might take a while to translate, but I'll text Max for help when we get to the motel." Dean hummed, walking back to the entrance, getting a few boxes from the floor and piling them up. "Come on, I'll give you a hand." He thanked the gods above that Kaz didn't ask for more details, because he felt like he was very close to having an emotional breakdown. And he would not break down in front of Kaz, "Thank you very much." He helped Kaz to jump and gave the bunker a last look before going after him. Dean was about to make some small talk, maybe complain about how he could use a nap when, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his face, bringing him to his knees. Castiel had walked in front of them, but he was now on the floor, being held down by a man while another screamed at him. It only took Dean a second to recognize them. "Hey, hey, hey. Stop." He screamed to call their attention, still struggling to get up as he felt a strong pressure right where Benny was pushing onto Castiel's ribs. "Let him go." Dean, Aaron exclaimed, running to him and crouching down, holding his face. "Are you hurt? Did he hurt you? What were you thinking?" He finally managed to breathe when Benny let Kaz go, but still flinched when he held onto his shoulder. "What are you doing with a hunter?" Benny asked, strengthening his grip when Kaz opened his mouth. "I didn't ask you." "Benny, let him go." "Let me explain, please," he pleaded, looking at his friend and sighing in relief when he finally let go of Kaz's shoulder. Aaron and Benny shared confused looks and only proceeded to stare even more at Dean, silently demanding an explanation. He got up slowly, watching as Kaz did the same, wincing at his right arm as he stretched it to grab the book from the floor. "Are you alright?" he murmured towards Kaz. The hunter gave Benny his best murderous look but nodded at Dean. "I'm fine." "Great. Now let's all take a nice deep breath," he started, being interrupted as he felt Aaron give his shoulder a light shove. "Dean, you've been gone for weeks. We thought you were dead," he said, and Dean had the decency of letting his shoulders go down and look away, guilt spreading through his body. "Benny had to track the phone you were using, and you can guess my surprise when we found out who the owner was and where you were." "Dean. Can we please take this somewhere else?" "This is not the safest place to talk," Kaz said, holding the book near his heart. "The motel's not that far from here." Benny kept his silence for a moment as if he pondered his options. Then, he proceeded to walk to Dean, pulling him in for a tight hug, one hand patting his hair as the other held his back. Dean was still pretty beaten down by the memories of his old nest, so it wasn't really his fault that he got a little bit emotional as he hugged him back. "I'm glad you're okay, brother," Benny mumbled, patting his back a few more times and taking a step back, still smiling at him while he gave Aaron a look. "What? You know I can't stay mad at him." Aaron ran his hands through his face and sighed, looking between them and shaking his head. "Let's get out of here." "You have a lot to explain," Aaron said, walking past them and going for their car. The drive back to the motel was solely the most awkward 20 minutes Castiel had ever been through in his entire life. Dean sat beside him, eyes fixed on the passenger window while his friend sat in the backseat. Kaz was officially outnumbered. 3 vampires against a still kind of hurt hunter. He tried not to give it too much thought in order to avoid a panic attack from taking over. Kaz got scared back at the base. There he was, reading a page of the book he found when all of a sudden this wave of grief took over him, almost bringing him to tears. Kaz wanted to question him, to ask what was going on, but Dean was fast to change the subject. And now, with his friends around, having a small chat about his feelings was out of the question. Things would have been different had they been alone. Kaz would ask until Dean gave him something that made sense, but right now, he couldn't. Right now, Kaz was caught up in the middle of what looked like a very serious family discussion. The last thing he wanted to be involved with. But, unfortunately, considering their bond, the spell, and everything else, Kaz didn't have much choice. Kaz got everyone inside when they finally arrived at the motel. He closed the door behind him, quietly making his way to the table to organize everything they had found so far. All from Inia's letters to the book he found in the base. Dean went on to sit on their bed, the only one they had, given the lack of doubles when they checked in. His friends walked near him, the one he called Benny resting against a wall, while the other one stood beside the bed. Dean gave Kaz a desperate look, begging for help, but Kaz refused to get involved. He was already on the bad side of his friends, he didn't want to make things worse for him. Seriously? Dean murmured and sighed as Kaz averted his eyes. Fine. First things first, this isn't his fault, you can both relax. I don't know Dean, he's been hunting you for what, 3 years? Aaron started. Kaz only smiled as he heard them, but kept his eyes to the pages he was flipping. When you said you had left town that day. The witch caught us, okay. Rowena, I think. Dean explained, moving uncomfortably on the bed. That cop I killed was her son and she got mad. Kaz here was trying to switch areas and explore a bit. Don't, Kaz warned. And he went after a coven that was also related to her. She got both of us in a trap and cast some kind of binding spell, Dean continued, scratching the back of his neck. We went around to try to figure out what the spell was and found out she mixed it with some kind of soul magic, and here we are. Kaz closed his eyes and pressed his fingers on his temples, shaking his head at the oversimplified version of their situation Dean had given to his friends. Soul magic? But that's Dean, that's rare magic, I mean really rare. Why would she use that on you? Aaron questioned, a frown growing on his forehead. Kaz felt Benny's eyes on him, but kept reading the book distractedly. Beats me, Dean murmured. We went to get help with another witch and, he said our souls were connected, kind of. Intertwined, Kaz completed, closing his book and looking up. Finally deciding to rescue Dean from his terrible explanation, he leaned backward on his seat and looked at the trio. He said they were intertwined. Whatever happened with the spell only made it stronger, but didn't create whatever it is from scratch. Benny, who now seemed way more interested in the conversation, took one step closer to Kaz, worry draped on his face. What did he mean by that? He questioned. I think Max said there was something behind the spell that kept it in place, and by the way it works I think it's some sort of, bond. Maybe. Kaz said, feeling just a little bit intimidated by all the 3 vampires staring at him, but doing his best to not let it show. We share sensations through it and we can't get too far from each other. Then he nodded and scratched his beard. He seemed to get lost in thought for a while before looking at Aaron again with his eyebrows lifted. Kaz didn't know if vampires could read thoughts, but his mere expression seemed to be enough to make Aaron appear shocked. Don't tell me, Aaron started and Benny lifted his hands. It's pretty obvious, look at them. I am looking, and I know that it can't have one of them involved. Could you imagine the mess? Eyes, I'm still here. We are, actually. Dean chirped in, giving them a nervous smile and getting up. Is anyone going to tell me what's going on before I freak out? They looked at each other and Aaron sighed and groaned, grabbing Dean's arm and looking at Kaz. Do you mind if we talk with him outside? He asked and Kaz was taken aback by the question. They all looked like they needed actual permission to take Dean away from him for whatever reason. Even Dean looked like he'd dig his feet on the ground and refused to move if Kaz said no. He ignored the fuzzy feeling on his chest and cleared his throat, going back to his letters on the table. Yeah, sure, no problem, he said, watching as the 3 men went out from the door and deflating when he was finally alone. Kaz looked at the papers on the table, trying to find the motivation to go through them and focus on the real problem here. The issue was that every time Castiel looked at it, he saw it change before his very eyes. At first, all they had to do was find the witch and get it over with, then they just had to go to someone else to take the spell out of them. Then they were thrown back to the starting line because, apparently, there was no way to break the magic put in them, and now, Kaz was stuck with this weird feeling of ease whenever he thought about not being able to get rid of their connection. Whatever it was that happened inside his head shouldn't be able to distract him so much, but here he was. The problem was, for as much as he hated being stuck because of magic, and as much as he loathed the whole situation that brought them into this mess, he couldn't bring himself to hate the bond. At this point, he's not sure he ever hated it completely. Or Dean. Sure, Dean was annoying and he made his blood boil at times, and Kaz still wished he could kick him where it hurt, but he didn't feel hate. And the weirdest part was that he couldn't imagine himself killing Dean when this was all done. Something that used to be so easy, something that Kaz felt he could do without thinking about it twice, now was something that he avoided. Something that he'd do anything to postpone, even if it meant accepting the magic and making his peace with it. The more he thought about Dean, the more convinced he was that they weren't that much different at the end of the day. They both had a terrible childhood, both were forced into this hunting life against their will, all but suffering over and over again while trying to stay alive. Kaz had this tiny voice inside him, one that assured him that even if Dean had avoided his fate and stayed human, they'd still meet each other. That somehow, this world would always push their paths together, whether they liked it or not. He felt too involved now. Every day near Dean meant that flipping the switch and going back to that old mindset he had was getting more and more undoable. A few weeks ago he'd be ready to rip Dean's head off and follow with the rest of his life, like it didn't mean a thing. Now, even if he was afraid to admit it, he felt ready to protect him if he needed to. Castiel didn't want to think about the meaning of all those feelings. Acknowledging them at all meant he'd have to go against everything he was ever taught in the first place. It'd cross all the lines of the shiny morality that he clung to so hard, and it scared him. It scared the heart out of him because deep down, Kaz couldn't see the point of caring that much anymore. He'd been ready to walk out and leave this life behind months ago. What changed since then? As always, his left hand came up to wrap itself around the silver crucifix resting on top of his shirt. That crucifix was the last gift his brother gave him before he left. Sometimes, Kaz wondered if his brother knew about what happened to their family, or if he even cared. His parents had cast Gabriel out of the house when he was 15. Kaz had been too young to remember all the details, but he remembered Anna having to hold him down when he saw his brother grab his things and walk away. It never stopped hurting, back then. Kaz felt his absence every day until the tragedy, but he didn't have a lot of options besides dealing with it in silence. His family was a very religious and traditional one, and having someone like Gabriel associated with them was, in his father's words, a curse. So they treated him with silence. Gabriel's pictures were removed from view, his name unuttered, his room locked away, and the rules of the house reinforced. This tradition, the one that saw God and his commands as the ultimate answer for life, was one of the only things Castiel had left when his family died. He dealt with the consequences of his blind belief, of course. It earned him a lot of his teenage years feeling guilty about something he had no control over, like it was possible to choose who you decide to love. But besides that, Kaz never had a problem distinguishing right from wrong. Good from evil, monsters from innocence. It was all black and white for him until now. Now, here he was. Contemplating how like he and Dean were, creating explanations for his actions and reasoning that maybe he wasn't all that bad. He still remembered the way Dean yelled at him the first day they spent together, shouting at him with fierce eyes and asking if Kaz thought he had a choice. Everything pointed that, no. He didn't. Much like Kaz, Dean didn't choose the life he ended up with. He didn't choose to become a vampire or abandon his brother. He had tried to live a life with his nest after they got attacked, a peaceful one, like he said. He avoided taking the fatal blow on Kaz all these years, despite how much Kaz tried to kill him and get it over with. And all the times he got in between Castiel's hunts, he was always there to rip some newborn vampire out of the mess he created. He made Castiel's life more difficult, sure, but ultimately, he did it to save other vampires that Kaz would kill without a second thought. Kaz rubbed his face and took a deep breath. If only he had the answers to every problem with a snap of his fingers. If only he could stop being so unsure about his feelings and his morals and just make a fucking choice. A warm feeling surged in the center of his chest, making him frown for a second before pushing it away. It didn't matter that his feelings went down deep into his bones, into his soul, at least not now. He couldn't make them disappear, so the best he could do for now was to ignore them. For now, he had work to do. He took out his phone and sent Max a few pictures of the book, highlighting the chapters that had anything to do with Soul Bond. Most of it was in Latin, but Kaz was able to read a little bit of it to make sure it talked about the magic they were looking for. A few pages were missing at the end of the book, ripped away, but hopefully, it would be enough to help with their case. He then went on to review the letter they found in the base, his heart sinking when he saw who the recipient was. Sam Winchester. Kaz recognized the style of the memo. He made a few lists like these for himself to keep himself organized when he hunted. He used to share them with other hunters from time to time to let them know the area had been cleaned. Usually, a long list would be a source of pride, a clear proof that a good job was done. Now, all he had was a sinking feeling in his stomach. There was no way that all these nests were causing so much trouble at the same time. It would have been way too many vampires, way too much blood, and too many humans panicking because of animal attacks spreading like wildfire. Kaz never saw anything like this in the news, meaning that this project focused on preventing future attacks by stopping them before they could happen. It was a plan of extermination and not protection. Kaz wondered just how many peaceful vampires had been caught in this mess. He knew Dean was one of them. He went on to the letters he found in Inya's room, finding similar status reports as the one Sam wrote, but this time the list was huge. One of them talked about the expansion of Project V from the southwest to the midwest. The simplified map on the letter showed how each nest had already been marked down and catalogued. Gray ones were inactive, red ones were in action and expanding, and green ones were newly formed. About 70% of the map was gray. The Midwest and Southeast region had a few red dots spread across it, while the Northeast was flooded with green ones. There was a graph showing how the numbers had gone down from 371 nests 8 years ago to only 76 now. The letter went on with instructions about the vampire's weakness that Kaz already knew, but he frowned when he saw a talk of lethal weapons for mass use. Mass use? What were they expecting, exactly? An army? They had something called AVD, an anti-vampire device, modified guns, and bombs. Kaz could only guess that those were responsible for the Men of Letter's miraculous capacity to clean nests so quickly over the years. The letter had a few observations too, describing how killing a mate would send the vampire into a catatonic state, making it easier to kill. Kaz was just about finished with all the new information he had gathered when something at the end of the page caught his eye. And then, suddenly, the room got a lot colder. It was a watch list for potential hindrances that could delay or ruin their plan. The list contained a few hunters Kaz knew, some that even helped him along the way when he was growing up, some Kaz knew were dead, and then at the very end. Novak Castiel, he murmured as he read, gulping at the sight of his own name. There was nothing in there about his location, so that brought him a bit of peace, but it wasn't enough to completely calm him down. He was nearly going down a spiral when the door opened again, a very disturbed Dean coming inside and closing it behind him. He looked like he had seen a ghost. "Where are your friends?" Kaz asked. Dean moved his hand in the air and mumbled something that sounded like left already as he made his way to their bed, eyes still fixed on the ground. "Dean, what's going on?" Dean lifted his gaze at the sound of Kaz's voice, his mouth opening a few times as he tried to find the right words, but failed. Kaz was officially worried now, getting up from his seat after putting the letters away. Do they know something about the spell? He pushed again, seeing Dean look away from him and close his hands. "Dean, you have to talk to me, you can't leave me in the dark." "It's complicated, okay? I can't do this right now," Dean said, getting up and turning his back to Kaz, his hands going through his hair. "Everything about this is complicated, you can't use that card on me, Dean." "I'm not using a fucking card, I'm telling you it's complicated and I don't feel like talking about it, got it?" Dean replied, his voice getting higher. Kaz closed his hands in fists, his anger flaring up. "I think you're forgetting that this isn't just about you, I'm just as involved in this as you are," Kaz said, taking one step closer and seeing red when he heard Dean give him a fake laugh. "Oh, is this funny to you now?" Yeah, it is, Castiel." Dean finally turned to face Kaz, almost screaming at him right now. "It's funny because you have no fucking idea of what you're talking about and yet here you are acting like you own the truth. I would know if you weren't being a selfish idiot and just talked about it," he shouted, his heart skipping a beat when he caught sight of the anger in Dean's eyes. He took a step back when Dean got near him, repeating it again and again until his back hit a wall. Dean looked pissed, a type of anger he didn't see in him since before their bond was set in place. But there was something different in his eyes. He looked at Kaz like he was ready to consume him, and God knows it wasn't his fault that his legs went weak at the thought of that. Kaz, however, pushed all those feelings away, choosing to not back down. He closed his hands in fists as Dean's face got closer. "Don't you dare insinuate that I don't care about what's happening. That I'm not as affected as you are just because I'm human. You know nothing about me, Winchester." Dean's gaze on him never faltered, green eyes a shade darker now that he was that close to him. His eyes looked at every single inch of his face, throat moving up and down as he gulped. Kaz expected him to scream again, to argue, to drive him mad with the arguing, until both of them got tired from it. What he didn't expect, however, was to feel Dean's touch on the side of his jaw, the tip of his thumb grasping the skin and moving slowly so it could rest over his neck, feeling the racing pulse of his heart. Kaz didn't pull away. He didn't want to. He knew from heart all the times Dean had touched him and none of them felt like that. None of them had spread warmth throughout his body in such a delicious way. His heart beat at a fast pace, but for an entirely different reason now. You're right, Dean's voice was low, his eyes never leaving Kaz as he spoke. Castiel felt that tug again, that pulling feeling under his ribs that begged him to stay as close as possible to Dean. His eyes dropped to Dean's lips, making that feeling in his chest explode all at once. We shouldn't. We shouldn't, Kaz repeated, his body displaying the exact opposite of his words. He gasped a little when Dean got closer, his breath warm against his lips, his eyes half-lidded. He opened his mouth to say something, maybe to reason with him and put some sense into his head, but Kaz couldn't have it. Kaz didn't let him finish this time. The pull was too strong, the need too urgent. He felt like he was suffocating in the space that separated his mouth from Dean's. So, without thinking twice, Kaz put his hand over Dean's wrist, ending the distance between them and crashing their lips together, letting go of the argument that made him so angry. It felt nothing like the kiss he got in the Jinn dream. This was real. Kaz kissed him like that was their last minute on Earth, and it felt real. Dean kissed him back just as desperately, the grip on his neck rising to grasp the hair on the back of his neck, his body pressed on him. Kaz felt him all over and he needed more. Needed him. Suddenly, Dean pulled back, panting and looking at Kaz, as if he were waiting for a complaint or another fight. Kaz could practically see the question being formed under his tongue, and he was having none of it. He got a hold of Dean's hips, turning them around so he could press him on the spot he'd been, the surprised gasp that came from Dean dying on Castiel's lips once more. Dean pulled him close, the grip on his hair and his neck a silent plea for him to stay. The kiss made him feel insane, really. Dean parted his lips to deepen the kiss, his hips coming forward to meet Kaz, and, he felt insane. Like that warmth on his chest had become the spark to start a fire he'd be glad to burn into. He felt lost. Completely lost and gone for Dean. His walls crushed, his heart ripped out of his chest, exposed and raw. All for him. Kaz, Dean murmured as they parted shortly, fingers holding the hair on the back of Castiel's neck for his dear life. Kaz started to mouth his jaw and then the side of his neck, biting him and sucking the skin in the hope to leave a mark. He strengthened his grip on Dean's hip as he melted under him, a soft moan coming right into his ear. Kaz, sweetheart. He went back to his lips, letting his hand travel under his shirt and making a trail of scratches with his fingers. Dean was a vampire, small scratches and bites would do nothing to hurt him, but apparently, it did a lot to make him melt under Kaz. And Kaz, deciding he had enough of the stupid shirt on his way, separated them to pull it out of him. The sight of Dean shirtless was just as perfect as he had imagined it. Dean's skin was immaculate, untouched. Kaz wished he could mark every inch of it. He held Dean's face for a moment, touching their foreheads and outlining the curve of Dean's lips with the tip of his thumb. Tell me, Kaz murmured, holding in a groan when he felt Dean's hip move against his again. He was so hard. Tell me if you want to stop. You have to tell me, Dean. Dean shook his head immediately, holding the back of his neck with both hands, digging his nails and scratching his scalp as if to reinforce his point. I need you, Kaz. Please, please. Kaz didn't let him finish. He pulled Dean from the wall and turned him towards the bed, pushing him in its direction as he took his shirt off. The last bit of sanity he had flew out of the window. Bed in bed, I'm gonna suck you off, he said, although it sounded more like an order, and watched as Dean took a few more steps back and sat down, looking up at Kaz with dark eyes shining against the light. Kaz wanted to stay put and admire how beautiful Dean looked when he was desperate, but he was determined. He got on his knees on the floor, hands grabbing Dean's thighs through his jeans and slightly pulling the fabric down. You said you need me, Kaz stated, fingers now working his way to open his jeans slowly, avoiding Dean's crotch as much as possible on purpose and smiling as he saw Dean's grip on the sheets get stronger. How much do you need me, Dean? So much, he mumbled, biting his lip and letting out a low moan when Kaz tugged at the band of his underwear. Not enough to pull it down, but enough to make the fabric grasp against his cock and make him pant. Kaz drew himself closer, spreading a few kisses on his hip bones and mouthing Dean's cock over his underwear. Dean's hand was on his hair in a second, pulling it hard as his moans got louder. Would you beg for me? Kaz asked, mouth still pressed against him, lifting his eyes to meet the green. Dean looked wrecked. His lips were red and swollen from all the biting, his hair an absolute mess, and a soft flush on his cheeks, a perfect contrast against the dark green color of his eyes. Would you? Dean nodded quickly, whining and throwing his head back, a choked moan coming from his throat as Kaz mouthed the head of his cock over the fabric. Please suck me off, I need your mouth, Dean urged. He tried to move his hip, but Kaz grabbed it harshly with his hand, keeping him in place as he moved his lips over the wet fabric. Please Kaz, I want you, I need you. Kaz wouldn't be able to say no, not even if he wanted to. Not even if it meant the fate of the world. He pulled Dean's clothes down to his ankles, wetting his lips as his cock got freed. Dean was leaking pre-cum, and the sight made Kaz's mouth water. It had been some time since he had done anything like this, but he knew, for sure, that it would be nothing like anything Kaz had ever had. Kaz wanted him inside his mouth. He wanted to feel him on his tongue and down his throat, wanted to hear all those pretty sounds Dean was making until he got tired of it. He wanted to let him fuck his throat, wanted to taste him, and feel him there for days. God. He leaned in, holding the base of his cock as he licked a stripe from the bottom all the way to the tip, drawing a shaky moan from Dean. Kaz felt it all. He felt how desperate Dean was, felt the way his legs were trembling, felt every touch of his lips on his cock echoed in his body in a way that made him addicted to it. He mouthed the side of his cock, sucking at the tip before pulling back, stroking him once, and pressing the thumb to the head, earning a choked scream from Dean. The sounds he made felt like music to his ears. "You're so beautiful," Kaz murmured, leaning in again and wrapping his lips around the head, taking his time and tasting the pre-cum that came out of it. He felt the taste clinging to his tongue, a muffled moan coming from the depths of his throat as he ached for more. He looked up at Dean as he took him deeper, one hand firmly holding his tight as he sank. Dean melted under him, bringing a hand to hold on Castiel's dark hair gently. Fuck Kaz, you're oh god," Dean moaned, his grip on Kaz's hair getting tighter as Kaz took him in inch by inch until he felt it hit the back of his throat. His lips stretched around him and his breath came out in small puffs through his nose. Kaz moved his head slowly like he had all the time in the world just for him. He closed his eyes for a second, his breath coming out in small puffs as he got used to having all of Dean inside his mouth. He pressed his tongue against him, tilting his head a little to make the tip of his cock catch on his inner cheek before slipping down his throat again. His slow movements became faster by the minute, matching the urgent sounds and pleas that came from Dean's lips. Kaz held his hips down hard as he sucked him, fingers digging the skin so harshly that he was sure they'd leave a mark if Dean was human. Deep down, Kaz wished he could mark him. He wished he could leave a reminder on his skin so that every time Dean felt it, he'd think of him. Kaz, fuck baby, you're so good, oh god. Dean's voice was raw and hoarse, words getting mixed with the small whimpers that left him. And then, as if reading his mind, I want to. Kaz, please let me fuck your mouth. Kaz was pretty sure he would blush if he wasn't lost in the heat of the moment. The thought of Dean losing control and using his mouth as he wished felt like a dream too good to be true. He opened his eyes, blinking at Dean and burying his cock on the back of his throat one more time before pulling off with a pop, the side of his head touching his inner thigh as he licked the tip of his cock for a second before speaking. "Do it," he said, his voice rasped from the use and with a small smile on his lips. As it seemed, giving Dean permission unleashed an entirely new part of him, the part that was more connected to the inhuman side of him more than anything. It reminded Kaz of just how much Dean could do and how much control he seemed to have over him. Dean's eyes got darker at the sound of his permission, a small groan leaving his lips as he held the back of Castiel's neck to pull him back, pushing his cock past his lips again and throwing his head back for a second. His grip hurt and Kaz felt his nails going deep in his skin, but he didn't care. How could he? He needed Dean just as much as Dean needed him. Kaz moaned around him, the hands that held his hips going slack as he handed over control. Dean propped his hips up about half a second later, fucking his mouth at a slow pace at first, the tip of his cock meeting the back of Castiel's throat each time. The choking noises were all Kaz could focus on now, so he closed his eyes, feeling a tightness on his abdomen that signed how close both he and Dean were. Dean gave small thrusts as if testing how much Kaz could take. He moaned a little, impatient at the leisured pace. He opened his eyes, glancing up at Dean and silently asking for more. Gladly, Dean seemed to understand the assignment. He groaned, fingers twisting around his hair as he picked up the pace, the sounds of Kaz chokes mixing with his breathless moans through the room. He didn't look away from Dean this time. He wanted to watch it. Wanted to see how badly Dean would crumble and fall apart just because of him. Dean's eyes met his for a second, the gaze powering another weak moan from Dean as he tilted his head to rest on his shoulder, his thrusts becoming irregular and brutal. Kaz felt his whole body set on fire, a couple of tears escaping his eyes and spit drooling down his chin every time Dean pushed in. He fought back the need to close his eyes, wanting to witness the moment Dean let go to immortalize this moment inside his brain. Oh god, I'm gonna come, fuck, Dean panted, letting out a half shout as he squeezed his eyes shut and pushed in one last time, coming deep down his throat. Kaz sighed in relief, moaning with him and taking every drop of it. He bobbed his head up and down as Dean rode his orgasm out, the grip on his hair softening until his hand dropped to hold on the side of his neck. Kaz felt his body shake after being hit with the same intense orgasm, that delicious feeling covering every piece of him. He felt his head light and hazy but refused to move away. Only when Dean started to jerk from the overstimulation was that he pulled off, looking up to see the mess that the vampire had become. He had his cheek pressed on his left shoulder, lips parted as he still let out a few small whimpers, still trying to come down from it. He blinked to Kaz, bringing himself back to reality and taking his hand to his cheek, his gentle touch a stark contrast against the raw state of his throat or how Kaz could still feel the stretch of his lips. Dean wiped the trail of a tear, leaning in after a while and pressing a kiss on Kaz's lips. It was so chaste, so tender, that Kaz had no other choice than to melt under his grip again. He was so gone. "You're good," Dean murmured against his lips. Kaz nodded, not sure if he had the right mind to form words right now. Dean hummed, kissing his mouth a couple more times before pulling back and helping Kaz on the bed. His body hurt, especially his knees, but it was a good kind of hurt. The kind Kaz wouldn't mind to feel again. He laughed a little when he let Dean basically manhandle him near the pillows, holding his shoulders when he hovered over him and pulling him into a kiss. Dean copied his smile, giggling against his lips before pulling back. "What's so funny?" "Nothing, it's just," Kaz mumbled, kissing him one more time and running his hands on his hair, shaking his head a bit. "I like it when you're strong." "Oh?" Dean smiled, kissing the tip of his nose and around his cheek, one arm pulling his waist closer. "I'll keep that in mind." They laughed and Dean settled in Kaz's arms, hiding his face on his neck, lips resting against his pulse. Castiel should feel tense. He should feel scared. Nothing right now could stop Dean from taking a bite of his skin and draining him dry until he was satisfied, but Kaz knew Dean wouldn't hurt him. It was an irrational trust built on nothing but raw post-orgasmic feelings, but he was at ease. He trusted Dean, despite him being a vampire. Despite whatever it was that he hid after the talk with his friends. "Kaz, listen," he said, but Kaz stopped him, putting his face on his hair and closing his eyes. "Tomorrow," Kaz replied, pleading. He wanted to keep this tiny bubble of peace for himself, even if for a couple of hours. He wanted to run away from their problems and their worries and be just him and Dean. Dean sighed, keeping silent for a few seconds before finally nodding, pressing a kiss to Kaz's neck and cuddling closer. "Tomorrow." Kaz was relieved to avoid the topic. He relaxed with Dean in his arms and fell asleep bit by bit, smiling as he realized that he wouldn't need to worry about dreaming with Dean again. For now, he had all he could wish for. Castiel was never one to let his defenses down. Even as a kid, he never had the chance to try. Kaz was the youngest one out of his 4 siblings. His oldest brother Michael was the classic perfect son. He had perfect grades, a perfect career, and a bunch of prizes to prove his success. He worked with his father at the hospital, and Kaz had lost count of how many times he heard his mother say that they should all be more like him. After Gabriel left, the pressure on Castiel and his sister got even worse. Michael was cruel, even when Kaz was little. He used to say that Castiel's birth was a mistake, a mere proof that their mother would always put the rules of her religion before her own happiness. Michael was years older than him, already in his last year of high school by the time he was born. Kaz was only 4 when Gabriel left, having to live in a house with 2 very stressed teenagers and parents who were always too tired for him. His sister Anna basically raised him, caring more for him than his mother ever did. She was the first one to scream the night they got attacked. She was the one Kaz saw bleeding out on the kitchen floor before he ran away, right as the vampires murdered his father. To this day, Kaz can't forget how forgiving himself for leaving had been nearly impossible at the time. He did his best, really. He tried to convince himself that running away and calling for help was the best he could do as a kid, but it took years for him to understand that there was nothing he could have done to save them. There was nothing his neighbors or the police could have done to stop the tragedy from happening. So, after having to endure so much so early in life, Kaz never learned to be vulnerable around other people. He spent the rest of his life shutting people out and building wall after wall around his heart, refusing to do anything that would make him weak. And with a soft touch of his lips, Dean managed to bypass all his defenses and rip away the walls he built, brick by brick. What had taken him years to build was no match to whatever it was that Dean did to him. And Castiel, for one, was never so willing to be broken by him. It was a weird thing, the way he went from making a living out of hunting vampires to falling asleep with one in his arms, holding him close as if he were the most precious thing he had. Kaz felt he was, then. But accepting the existence of his feelings and not pushing them away didn't change who he was. He was still a vampire hunter, still a human, still fighting on the opposite side of the war against Dean's kind. He just didn't want to think about the implications of it right now. He's sure that they'll come around to bite him in the ass, eventually. For now, Kaz wanted to pretend. However, for as much as he tried to push the tomorrow away, time didn't stop for him. And despite his ability to identify what he felt for Dean, he failed to predict, well, everything else. He clearly remembered falling asleep with Dean in his arms. He remembered feeling his steady breathing on top of his chest and how the peace washed over him before sleep took over. It was all too heavenly, almost too good to be true. When he woke up in the morning, Kaz was alone. Dean's pillow was abandoned and cold by his side, no sign of the vampire anywhere inside their room. He wasn't in pain, so Dean couldn't be too far away. That didn't stop him from feeling a type of angst in the middle of his chest, not liking the separation one bit. A groan left his lips as he stretched his limbs, still a bit sore from yesterday. "Dean?" Kaz called, voice still rough from sleep. No answers. Slowly, he sat down and scratched his eyes, trying to wipe the sleep away. He was thankful he had managed to take a bath before going to sleep last night. The cold coming from the partially opened window begged him to go back to bed and hide under his sheets. Just as he was about to get up, the door opened, revealing Dean at last. He came inside, holding Castiel's phone in hand and looking like a deer caught in headlights when their eyes met. "Is everything alright?" Dean nodded but didn't look as certain as Kaz wanted him to be. He knew Dean was tired, he could feel the strain of it on his body, and he knew he was hungry. They would have to get more blood soon, somehow. "Yeah, I might had to call Benny," he explained, closing the door behind him and throwing the phone at Kaz. Kaz caught it with his left hand, almost letting it fall. "They're stopping by Louisville to get your car before heading home. Just while we figure things out." Kaz frowned for a second until the full events of last night hit him and, yeah. They had a lot to figure out. "Right," he mumbled, suddenly feeling the silence between them cut like a knife. There were so many things they had to talk about, like where they go from here, how would they track down the witch that cursed them and disappeared, what was it exactly that Dean knew about their bond and… Oz felt his cheeks flush as the memories hit him, now doing everything he could to avoid Dean's eyes. "I read the letters," Dean said after a while, walking towards the papers on the table. That alone was enough to make Oz stop thinking about last night completely. They're pretty advanced on this Project V thing. Oz nodded, pushing all his thoughts to the darkest parts of his brain. He'd have to deal with those later, preferentially when he's far, far away from this mess. "Saw your name too," Dean continued, looking at Kaz and waiting for an explanation that he didn't have. "Is there something I should know?" "Not yet, I think," Kaz said, frowning at Dean's judging look. "What? Do you think I knew about this?" "I'm just asking, can't I ask any more?" Dean questioned. "There's no way I knew about this, Dean. I hardly knew what the men of letters were until a few weeks ago," he answered, shaking his head and squinting his eyes at the vampire. "Why are you angry?" "Well, shouldn't I be? Fuck, Kaz. These guys have a prize on your head and I didn't know until now. Of course, I'm pissed," he exclaimed, rubbing his eyes and turning his back at Kaz. "As if we didn't have enough problems already, now there's this crap." "Oh wow, you think this is my fault?" Kaz asked, getting up and walking in his direction. "You can't be serious." "Oh yeah, because I joke about this, right?" "You know what? Fuck you, Dean." Kaz lashed out, maybe because of the borrowed anger he was feeling from Dean, maybe because of how upset he felt that Dean was blaming him for something he couldn't control. "I've been doing everything I can to get us out of this mess. I've done everything to look for answers and keep us out of trouble while we're at it." "Yeah, and still here we are," Dean cut him off, turning to look at him with a fake smile on his face, hands closed in fists. "Here we are, no answers. No plan, back to square one, and now even more deep in this shit. You've been great, congratulations." "Oh, I'm sorry you're so fucking desperate to get rid of me, Dean. It's not that easy." Kaz screamed, "We're both stuck in this. The least you could do is to not be an asshole about this, got it? I know you hate me and you can't wait to see me gone." "That's not what I said. But unless you got a brilliant fucking idea on how to undo this, I'm still here." He finished, still panting a bit from the screaming. Dean didn't answer him this time. His face was red and his hands were still closed tight, but he didn't dare to say a word back. "Forgive me if I'm just another problem in your life, but right now you need to suck it up and deal with it." He stared at Dean in silence after their little screaming match was done, waiting to see if he'd react, if he'd say something, anything, but he didn't. Kaz gulped, suddenly feeling like being in the same room as Dean and being this close to him made it hard to breathe. He turned away and went to grab his shoes, getting the first shirt he saw around and putting it on. Dean kept his silence through it all, only speaking up when he saw Kaz get up and reach for his jacket. "Where are you going?" "Not far enough, unfortunately," Kaz mumbled, putting on his coat and stopping when he felt a hand holding his arm. The touch was gentle, but Castiel's anger was still flaming, so he pulled it back like the touch had burned him. "Kaz, please," Dean tried, but Kaz had already made his decision. He made his way to the door, leaving the room and slamming it behind him as he stepped outside, holding back a frustrated scream in his throat. He pulled on his hair, groaning and stomping away as fast as he could. He walked until he made it to the parking lot, testing the limits of the bond and going as far as physically possible. The angry part of him, the one that wanted to go back and scream at Dean some more, wanted to walk until the bond snapped between them, no matter the pain. The reasonable and logical part of him settled for a bench on a deserted part in the back of their motel. The wooden bench was placed way too close to a dumpster, the horrible smell making him nauseous, but Kaz sat down either way. He put his face on his hands and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself and pull his mind out of his racing thoughts. See, Castiel wasn't used to letting his emotions get the best of him. Most times, he wasn't used to having to deal with his feelings at all. He was way too used to a cycle of doing research, hunting down a monster, and looking for the next. Rinse and repeat for eternity. Even when he gave relationships a try when he was younger, his work always came first. His mission was always above anything else, and he never let something so trivial, such as feelings, get to him to the point of storming off to avoid fighting Dodd. Especially when it came to fighting Dean. He was good at it, why was he running? Dean was driving him crazy. He'd been doing it for years, sure, but now it felt heavier. This tension between them felt more real, and it was quickly turning into something Castiel had no idea how to control. Like how Kaz knew that if he stayed behind, their fight would have ended in a similar way as last night. And how he caught himself wishing that things did end like that maybe it wouldn't be so bad and he'd get to blame it all on his impulses. In the heat of the moment that prevailed over logic. How was he supposed to control that? Kaz would never admit that, somewhere, deep down, under all the complicated feelings he refused to unravel, he liked them being together. Dean got into his nerves, sure, but he also had a way with things, with him. He knew how to tease him, knew how to make him smile even when Kaz tried to fight it. And fighting it had gotten harder each day they spent together. Each day. It almost felt like the more he tried to pull away, the more attached to him he felt, and it scared him to death. In this life, the life of a hunter, letting other people in was never an option. It meant allowing yourself to be vulnerable, to have something to lose, to let go of the coldness that protected your heart from all the strikes, and it scared him. All Kaz learned growing up was to never let people get too close to you and to always avoid getting too attached or developing too many emotions, because those things were the type of things that got you killed. That was how fatal failures were born and, true to its name, said failures were just the type of thing that would get you killed. That's why Castiel had decided that these distractions had no place in his life. And yet. Castiel. A voice sounded near him, making him look up from his hands in a second and oh. Kaz felt like he'd been hit with a hard slap in the face. Ineas still looked the same as when he saw him at that party, a couple of bruises decorating the spot where Dean had held him. Fuck. Is that really you? Kaz got up slowly, his heart racing as he failed to form a word to answer him. In the past, he thought he'd be freaking out about facing Ineas for a very different reason. The I really don't want to meet up with my ex reason, and not the I'm pretty sure he's here to kill me reason. How much did he know? How long had he been following them to the point of cornering him alone? Did he know about his name being on that nasty wanted list? Did he know about Dean? I thought I was seeing things that day. Ineas took a step towards him at the same time Kaz took one back. His ex lifted his hands, making the stupid face he used to do when he wanted to play the victim. It made his blood boil. Castiel, please listen to me. I'm not here to hurt you. Yeah? That's why you brought that gun with you? Kaz questioned, nodding at the weapon hidden on the inside of his jacket. Ineas' face twitched briefly, but he didn't give up. What would you do if you were attacked by a vampire who only listened to your ex-boyfriend? I've seen you do worse for way less, Castiel. Ineas spat, and Kaz locked his jaw. He had seen Dean. Kaz hoped he'd be too drunk to remember, but apparently, his memory was intact. That's fucking fantastic. What are you doing with him? This is none of your business, Ineas, Kaz said, looking behind his shoulder for a moment and taking a step closer, now whispering to him. You need to leave me alone. There's nothing here for you. Ineas lifted an eyebrow, squinting his eyes at him. Are you asking me not to do my job? You, out of all people. There's not a job here for you, Ineas. I'm handling this already, I don't need you or anyone else involved. I'm almost done and I don't want your help. Is that why you broke into my room, then? Ineas whispered back, a cold sense of dread washing through Castiel's veins. He smiled at Kaz, tilting his head to the side. Is that why you and your pet broke into the Men of Letters propriety yesterday? Kaz didn't answer him. He couldn't. All he could think about was how his cover was falling apart right before his eyes, he was frozen in spot. You see, I've seen that look, Castiel. The one you do when you lie your ass out of a situation. He continues, getting closer to Kaz, a smug smile on his face. It's the same one you make when you're hiding the truth, too. Ineas, don't. I'm sorry, Castiel, he mumbled, pushing him away until he felt his back hit someone. Kaz tried to move away, but immediately froze as he felt a gun pressed against the back of his head. He gulped, staring at Ineas as he walked closer. But is for your own good. The person behind him hit him with the back of the gun, and then everything went dark. After that, Castiel remembered things sparsely. He remembered small things, like getting dragged to a car and having his hands tied behind his back, but what he remembered the most was the pain. The deep and radiating pain drew a continuous scream from his throat as the car left the motel perimeter. For a moment, pain was all he knew, all he was. Every cell of his body and every corner of his soul burned with it until, finally, he blacked out again. It was the worst thing he ever felt in his entire life, making the first couple of times Dean went too far feel like tickling. When he woke up again, he could still feel his body sore from it, arms shaking against his will, as if he'd been hit with the world's most powerful thunderbolt. The concussion dimmed some of it, making him feel disoriented and dizzy, but Castiel could swear that he felt as if his soul had been stretched to its limit. He only had about 3 seconds to gather his surroundings before being hit with a strong punch to the left side of his face. He flinched, groaning with pain as his mouth got filled with the taste of blood. Hands caught on his hair, setting his body straight again and forcing his head up. "Wake up, pretty boy," his captor said, giving his bruised cheek a playful slap before smiling. "That's it. See? Wasn't so hard, was it?" Castiel groaned again, attempting to move his arms in vain. He had both hands tied tightly behind the back of his chair, so much so that he could feel them tingling. He couldn't even move an inch. The man shook him when Kaz began closing his eyes, forcing him to meet his gaze. "What did you steal?" the man asked. Kaz locked his jaw, holding the man's gaze and refusing to open his mouth. The man cursed before pulling back and punching his face again, not even giving Kaz time to bounce back before grabbing his hair and forcing his head up once more. "What do you know?" "Hey. Take it easy," he recognized Inya's voice, coming from somewhere behind him. Kaz took the distraction as an opportunity to look around him. The room looked abandoned, with weak lights coming from old flickering lamps and dusty furniture everywhere. It was some kind of deposit. The perfect place to question a prisoner without being disturbed. He heard steps, watching his ex come into view and choose a spot near the closed door to rest, arms crossed as he stared at him. "We still need him in one piece." "Says who? You?" the man snapped, looking over his shoulder and then back at Kaz, the grip on his hair getting tighter. "You know damn well what we do with fuckers who know too much." Kaz smiled despite all things, because if they were hunting him down for knowing too much they were way behind on it. Kaz had done way worse things than breaking into a fancy facility to look for information. He'd done way worse than stealing a couple of letters and a book. It was obvious that that wasn't the real reason behind all of this, no. The fact that he let a vampire attack a hunter, the fact that he'd been seen with said vampire and was yet to rip the head off his shoulders, that was the true betrayal. That was the real reason why the man in front of him looked down at him with so much disgust. And speaking of Dean, Kaz knew he was close. He wasn't in pain anymore, but he could feel the bond. The inexplicable flame that comforted his heart, it was still there, safe. It was hurt and marked by pain, but it was there. Intact. Which could only mean that his vampire couldn't be too far away from them. Kaz felt light at the thought of it, picturing Dean hiding in some dark corner near his location, waiting for the perfect moment to attack his prey and get what he wanted. All these years of hunting him, Kaz could never see him coming. And now, with their souls being connected to each other by the core, Kaz felt him everywhere. It only made his smile grow. "Castiel," Inya spoke, walking towards him and taking the other man's place. He didn't touch Kaz, but he had a stupid sad look on his face, wearing it like a mask in the hopes that it would still, somehow, have an effect on him. "We're just trying to help you. These things are way more dangerous than you think, you might be under the influence of something without knowing and." Kaz gathered the blood that pooled inside his mouth, spitting it out and scoffing when it hit Inya's face. His ex blinked, twisting his nose and wiping it off without saying another word. "Oh, Inyas, you don't think that's gonna work with me, do you?" Kaz asked, his voice gentle, complimented with a smile at the end. There was still blood on his teeth and he could only imagine how the sight looked to someone as upright as Inyas. He leaned forward, shaking his head. "I'm not one of your disciples, sweetheart. You're welcome to take your miserable face somewhere else." And Inya's face did a thing again, the sad expression disappearing to give place to deep and cold hatred. Kaz smiled more, humming a little in approval. "There he is, the great hunter," he murmured, sitting back on his chair and shrugging. "I don't know anything." "Inyas," the other man called, and his ex finally took a step back and turned, walking away from him. Kaz took a deep breath and closed his eyes, hands still trying to pull on the ropes with no success. He wanted to call for Dean so badly. He wanted him to come, wanted to make sure he was alright and to reassure him that things were fine. He wanted to warn him, to ask him to be careful, but Kaz feared that his pleas would do little to hold Dean back now. He sighed and opened his eyes, squinting them at the two men talking near the wall. They spoke in whispers, but Kaz managed to hear a few words like "on their way" and "priorities and headquarters," and they made his stomach sink. This was about to become way more complicated than it already is. Having more people involved would only mean more danger, fewer chances of Dean outpowering them and getting away with it, and Kaz couldn't have it. "I say we end this now," the other man said at last, pulling his gun and gesturing in his direction. "It's easier if we take him out, he's not gonna tell us shit." "You're gonna go over his orders? Are you insane?" Ineas murmured, trying to hold the guy's hand but failing. "We still need to learn what he knows." "You can suck his ass as much as you want, Ineas. But I'm finishing the job my way. So either get off me or get out." He screamed, walking towards Kaz again and pointing the gun at his forehead. "Last chance." Hastiel went back to smiling, holding the man's gaze as he leaned forward, pressing his skin against the cold metal of the gun. A small laugh came out of him when he saw the anger in the man's eyes at his disregard, and he even opened his mouth to scream at Kaz, but before he had the chance to do so, the door slammed open. And on the entrance, with eyes a solid shade of black instead of their usual green and hissing to display his fangs, was Dean. Things escalated quickly from there. Ineas was the first one to attack, jumping at Dean while holding a silver dagger. Dean, however, was much faster than his ex. He threw him on the other side of the room, the sound of a body landing on something and breaking glass right behind him. Dean's eyes were fixed on the man who had the gun pointed at Kaz, staring at him like he was his next meal. It only took Dean another second to get his hands on him. The man emptied the gun at Dean to try to stop him, but Dean didn't even flinch. He grabbed the wrist that held the gun, crushing it so hard that Kaz heard his bones breaking from where he sat. The man screamed in pain, his knees failing him, but Dean didn't allow him to fall. He wrapped his free hand around his throat, bringing his face close to his, chin lifted as he watched the man turn purple. Dean spared a look at Kaz then, eyes accounting for every bruise, every cut that adorned his face. His lips parted a little, gaze tracking the trail of blood that dripped down his chin. He saw Dean take a deep breath, eyes going back to the man he was holding, who was now twitching and desperately trying to scratch Dean's arms. "You touched him," Dean murmured, nails digging into the skin of his throat, making blood pool under his fingertips. "You made him bleed. Do you want to know how it felt?" The man shook his head in despair, now trying to use his feet to kick Dean away. Dean bared his teeth at him, his nails pressing harder into the skin until they dug into the flesh of his throat, the man gagging and his struggles weakening as the blood pushed out of him. Dean hummed in approval, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips before he yanked his hand back, a chunk of flesh coming with it. Kaz's heart raced in his chest as he watched a man's body hit the floor, beat thrumming in his ears. He blinked, staring at the blood that gathered in front of him, some of it touching his feet. He looked up, taking the sight of Dean at that moment. He looked deadly, looked like he was every inch of the creatures that Kaz used to fight in the night. His face had a couple of drops of blood, eyes as black as the night sky, and his hands still wrapped tightly around the chunk of flesh he ripped off the man. Dean's eyes made contact with him, spreading a warm sensation in his veins and on his body. He swore he could see the green returning to his eyes, while his shoulders relaxed, it made his head feel light and dizzy, taking his breath away and making him want. He didn't bother to try and pull his mind off the haze, didn't bother to correct it when it said that Dean looked beautiful right now, red staining his skin and fangs shining in that weak light. Oz opened his mouth to speak, but the sound of a gun firing stopped him. He ducked his head as more shots were fired. Ineas emptied his gun at Dean's chest, the feeling pinching his skin and making him twitch in his seat. The attempt almost made him laugh again. Ineas used ordinary bullets against a grown vampire. Not a hint of silver in sight, besides the dagger that laid abandoned near the door. He heard a scream and the sound of Ineas running in Dean's direction. Dean took him down in a swift move, making his back hit the cold floor as he pinned him to the ground. Dean pressed his hand on Ineas' throat, fingers covering the marks he'd put in place merely a few days ago. He tilted his head, looking at him from up close and making the tip of his nose touch his cheek. Hastiel was very aware that he'd probably regret this later on. He knew that these deaths would haunt him for God knows how long, but they were necessary. Right now, he couldn't care about the sight of Ineas struggling under Dean, as he did back in that party. He couldn't because that would mean giving up their safety. Dean lifted his eyes to look at Kaz, his body still as he waited for his permission. Or for Castiel's pleas to stop and let him go. Kaz knew he should beg. The human part of him screamed at him to beg, to tell Dean to leave him be and let him walk away, but the more irrational part of him, the one that made his body weak at the sight of Dean and his heart ache for him, it told him that he couldn't. That they couldn't let him go. All he knew was that Dean was here, risking his life, putting himself in danger's way and reaching the extremes for him. To save him, to protect him, to take him back and keep him safe. Ineas would turn them in if he walked free. He'd tell the men of letters everything he saw and would put an even bigger target on their backs. And Castiel couldn't risk it. He couldn't risk losing Dean. And then, finally making his decision, Kaz sighed, leaning back on his chair before nodding at the vampire. Dean didn't hesitate. Castile closed his eyes as Dean dug into the throat under him, a small gasp leaving his lips as that warm feeling crossed his body again. It felt like a fever, numbing his senses and making him feel as light as a feather. He turned off the sounds of Ineas struggling away and choking, turned off the sound of Dean pushing the bodies away from him, and only opened his eyes again when he felt Dean rip the ropes that tied his hands, bringing them to his lap and holding them gently. His touch was so soft. A stark comparison from the violent acts that unfolded before him. It didn't match the vibrant tone of red that stained Dean's mouth, the blood marking his chin and going down his neck. There was a deep concern in his eyes, fingers touching the rope marks on his skin as he kneeled in front of him. "Kaz, are you?" Dean started, but Kaz stopped him. He raised his hand to touch Dean's cheek, thumb wiping away a trace of blood close to his lips. The blood was still hot, and so was his breath against his palm. Dean sighed and turned his face, leaving a kiss on his marked wrist, his eyes never leaving him. "I'm sorry." Kaz pulled him in and kissed him, hand going to the back of his neck to keep him close. Dean's mouth still had a metallic and salty taste from the blood, but Kaz didn't care. He deepened their kiss and let his fingers run across his hair, and the need for more almost consumed him. He could feel it burning under his skin, screaming, begging for Dean. The soft whimper left his mouth as Dean licked and sucked the small cut Kaz had on his lower lip. It felt like lighting crossing his soul. There was something about Dean tasting his blood, how he gasped and pulled him closer and licked into his mouth like he needed it to breathe. He felt the bond between them stronger than ever, a warm, deep and overflowing connection that made him feel capable of anything. Like he and Dean were capable of anything, if they wanted to. Kaz wanted to give in and melt under his touch, but the small bit of logic left in him warned him about what his captors talked about right before being attacked. They couldn't stay here. Dean. Kaz mumbled on his lips, closing his eyes and tilting his head to the side when Dean's kisses dropped to his neck. He kissed and sucked the skin, fangs scratching his skin and making the whole forming a thought thing a lot more difficult. Kaz was panting, one hand tangled in Dean's hair. "Dean, we can't stay. We have to leave." Dean groaned, hiding his face on Kaz's shoulder, refusing to move. "Why?" "They'll come for them," Kaz explained, finally breathing properly when Dean lifted his head, looking at him with a sad expression. Kaz leaned in and left a chaste kiss on his lips, resting his forehead against Dean's. "Please." Dean sighed but nodded, getting up and helping Kaz back on his feet. Castile didn't look at the bodies as he left the room hand in hand with Dean. He didn't dare think about how two people died right in front of him, and he just let it happen. He let all these thoughts go and didn't stop holding Dean's hand until they left the building. Dean had been through a lot of intense feelings during the immortal part of his life. In the beginning, it was all about how connected he was with his first nest, how family gained a whole new meaning, becoming one of the top priorities for him, despite how conflicted he was with his new nature. Dean had always been a family guy, always willing to do anything for the people he loved. After losing them, the majority of Dean's intense emotions all revolved around the hunt. Dean was a really good hunter. He'd always been great at what he did. And now, as a vampire, he was able to unlock and explore this more unhinged and wild part of himself. It was thrilling, really. Fresh blood was, for a long time, the best kind of drug for him. Making him faster and stronger and leaving him craving for more each time he got his fangs on it. But, however strong they were, none of those feelings felt as intense as what he felt for Kaz. The differences started with obvious things. Like how Dean would always think and make a plan before hunting someone down, but had absolutely no time nor patience to do so when it came to rescuing Kaz. He started to follow his tracks as soon as he felt that something was wrong. He lost track of him for a while when the pain got too unbearable, but he pushed through it. Dean used every bit of fear and anger to keep his feet moving towards Kaz, almost being consumed by that agonizing feeling he got every time when Kaz was out of his sight. It was all just as expected, really. Dean had all the reasons in the world to justify his reactions. Castile was his mate, after all. His mate. Soulmate, true mate, whatever. Dean heard about it years ago, back when his biggest problems still were how disgusting the couples in his nest were around him. Andrea used to say that one day, he'd understand. That one day, he'd know exactly how it felt. But now, years later, even after his friend's careful explanations, Dean still felt lost. "He has to accept you," they said back then, using a lot of words and a lot of phrases that Dean failed to process completely. His mind stopped working after they pointed out the signs. Dean wanted to deny it, wanted to laugh and tell them they were going crazy, but his body didn't let him. Every cell on his being reverberated with it, announcing that their suspicions were correct. His soul settled and his heart was enveloped with this delicious warm feeling, because, yes, they were right. Castile was his, had always been his. And Dean felt lost with it because if Kaz had to accept him in order for the bond to become real, why did he feel so much already? Why did he feel like he had a solid and formed connection with Kaz, like he had a duty to him, one that felt just as important as the one he had with his family? Fear became a new constant for him after he learned the truth. Suddenly, Dean had a lot more to lose in this life, and he didn't want to lose it, didn't want to lose him. Reading the letters they found and watching Kaz get hurt again only made those feelings worse. Dean felt like a bomb about to explode, and Kaz still had no idea. Castiel had no idea of the truth because Dean had no idea of how to tell him. The worst part was that he could feel Castiel's stare as he was driving, right after they got out from Rhode Island. He knew that he must have had like 1,000 questions on the tip of his tongue, that sooner or later he'd start demanding answers or explanations, because that's how he worked, but Dean still had no idea of how to give him the real reasoning behind his actions. How was someone supposed to tell something like this, anyway? Hi. I know you tried to kill me multiple times in the past and you despise my kind, but we're soulmates. Yay. Dean cringed, holding the wheel tight with both of his hands. Things were so nice between the two of them now, why risk losing it? It's enough that Dean's already panicking and lashing out as a defense mechanism, which proved to be terrible for both of them. He couldn't have Kaz panicking too. What if he hated Dean? What if he was so disgusted by the idea that he'd give everything up and deliver himself in a silver plate to the men of letters? What if? Dean, are you listening to me? Kaz asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. He was reading the book they stole from the bunker since Dean started to drive after they left the motel. They had no directions yet. His main goal at the moment was to put the most distance possible between them and Rhode Island as fast as he could. You're not. Of course I am, Dean lied, sparing a glance at Kaz and rolling his eyes. It's something about the spell, right? I heard you. No, it's about the missing pages, Kaz said, closing the book with a sigh. Stop the car. Dean frowned. What's wrong? We need a plan and I can't think while you're driving, he said, still staring at Dean. Dean's recent gained experience from this mess told him not to argue with that face under any circumstances. He groaned and pulled over to the side of the road, turning the engine off. Happy? Beaming, Kaz answered, turning on his seat. Is everything alright? Dangerous territory, his mind screamed. Oh, why do you ask? Do I really have to explain? Kaz asked, but Dean was stubborn. If he wasn't feeling okay to talk about it he would not do it. What aren't you telling me? What? Nothing. I don't know what you're talking about, Dean said quickly, knowing exactly how obvious the lie sounded out of his mouth. Look, you said we need a plan, right? Let's focus on that for now and we can figure the rest later. I can't think of a plan if you won't tell me what's happening, Dean. His voice was soft, but Dean didn't relax. The thought of opening up to Kaz was terrifying. You're not paying attention either, we're both distracted. If I swear I'll pay attention to everything you say, will you let this go? He asked, looking at Kaz with a pained face. Please, Kaz. Castiel looked at him for a few more instants, sighing and rubbing his temples, sinking on his seat. Gladly, like the saint he was, Kaz let it go. The page about the spell is missing. Max said the chapter is all about soul magic, but the most important part is ripped off, he explained, with frustration leaking in his voice. I don't want to say we're back to square one again. But we are, Dean said, seeing Kaz nod and close his eyes. Fucking hell. I don't know what to do, Kaz murmured. And we have no idea of where Rowena is, so. Dean took a deep breath, trying to go over everything since the beginning. The last place he'd seen Rowena had been somewhere back home, but she wasn't stupid enough to come back there. She did, however, have a son. As far as Dean knew, the guy had friends and even a family. Maybe. I might have an idea, he said, looking back at Kaz with a smile on his face. You won't like it. Why? Kaz frowned, looking at Dean. What is it? We might need to go back to Detroit, he said, watching as Kaz widened his eyes. Oh, we are not. Dean nudged his shoulder, trying to convince him. Come on Kaz, it's only a few hours. It's the last place we've seen Rowena, and it's very unlikely these men of letters will even get near it. It's been the safest part of the country for years now. Define safe, Kaz said, using air quotes and all. Dean made a face. Stop being a smartass, Dean answered, rolling his eyes. I can drive all night, you can sleep it off. We've done it before. I'm not getting high on pain meds again, just so you can drive us to the other side of the country, Dean, he argued. If Rowena's not there now, why are we even coming back? There's nothing there for us. Benny and Aaron are there. And that's also where her son lived. If he had family and if Rowena ever tried to play the act of being a good mother. She might have been there. Kaz completed, thinking and taking his phone out of his pocket, typing something away with a smile on his face. Well, if we go back to Providence we can take a flight. It will only take us 2 hours to get there. Absolutely not, Dean said, shaking his head with determination. We are not getting in a plane. Dean crossed his arms and stared out of the window. A few moments of silence went by before Dean turned back to look at Kaz. He was immediately annoyed by Castiel's smile. His gaze hardened, but Kaz let out a soft laugh. "What?" he lashed out. "You're scared of planes?" Kaz questioned, and Dean barely managed to answer something before Kaz started to laugh. "I can't believe it. Hey, planes fall. Alright. This is a completely normal fear to have." "You're immortal, Dean, you can't use that excuse anymore," Kaz joked, and it took him all he had to not kick him. So what if he was a little bit scared of planes? It was never an issue before, even when he was a kid his father would always drive them around everywhere. The last time he had been on a plane was during a case he was running with Sam. His face must have turned too sad because Kaz's smile vanished gradually, his expression being exchanged by one of concern. "Dean? I'm just not into it, okay?" He sighed, fingers running through his hair. "Please let me drive there, we can stop at the next gas and sip to get whatever you need." Kaz wasn't pleased about it, but he gave in. "We're gonna need to buy food," Kaz said as Dean started the engine again, going back to the road. "Fuck, I had to do laundry too. I'm running out of clean shirts." "You can always not wear a shirt," Dean suggested with a smile, laughing as he saw Kaz's deadly stare. "It's good for the environment." "Sure, because you care so much about the planet. Not because you're dying to see me naked." Kaz responded, making Dean groan and roll his eyes. "You live with your friends." Actually, Dean wasn't supposed to talk about this with humans, much less with hunters, but he figured things couldn't get much worse, considering he was already bonded with him. "Aaron and Benny live outside the city, they're putting together a nest, but I didn't want to join them yet." He saw Kaz make a face from the corner of his eye. "They didn't invite you?" "Oh no. They did. I don't know, some guys don't like me very much. They think I'm always causing trouble." "Well, you are. And I didn't feel like joining a nest yet," he finished, focusing his gaze on the road. "Not everyone wanted me there, and I didn't want to get too attached to one place again, so I got my own spot." Kaz hummed, tapping his fingers on the book in his lap. "When things happened, were you at home?" "What? When Rowena got to me?" he asked, seeing Kaz nod. "Yeah, I don't know how she got to me, I don't usually let myself be followed." "Huh?" Kaz murmured, appearing to be lost in thought. "That's odd." "What do you mean?" "You said you weren't followed, and the cops had no leads pointed to you after you killed her son," Kaz went on, his frown deepening. "Do a lot of people know where you live?" "No, just Aaron and Benny," Dean answered. "You think there's someone else in this?" Kaz eyed, scratching his neck. "It's hard to say, I don't see why someone would hold the information on you and not take you down, no offense, but it's weird. It doesn't seem like she did this out of the blue." "You think she planned it?" "Maybe," he said, groaning. "We need to find her and get the truth out. If she planned this and if there was someone else involved, who knows what else they might have about you." That made Dean feel sick to his stomach. He always hated being watched, and it was even worse when he couldn't figure out who was doing it or what they knew. It made him be on a fight or flight mood, and Dean had enough of those for a lifetime. It was terrifying because if Kaz was right, if there was someone else involved, why wasn't he dead already? Why did they watch Dean go off killing a dozen humans and not make a single move? He liked this less and less by the second. "Guess we'll have to find her and figure it out," he murmured, pushing down the gas pedal as he tried to not lose his mind. 13 hours and a lot of complaining from Kaz later, they finally arrived in Detroit. The city that became his home hadn't changed a bit. It was still messy, still loud, still the perfect place to disappear in the crowd. Dean's apartment was downtown, near Capitol Park. Getting there took them a while. The trees were starting to have an orange tint to welcome the fall. Dean would have been relaxed and glad to be back home if it weren't for the worry that made his chest tighten with anxiety. It was good, coming back home. With everything that happened the last few weeks, Dean thought he'd never make it back. Calling this place home had taken a lot of work, especially when his last two homes all had the same tragic ending. He was scared that getting used to a place would doom it to end in ashes, afraid that all his favorite places would be forever marked by some kind of violence. This time it was a bit easier, considering Dean was the one out in the dark to get people, and not the other way around. But he was usually alone, and his friends weren't exactly fragile to the point of him being worried all the time about their safety when they weren't together. With Castiel by his side, though, Dean was careful. He thought about all that had happened to them in these few couple of weeks. The bruises on Castiel's face were still healing, and the big pink scar on his right arm was yet to fade completely. Dean noticed that, sometimes, Kaz would frown and wince when he had to use his right hand. He couldn't help but feel responsible, to feel like he had to do more to protect him. It had begun with small things like him making sure Kaz had his seatbelt on, then Dean driving within the speed limit for once in his life. When Dean got to his building and parked the car on the street, he looked around at least twice before letting Kaz get out of the car. "What's up with you?" Kaz asked before opening his door, still hugging the pillow Dean had bought him at one of their stops. "Nothing," Dean said, sounding more sure this time as he omitted his worries. "I haven't been here in a while, that's all." "You're still worried about Rowena?" "I don't think she's our biggest problem anymore," he sighed, getting his things and giving Kaz a small smile. "But we'll figure it out, right?" "I hope so," Kaz murmured, getting out of the car and going to grab their things from the trunk. Dean used that small moment to rest his forehead on the wheel, letting his eyes close as he took a deep breath. "Stop being weird," he murmured to his brain, hitting the wheel with his forehead a couple of times before getting startled by a knock on his window, even bringing one hand to his chest. Kaz, the idiot he was, smiled and laughed at Dean's scared expression. "We should go in, it's gonna rain soon." Dean nodded and rubbed his face before leaving the car, getting the bags Kaz was carrying and walking to the entrance. For once, he was thankful for having an access code for the gates instead of a key. He typed down his brother's birthday and got in, walking to the elevator with Kaz, who looked impressed. "How do you even afford this place?" he questioned as they waited for the elevator. Dean shrugged. "I don't, Aaron owns the building," Dean explained, laughing softly at Kaz's wide eyes. "The guy is 2 centuries old, he has some stuff piled around. I just got lucky." "I wish I were this lucky," Kaz murmured, looking around the place and getting inside when the shiny doors in front of them opened. Dean followed him and pressed the button to his floor. "What? You never saw a place like this? Did you live a fancy life when you were on the road?" Kaz argued and Dean rolled his eyes. "Figured." They fell silent for a few seconds, Kaz leaning on the mirrored wall and closing his eyes as the elevator went up. Dean took the opportunity to look at him from close up. He looked at the small injuries on his face, reliving the moment he ended the ones who did this to him. He'd do it 1,000,000 times over if he could. "They're staring," Kaz murmured, eyes still closed. Dean blushed and looked away, clearing his throat. "I'm not," he said, hearing Kaz laugh and move closer to him, staying side by side. "You're still a terrible liar, you know," he stated. Dean would argue with him, but stopped when he felt the slightest touch of Castiel's pinky finger on his own. It could have been an accident, Kaz could even never be aware that he was touching Dean, but Dean felt butterflies in his stomach either way. "Do you have a lot of neighbors here?" "Only 2, but they don't like me that much," Dean smiled regardless, shaking his head. "They stopped complaining when they found out I was friends with Aaron. I got some immunity right now." "Why is it that I think you're not a model tenant?" Kaz joked as Dean made an offended face, gasping. "I'll let you know I'm a perfect tenant, Novak," he said, holding the door open for Kaz as they arrived. "I don't even make noise after 10 p.m. "So, the bare minimum?" Kaz teased, stepping out and laughing as Dean kicked him on his way to his apartment door. Dean reached for his spare key under his carpet and opened it, sighing with relief as he stepped inside his home again. It was just like he had left them the day he was taken. A few things were misplaced, maybe from when Aaron came over to look for him, but it was home. Odd, he was so happy to be here. He went straight to his abandoned sofa, throwing himself on it and groaning, hugging one of the cushions with a big smile on his face. He heard Castiel laugh behind him, but he didn't move. "We should get some work done," Kaz started, only making Dean hide his face further in the cushion. "Dean, it was your idea." "Yeah, but we drove an entire day to get here," he complained, turning on the couch and staring at Kaz. "We could, I don't know, take a break." Kaz lifted an eyebrow at his suggestion, not believing what he was hearing. "A break?" "Yes. The thing you do after you get a shit ton of work done. Ever heard of it?" Dean said, sitting up when he was faced by Kaz's unamused expression. "I'm just saying that we should take a break before moving on. I don't know, maybe think about it before we go running after Rowena or whoever's helping her. What if she makes things worse?" "Dean, you're not making any sense," Kaz said, frustration leaking on his voice. "Okay. Fair." Dean was trying his best to make Kaz not think about the spell right now because he'd become too annoyed by the idea of messing with their bond. If Rowena did it but it didn't kill them, why rush to undo it when they had bigger problems to deal with? It was logic. His weird, messed up logic, but whatever. "Weren't you the one who was complaining about being tired the entire drive here?" Dean said, making Kaz roll his eyes at him. "Yes, because you insisted on driving for hours and my back was killing me," he murmured. "We can't take a break, Dean. The sooner we find Rowena and get her to undo the spell, the better. You know this." It shouldn't hurt, hearing Kaz say it, but it did. Dean gulped and got up, turning his back to Kaz. "I'm just saying we should take it easy and be careful. We don't even know what she's capable of. What if she fucks us up? How are we going to function then? I honestly don't know how she could fuck this up even more." "Oh, wow. I'm sorry it's so bad for you," the words escaped him before he could think twice, feeling his cheeks warm from the argument. I'm trying to be careful and not mess with things we don't understand. This could create an even bigger mess. Dean, stop, Kaz pleaded, sighing behind him. What's going on? There was the question again, those damn 3 words that created a knot in his stomach. Dean locked his jaw, contemplating jumping out of the window to escape the conversation. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do, Kaz insisted, his voice going up a few tones. I'm trying to understand, but I can't read your mind, Dean. I have to know what's wrong, and if you don't tell me. Fucking hell, Kaz. There's nothing wrong. Dean exclaimed, proving himself wrong with every word that was half screamed out. He turned to look at Kaz, trying to keep calm, but failing. The only thing that's wrong is how you keep insisting on talking about it when there's nothing to talk about. I'm not stupid, Dean. I can't work if I don't know what's going on. You've been acting weird since Rhode Island, and you still refuse to tell me why. Castiel argued, and Dean felt like he was about to explode. He hated being cornered, hated being forced to make the words come out when he didn't know how to deal with them in the first place. You're driving me insane here. Maybe I don't want you to know, alright. He snapped, voice raising a tone with each word. I don't want to talk about it, I don't want you to know about it, and we're better off if you just drop it and let it go. We are not, Dean. You're creating a bigger problem, and we still don't even have a plan because you won't let me in. Kaz screamed, I told you once, but I'll tell you again, I have the right to know what's going on. This is about my soul too. You know what? Fine, Kaz. You wanna know what's going on, Dean said at once, taking a few steps closer and standing right in front of Kaz. Yes, I want to. Dean struggled with the words, the bunch of them getting stuck in his throat, stinging like glass. He raised his hand slowly, holding Castiel's shoulders softly and keeping his eyes down. He could taste the fear in his mouth, could feel the walls closing in and the panic starting to build. There was no going back now. His eyes fell shut, a shaky breath coming from his lips before he continued. You're my mate. Kaz was quiet for a while, as if he was still trying to process what Dean said. Dean didn't look up at him, but he felt the way his arms relaxed, how his shoulders dropped a little as the anger from before drained from his body. When he spoke again, his voice was small, weak. Like he feared speaking too loud would scare Dean away. What? Dean gulped, turning away as soon as he felt the tears in the corner of his eyes. This was exactly why he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to deal with this conglomerate of feelings building inside of him. And he didn't want to open up and be so vulnerable to Castiel when he knew that the chances of him cursing him off were high as fuck. He didn't want to go through that kind of rejection, not now, not ever. Sure, Aaron said rejections were pretty rare, but knowing his luck, he might just be doomed. None of that mattered now. The cards were already on the table. His heart was already walking the thin line between being complete and being broken. Dean wiped his face, closing his eyes again before forcing himself to continue. It's a bunch of vampire crap, alright. He said, attempting to make it seem less important than it was. Who knows, maybe Kaz will buy it. I never believed it. Any of it. I was never a fan of fairy tales. He was met with silence at the end of the phrase, a small wet laugh coming from his lips. Of course. Of course, he'd get silence. Dean crossed his arms, hugging his torso and taking a deep breath before speaking again. Turns out that having a soul like this comes with a lot more than just a curse, he murmured, pursing his lips and making a godlike effort to keep his voice from shaking. I know it sounds crazy, I know it sounds fucking impossible, but you have to believe me when I say that it's true. The whole bunch of it. The souls and the bonds, it's all real. I think it's why I was so crazy about you when I first met you. It's why I couldn't leave you alone, why I kept coming back to you, he continued, nails digging his skin to keep himself grounded. And I know this is fucked up. I know the monster I am, the monster I've always been. I know I fucking destroy everything I touch, and I know I'm always letting everyone down, but it's you. It's you and I'm sorry. He took the courage to turn then, giving a quick glance to Castiel's face, before training his gaze down again. I'm fucking everything up, he hates me. I'm sorry that I pulled you into this mess, I'm sorry that I put your life in danger so many times, and I'm sorry it's you. He gulped, shutting his eyes tight. I'm sorry it had to be you, but I wouldn't choose anyone else, okay? I know I'm shit at everything, but I would never choose anyone else, even if I could. Even if I could throw all of this away and become human again, it'd still be you. It'd always be you. And I know all of this might make me look like a selfish crazy bastard, but… Dean. But I don't care. I don't fucking care. I'm good with what we are, Kaz. I'm good. Hell, I'm thankful. Because what we have, despite all the fights and all the messes, it's better than anything else I ever had. And maybe I'm just too stubborn to let this go. Dean said, feeling his chest ache. Don't ask me to be okay with our plan to get rid of the spell. Don't ask me to be okay with the fact that you're just gonna walk away when this is done. Dean heard Kaz take a few steps in his direction and he held his breath, expecting the worst. He was used to getting the worst, after all. The whole reason why he avoided crying so much was because of how bad things were every time he allowed himself to feel. He was used to the violence, the abandonment, the cruelty of life reminding him over and over again that this is real life and in real life, people suffer. He almost caught himself hoping for it because violence was a language he was fluent in. Love, however, was not. But Kaz, ever so gently, put one of his hands on Dean's cheek, holding his face and running his thumb across his freckles. Dean sighed but refused to open his eyes, afraid to break the illusion. Afraid that the little bubble would pop and bring forward the storm he waited for. Dean, look at me, Kaz pleaded, his voice soft, seeming to be made only to Dean's ears. Dean locked his jaw, turning his head as if he tried to hide his face in his hand. Look at me, please. He took a deep breath one last time and then finally opened his eyes to look at Kaz, green meeting blue once again. There was no sign of hate on Castiel's face. No anger, no disgust. His eyes seemed to stare directly into his soul, making him feel the most vulnerable he'd ever been. Why didn't you tell me? Kaz asked, holding him close. I didn't want to lose you, alright. Dean confessed, voice breaking down despite his best efforts. I still don't want to. Kaz was so close to him now. His heartbeat sounded like a lullaby in Dean's ears, calming the little bit of agony that still lingered inside his chest. They gravitated towards each other slowly, like a moth being drawn to a flame. The tip of Dean's nose touched Kaz, their lips hovering and breaths colliding until, finally, the distance ended. The world around him stopped in its tracks when he felt Castiel's mouth on his. All his worries, all his fears, all their problems that haunted him like the plague, were toned down, muted. There was a warmth on his chest again, spreading like light throughout his body. And at that moment, all Dean knew was him. The world didn't matter now, his issues were irrelevant. All that mattered to his heart was Kaz. He kissed him like it was the first time their lips had ever touched. It wasn't urgent, wasn't filled with lust like all the other times had been. This kiss was soft, it was warm. It held a million words that Dean didn't know how to express. His hand touched his wrists, touches going up to get lost in the dark hair when Kaz deepened the kiss, his tongue hot and wet against Dean's. All he felt, that deep longing, that need that grew inside his chest and made him feel as light as a feather. It all confirmed something that Dean already knew. It all left no space for doubts, no chance of questioning. Castiel was his. Dean grew up with no faith. He lived his whole life as a man with no beliefs, no religion, no reason to give himself up to a higher power. But right now, as he felt Kaz hold the back of his head to tilt it to the side, his warm lips spreading kisses on his jaw and down his neck, Dean felt devoted. It was all Kaz. The feeling on his chest that made him think his heart was still alive, the way he could feel his soul reaching out to him through the bond, the way his scent was everywhere and how it felt so intoxicating. How he could feel his blood calling out to him. It was all him. Those feelings alone were close to turning Dean into a religious man. The type that believed fervorously, that spent days on his knees praying for his love. How could he feel any different when his soul was so vivid? How could he react any differently when he knew that Castiel's soul was right there with him, responding to him so beautifully? Kaz pulled away then, bringing his face close to Dean's again, the tip of his thumb outlining his lower lip, breath hot against his skin. I'm not going anywhere, Kaz murmured. A part of Dean screamed that he shouldn't believe in simple words with big promises, but the way his body melted told him otherwise. Castiel pressed his forehead to Dean's, holding his face with both hands now. I'm not leaving you. Promise me, he whispered weakly, looking at Kaz through his eyelashes and pulling the hair he was holding. Promise me, Kaz. I am not leaving you, Kaz repeated, the promise making his knees weak. At this point, he couldn't care less if Kaz was lying to him. Castiel's words sounded like a vow, a promise that he intended to keep. I'm here. This time when he pulled Kaz back for a kiss, he let the urgency take over. A soft whimper escaped his lips when Kaz pushed him back and pressed him against the window, gripping his hip and digging his fingers into the exposed skin above his jeans. He threw his head back when he felt his hands going under his shirt, the touch making him shiver. His head hit the cold glass window, and his eyes were closed. Kaz took the opportunity to mouth his jaw again, trapping the skin against his lips before pulling back for a second, taking his shirt off and throwing it away. Kaz looked determined now, like taking him and kissing him were his sole purpose. His hands came to the back of Dean's legs, lifting him with ease and pressing his hips against him. Dean let out a surprised sound, holding on to his shoulders and smiling a little at Kaz's little display of strength. And Dean was well, he wasn't human, but he still felt unable to resist certain things. He wrapped his legs around his waist, his grin growing when he felt Castiel's lips stretch into a smile before he kissed him again, biting his lower lip as his hips rutted against him. Dean let out a shaky breath, panting in his mouth. Castiel's lips kissed a trail from his mouth to his throat again, the harsh touch making Dean whimper. Kaz wasn't like him, he had no fangs, no way to truly tear Dean's skin without the right tools, but the feeling of his teeth on his neck, it sent a wave of pleasure through his body, going straight to his cock. He tilted his head to the side to give Kaz more room, whimpering and gasping as he bit and sucked the skin on his throat, all while grinding against him. It drove him insane. He could feel how hard Castiel was against him, and it made him feel insane. "Kaz bed, please," he pleaded, his nails scratching the skin on the back of his neck and getting a hiss from the hunter. He was able to draw the tiniest drops of blood out of that, the air suddenly becoming a lot sweeter and making his scent take full control of his thoughts. Dean felt dizzy, out of breath, even though he didn't need air. Oh, God. Kaz followed Dean's pleas and carried him to his bedroom. Dean was too busy kissing the spot on his neck to worry about the times they knocked things to the ground. He was sure he heard the sound of glass breaking, but Dean had bigger worries right now. He kissed Kaz's neck furiously, feeling the strong pulse of his aorta under his lips, lapping and sucking a mark over it. The taste was so close, so tempting. The only thing that stopped him from biting was Kaz throwing him into the bed, the impact punching the air out of his lungs. Dean propped himself on his elbows, biting the corner of his lip as he watched Kaz first take his shirt off. Dean couldn't help but stare at him. Kaz was strong, like Dean knew he was, and he was also covered in scars here and there. Some of them Dean was familiar with, he'd seen them out of the corner of his eye a couple of times, and some of them had been put there by his own hands. Dean grabbed the sheets with his hands, head tilting a little to the side when Kaz slowly took off his belt, opening the button of his jeans with the tip of his fingers. Dean had no idea of how to explain it, but the way Kaz pulled the belt off and held it tight in his hand, it filled his head with ideas. Ideas that he would have to file and keep for later. When they had time. Kaz climbed the bed, crawling over Dean and pushing the waistband of his pants down. He kissed the smile out of Dean's mouth, pressing closer until he gasped, his back fully hitting the bed now. "Like what you see, do you?" Kaz teased, a half laugh leaving him as Dean dumbly nodded, not trusting his tongue to form understandable words right now. Kaz hummed, starting a trail of kisses from his jaw, down his neck and to his collarbones, teeth biting and doing what they could to try and mark Dean's immaculate skin. He moaned a little when Kaz's strong hand pressed against his crotch, grasping his already hard cock over his jeans. Dean couldn't control himself. He redded his hips up, panting and desperate for more. Kaz wrapped his lips around his nipple at the same time he worked his jeans open, blue eyes lifting to look at him while he latched on it. The view was unholy, to say the least. His dark hair was a mess, there was a light blush adorning his cheeks, and his pupils were huge, all because of him. Dean couldn't bring himself to look away. He tangled his fingers on Castiel's hair for grounding, pursing his lips to try to keep most of his noises inside. Kaz came up again after being done with his zipper, capturing Dean's lips in a kiss while he got his hand inside his underwear, fingers wrapping around his cock and pulling it free. Dean couldn't help but moan at his touch, his back arching with a need for Kaz. He wanted him so bad, he wanted everything Kaz wanted to give him, and he needed it now. "Beautiful," Kaz murmured on his lips, jerking him off at a torturous pace. Dean closed his eyes then, his gasps getting louder when Kaz pressed his thumb on the head of his cock, spreading the leaking pre-cum and using it as lube. Dean held on to Kaz like touching him was the only thing keeping him on this earth. He felt drunk on it. That's the best way he'd describe it. He was drunk on Kaz, on the way his voice sounded in his ears, on how warm his lips felt against his mouth, on how he knew just how to touch his body and drain away every bit of concern that it held. He was drunk on his scent, on the smell of his blood, pulsing through his veins so close to him. He was addicted to the way Kaz kissed his skin so softly only to leave a hard bite afterwards, desperate to leave a mark. "Kaz," Dean whined, low moans leaving his lips as he fucked Kaz's fist. Kaz, however, was having none of it. He used his free hand to press Dean's hips to the bed, keeping him in place, while he slowly made work of his cock. Dean threw his head back on his pillows, and his mouth fell open to gasp and beg under his breath because he wanted more. Kaz, baby, please." He felt Kaz's lips on him again, whining when his bottom lip was caught between his teeth. "I wanna fuck you," Kaz said, hand tightening around the base of his cock. Dean was never so happy to hear those 3 words come out of someone's mouth. "I need." "First drawer," Dean mumbled, already predicting his thoughts. Their lips met one more time before Kaz let go of him, pulling away to search his drawers for lube. His body mourned the loss, but Dean pushed it aside, using the space to kick his pants off along with his underwear. Dean should be nervous. It had been some time since he'd done something like this, after all. But for some reason, the anxiousness didn't come. The pressure he expected to feel just because he was being this close to his mate simply didn't show. He trusted Kaz, and Kaz trusted him. When Kaz got his hands on him again, Dean was almost shaking with anticipation. Kaz parted his legs, bringing one of them close to his chest and kissing the inner part of his thigh, his body lowering on the bed to follow a trail right up to his hip bones. Dean's fingers twisted the sheets under his body, his back arching under his mate. His mate, God. It still didn't sound real. If this was a dream, Dean would gladly choose the illusion over coming back to the real world. He would gladly lose himself in this sweet, sweet fantasy if it meant he'd keep him forever. If it meant he'd get to keep the both of them in this unbreakable bubble of happiness. He gasped when he felt the cold of the lube on his ass, a single finger entering him slowly, one knuckle at a time. And having Kaz inside him even when he still had so little was breathtaking. Kaz worked slowly at first, adding another finger after some time, curling them to hit that perfect spot, and it was breathtaking. Dean was left at his mercy, weak moans leaving his mouth each time Kaz moved his wrist. And Kaz, God, Kaz looked at him like he'd hung the stars in the sky. The mere intensity of his blue eyes on him, focused, catching every single time Dean sighed and gasped and moved his body with Kaz, rolling his hips to match the pace of his fingers. He pulled Kaz into a kiss when he felt a second finger in, parting his legs to give him the space he needed. It was good, so good. But it wasn't enough. Dean needed more. He needed Kaz fucking him 6 ways from Sunday. Please, Dean begged on his lips, biting the freshly healed cut Kaz had in his lower lip, moaning when the faint taste of blood touched his tongue. It was heaven on his lips. Kaz, please. I need you, I need you. SHH I know, he answered, putting pressure on his prostate again, this time a shaky moan coming out of him. Fuck. Kaz pulled back suddenly, separating himself from Dean to take out the rest of his clothes. Dean looked at him with hazy eyes, breath hitching in his throat when Kaz hovered him again, mouthing his jaw while he lined himself with his entrance. He pushed in slowly, Dean's eyes rolling back in pleasure. Oh my God. One of Kaz's hands is placed under his lower back, raising his hips to meet his cock and God. Dean closed his eyes tight, gasping when Kaz pushed in further, bottoming out and moaning right next to his ear. He dug his nails on Kaz's back, turning his face to the side to capture his lips in a kiss. The rhythm dragged at first. Slow, but hard. Enough so Dean could hear the loud sound of their bodies hitting each other filling the room. He slid his hand down, getting a handful of Castiel's ass and pulling him deeper. And it's incredible, the way he and Kaz are able to understand each other's wants and needs with little to no words involved. Because although Dean couldn't voice his pleas to beg for more, still too busy sucking on Castiel's tongue, Kaz knew. He read all the lines between Dean's touches and the small noises he made, and he knew. Kaz, with a firm grip on his hips, finally set the quick and rough pace that made Dean see stars behind his closed eyes. Fuck, yes, yeah Kaz, he rambled, his words losing themselves amongst his moans. Castiel laid his head on his shoulder, his low and grunted sounds being muffled on Dean's skin. He took one of his hands to hold on to the dark hair and pull it. Kaz fucked him harder after that, the rough voice whispering dirty words that sounded unholy. He wrapped his legs around him, kissing his lips again and sucking on his lower lip. Let me ride you. Kaz looked up at him with half-opened eyes, mouth slacked open as he rolled his hips slowly, seeming to be only half processing Dean's request. Dean moved against him, hips coming down to meet his. I want to sit on your cock, Dean murmured again, this time seeming to finally get Castiel's attention. Kaz grinned his teeth, getting a hold of Dean's legs before turning them on the bed. Dean gasped at the change, propping both hands on his chest to balance himself. He bit his lip as he sat down, closing his eyes at the feeling of Kaz filling him again. The pleasure that spread across him felt like a fire. Dean wanted to let it melt him to the core. His right hand lay right on top of Castiel's heart. He could feel it racing under his touch, could feel how it beat faster, stronger. How alive it was. Just for him. The feeling overwhelmed him, but Dean was on a mission. He chased that feeling of having Castiel's cock deep inside of him over and over again, like it was the only thing worth fighting for. And God knows how he'd do this forever if he could. He had the stamina for it, he wouldn't mind. Dean lowered himself to mouth Castiel's neck, and Kaz took the new angle as an opportunity to grab his ass hard and fuck upwards into him, hitting all the right places every time. The hard pace took him off guard, his balance failing him a little, and making his fangs scratch the spot he'd been kissing on his neck. Oh, fuck. Dean whined at the wave of need that took over him, riding Castiel's thrusts at the same time he licked and sucked on the small scratch he caused. He could almost taste it. It was so close. His thoughts spiraled out of control with it, his mind screaming please. Dean, Kaz moaned, his name coming out of his mouth like a prayer. He tilted his head to the side as Dean's kisses got harsher on his neck. His legs were slightly shaking, his orgasm just a breath away from taking over his body. Fuck Dean, take it. He sobered a bit at that, lifting his head just a little to make eye contact with Kaz. His rhythm had started to get sloppy, harder, indicating how close he was. Dean looked for something that could confirm what he heard, anything. Certainly, he couldn't mean. "Bite it," Kaz said, pulling Dean closer and a sloppy kiss and gasping on his lips. He put the smallest of space between them, dark blue eyes staring at Dean like he was seeing him in a dream. "It's yours to take." And Dean, guided by Castiel's words, gave in. He leaned down again, licking the spot he'd been kissing before letting his fangs penetrate the skin, the coppery taste of blood filling his mouth at the same time his orgasm crashed onto him. Finally. A lot of things clicked in his head at once. Like how Castiel's blood filled him in more ways than one, how the taste of it completed him and made him feel just so at ease. This was nothing like the way he lived in the past, having one meal at a time only to survive. Suddenly, this wasn't about survival anymore. His blood made him feel alive. He grabbed a fist of Castiel's hair, sucking harder on the open cut left by his fangs. A bit of blood escaped his mouth, some of it making a trail down and stopping by his collarbones. Dean made sure to clean it all, licking every smear of red that stained his chest before coming up to suck on his neck again. Oz gasped and groaned under him, but didn't complain. In fact, he held Dean's hair as tight as he could while he drank, keeping his head on the spot and letting Dean take as much as he wanted to. "It's yours to take," he said. And the amount of trust Kaz put in Dean was something he never thought he'd have. "It's his. Castiel is his." Dean doesn't know how long he stayed there, with his mouth gently kissing the wound he had opened. He continued to lick even after the blood stopped flowing out. He hadn't bitten too deep, he still had half a mind to look out for his mate. The skin around the bite was red and lifted, the sight of it filling Dean's heart with something that he could only call pride. He lifted his head at last, making eye contact with Kaz, who had opened his eyes as soon as he felt the loss. His pupils were blown, only a small ring of blue left to meet the green that stared back at him. Kaz lifted a hand to touch his face, his thumb coming to wipe some leftover blood on his chin. "Beautiful," Kaz sighed. Dean leaned in, kissing him slowly and deeply, the taste of blood still strong in his mouth. Kaz didn't seem to care. If anything, he kissed him harder. The grip on his hair was fainter now, but it grounded him nonetheless. They kissed and breathed each other's air for what seemed to be hours, until Dean finally made the call to get out of his lap to search for some bandages and tissues. Once he found them, Dean carefully climbed back on the bed, cleaning the mess he'd left on Castiel's chest, a mix of blood and cum staining his golden skin. This wouldn't substitute a real bath, but it would at least be enough for them to lie down together for a while. Dean was extra careful when he got to the brand new bite on Castiel's neck, cleaning it with the lightest of touches and pausing each time Kaz made a face. He put the bandage in place, leaving a soft kiss over it when he was done. "Did I hurt you?" he asked, a seed of concern on his chest. Kaz laughed softly, bringing Dean's hand to his lips. He kissed his palm, eyes closed as he took a deep breath. "You didn't," he promised, moving to a better position in bed and pulling Dean with him. Dean rested his head on his chest, eyes closing as he heard the steady beat of his heart. Kaz put a hand on Dean's hair, petting it gently. Dean sighed his touch, letting his eyes close. "So I'm your mate, huh?" Dean smiled a little more, kissing the spot over his heart. "Yeah, it's crazy, I know," he mumbled, sighing. "I'm sorry I kept this from you." "It's alright," Kaz said. A comfortable silence sat between them, Dean humming happily when Kaz kissed the top of his head. "I was scared of losing you," Dean confessed, his voice sounding small and fragile. "It's just I've lost so much already, Kaz. I'm always fucking things up and I was just tired of losing, you know. Still am." Kaz hummed, still running his fingers through Dean's hair. "I don't think you fuck things up." Dean laughed bitterly. "I kinda do. It's how I ended up here in the first place." Kaz was silent for a moment as if he thought twice before saying his next words. "How did it happen?" Dean closed his eyes tighter as the memory came back to him. It wasn't a pleasant one, but it didn't hurt as much as it used to. At least, not when he had Kaz with him. "I was on a hunt with Sammy," he started, silently thanking the calming effect of Kaz's heartbeat. "At first we were just out looking for Dad. He went out one night and just vanished out of the face of the earth. Sam was well, he'd been through a lot, he lost his girlfriend right after we left and we found a lead and we were going there. I swear we were. But right before we left I got a call," he continued, gulping a little at the memory. 5 kids went missing near our area and I wanted to help, you know. I couldn't just say no and leave them behind." "It's a very brave choice," Kaz praised, making Dean smile just a little before continuing. "I found out what it was in no time too, the stupid vampire left trails all over town. He drained the parents and didn't even care to hide the bite marks," he said, sighing a little. "Sam wanted me to leave it, he kept saying we had too much in our hands and that if we waited too long Dad would be gone again. Sometimes I wish I heard him, you know." He felt his voice choke a bit, but Kaz ran a hand down his back, comforting him. I followed the trail to an abandoned barn and found the missing kids. I told Sam to get them out of there while I finished the job and even gave him the keys to the Impala. It was supposed to be simple. It was supposed to be a solo vamp, I did it 1,000 times by myself. Dean said, shaking his head. As soon as Sam left a bunch of them cornered me. I tried to fight them, to at least give Sam more time to get the fuck out of there. It was an entire nest, at least 6 of them at the same time. I killed 2 of them before they knocked me out. I thought I was going to die but then. He took a deep breath, forcing the words out of his mouth. It hurt a lot when I woke up. My head was killing me and everything was just so bright and loud he gulped, shaking his head. I begged them to kill me, but they just laughed. I thought maybe I deserved it at some point. I don't know. Oz planted a kiss on his forehead, still holding him as he spoke. It wasn't your fault, Dean, he murmured. Dean didn't answer him then, deciding to keep going before he broke down. The guy who turned me decided to keep me locked up until I fed. He thought I was a good fighter and said something about being useful I didn't want to feed, so they had to force it down. I remember biting a hand off at some point, he said, a bitter laugh leaving his lips. After that, they got pissed and just left me there. For another hunter to find, they said. I broke out eventually and ran away. I knew I couldn't go back to Sammy because I didn't want to hurt him, so I left. Is he alive? Kaz asked, his voice sounding a bit rash. The ones who did this to you? Dean smiled a little at his angry tone. Aaron killed the leader, the rest disappeared and I never found them again. Good, Kaz murmured. Remind me to hunt the rest of them later. Yeah? Would you do it? Dean asked, propping himself on his elbows to look at Kaz, an amused expression on his face. You'd kill them all for me? Kaz was dead serious as he spoke, his soft touch on his cheek contrasting with the hardness of his stare. I'd kill them 1,000,000 times if I had to. Dean blushed, leaning to kiss him. Cheeky bastard. You like it, Kaz said with a laugh, getting a strand of Dean's hair out of his eyes. His hair had grown a lot in the past few weeks, but for some reason, he liked it long. Dean, about the spell I want you to know that I'm not trying to get rid of you. I'm trying to protect you. Dean frowned. Protect me? I'm human, Dean, he said, sighing. I'm easier to hunt, easier to hurt. Getting to me is the easiest way to hurt you. It's enough that we have the men of letters mass hunting vampires, I don't want to give them another reason to hunt you down, just for the sake of it. Dean felt his heart warm. It was an odd feeling, having someone be so protective of him like this. Sure, he had his friends, and they'd do anything for him, but Kaz felt different. It felt stronger. He laid back on his chest, hiding his face near the fresh and covered bite. What do we do, then? He murmured, his voice low. If Max was right, undoing the spell won't make the bond disappear, Kaz explained. If we can find Rowena we can make her undo it, and when you're out of danger we can, well, deal with the rest of the problems. Like my brother, Dean mumbled, groaning a little. We should go after Oscar's family. You should let me do this, Kaz said. Dean lifted his head again and looked at Kaz with a pout. We can't risk any humans recognizing you, Dean. Dealing with the police is a guaranteed headache. We have better things to do. Well yeah, but no one knows it was me. They still have no idea of what happened. Still, Dean. I don't want to take risks, okay? Kaz insisted. Please. Dean groaned but agreed, moving to hide his face on his neck once again, kissing the skin near the bite. We need a bath, Dean murmured, earning a laugh from Kaz. Well yeah, you made a mess. As usual. I didn't see you complaining when I did it, Dean said, sitting down on the bed and stretching his arms. He felt better than ever, thanks to Kaz. As a rule, Dean always felt good after drinking fresh blood. But this. The way he felt after drinking from Castiel. Dean felt healed. He got up and walked to his bathroom, stopping by the door to look at the bed and give Kaz a smile. Keep me company? He asked, leaning on the door as his smile grew. Castiel smiled back, practically jumping from the bed to grab Dean's waist, dragging him to the bathroom and slamming the door behind them shut. After taking a bath twice as long, all Castiel's fault, not his, Dean got to work. He convinced Kaz that they could work from bed, but that was just his pretty excuse to make Kaz take a nap and rest. Losing blood would make him weak, he'd need time to put himself back together. And just like he planned, Kaz fell asleep with his head on Dean's lap while he browsed the news from a few weeks ago on his phone. He found the one he was looking for a couple of minutes later, sighing as he read the article retelling Oscar's death. Dean remembered it like it was yesterday. The article theorized that someone under the influence of some kind of substance might have committed the violent murder. It also said that this wasn't Detroit's first weird unsolved murder and that the cases were rising each month with no culprit in sight. Dean tried not to think about it too much, knowing he'd go down a spiral if he thought about every single victim he had claimed the last few years. Most of them didn't make the news, only those that were part of Dean's more extravagant moments. The ones that happened when he needed to lash out and maybe leave a trail to call someone's attention. Thankfully, the end of the page had what he was looking for. According to the newspaper, Oscar had left behind a pregnant wife. She was present at his funeral with some family friends. There was no mention of his parents though, so for now, she was his only clue. Still, Dean had a bad feeling about all this. If Rowena cared so much about Oscar to the point of going after his killer, would she leave what's left of his family with no protection? Why wasn't she there to take care of what was left of her son's family? He thought about everything they knew so far. Max told them about a rumor, saying that Rowena was under the protection of hunters. There was no way for them to confirm this theory, but Dean wondered anyway. No hunter in his right mind would cover for a witch. And Rowena, who was more powerful than they imagined, should have a target glued to her back, not protection. He sighed and turned his phone off, throwing it on the other side of the bed and closing his eyes. Kaz was breathing slowly and steadily as he slept, heartbeat calm. He knew Castiel was right. He was the most vulnerable out of the two of them, despite his training. Being human came with a lot of weak spots, and they couldn't run from it. People would always find a way to hurt Kaz to get to him. Twice it happened already. Twice Kaz was targeted and hurt because of Dean. Twice had Dean failed to protect him like he should have. Dean petted the dark hair on his lap, feeling the ache in his heart. All the times Kaz had gotten hurt he'd felt it. There were the physical consequences, of course. Those that came strictly because of the magic tying them together. But now that Dean knew the truth, there was also this deep and all-encompassing agony of seeing his soulmate hurt. Dean was a stranger to pain after all those years living as a vampire. He had never needed to worry about it. At least, not until now. Ultimately, Dean didn't want Kaz involved anymore. Not when it could mean putting his safety at risk. He wanted nothing more but to fight Castiel and tell him to stay back and keep himself safe. He had, however, the challenge of not being able to just lock Kaz away in a safe room and throwing himself in danger's way instead. He was also pretty damn sure that Kaz would kill him himself if he ever tried to do something like this. When Dean opened his eyes, he got a peek at the scar on Castiel's right arm, pink and deep. So far, Dean had ended all those who dared to hurt him, but even then it didn't seem enough. I'd kill them 1,000,000 times if I had to. Kaz stirred on his lap, hugging Dean's leg and sighing. Dean. Go back to sleep, Kaz, Dean murmured, continuing to pet his hair in an attempt to make him go back to his dreamland. Kaz, unfortunately, wasn't as weak to Dean's touches as Dean wished he was. Did you find anything? Kaz mumbled with his voice deep and rough from sleep. Dean sighed and rested his head against the headboard, letting his eyes close again. His wife's full name is on the article, I might find something if I look her up, he answered. But it can wait. Kaz hummed and sat up, making Dean open his eyes and stare at him with a sad face. The sooner we find her, the sooner we can get this out of our way, Kaz said in all his divine knowledge. He reached closer and left a kiss on the side of his mouth. And then we can come back to this. You suck when you're right, Dean grumbled, holding his face to kiss him properly. You like it when I suck. Shut up, Dean mumbled, kissing him again and pulling away. We can go to her place today and see what's her routine. You mean I'll get everything done while you sit back and look pretty, right? Kaz replied, smiling as he heard Dean groan. He got out of bed and stretched his arms, yawning. Come on, look her address up while I look for something edible. Dean laughed, grabbing his phone again and lying down. Good luck with that. He only took a few minutes to find something about her address, seeing it would only take them about half an hour to get to the place. It was an old house away from the center, but it was pretty. Fancy, even. Dean figured cops in Detroit weren't as well paid as he thought they might be, so this had probably something to do with Rowena. The bad feeling that settled on his chest was still present, vibrating. Dean pushed it down and tried to convince himself to just trust Kaz to do this and get it done. Kaz was experienced and was way better at keeping his cool than Dean, he was going to be fine. He sighed and got up, following Kaz to the kitchen. Kaz dragged him out of the apartment as soon as the rain stopped. Dean wanted to go straight to the house he found on the address, but Kaz said he wanted to check everything before going there. It was also because, according to Kaz, they were dealing with a cop's family and things might be a bit more complicated. He wanted to argue, but he decided to trust Kaz. He knew what he was doing. The first place they went was the woman's work, a tall building downtown. Dean sat back on the passenger's seat, thankful for the sunglasses that allowed him to take a nice nap, while Kaz looked around for Oscar's wife. Dean was about to fall asleep for good when Kaz nudged his shoulder, startling him. You sure she works around here? He asked as Dean yawned. It's what her profile said, Dean groaned, stretching his neck and looking around. I don't know cause, we could go to her house and break in to see if Rowena left anything behind. We'd be home by now. Oscar was a cop, Dean. I'm sure his home was way more monitored than you think, Kaz murmured, squinting his eyes at a small crowd coming out of a building. Maybe she moved after he died, sometimes people do that. Yeah, she hasn't been so active on social media, he said, supporting his face with one of his hands and squishing his right cheek. Dean took a glance at the street behind them through the rear mirror and then, his mind went completely silent. He felt a pinch of agony in his chest, Castiel's voice behind him sounding too far away. He took his sunglasses off, turning back to look with his own eyes, and, surely enough, there it was. Parked only a few cars behind him was a '67 Chevy Impala that Dean would recognize anywhere. He felt his hand shaking, breath coming out shaky. This wasn't supposed to happen. He shouldn't be here. Dean? What's wrong? Kaz asked, worry leaking in his voice. Dean grabbed his hand and squeezed it as he saw his baby gain life and go out to the street. He didn't dare to look at the driver. Dean. That car. We need to follow that car, he said, pointing at the Impala, probably looking like he'd seen a ghost. Kaz, let's go. Whose car is that? Kaz asked. He stared at Dean for a few seconds and shook his head as he put the pieces together. Oh, Dean, we can't. Yes, we can. What if he knows, Dean? We'd be giving your head away in a silver plate, Kaz argued. Dean knew he was right, but that didn't calm him down. What if that's why he's here in the first place? Dean's jaw tightened. Considering everything they knew so far, the chances of Sam being here for him were extremely high. Sure, Detroit's been safe for almost a decade so far, but there are only so many murders that can be ignored by people like the men of letters. By people like his brother. Still, Dean didn't want to believe it. Kaz, I get it. But I need to check this, okay? I can't just let him vanish into thin air, especially if he's here for me. What if he's onto Aaron? Or Benny? He's too close to them. They could be in danger. Kaz eyed, staring at Dean, but then finally starting the car just as the Impala was vanishing on the horizon. You're staying behind while I check it out. Alright. Dean nodded, muscles still frozen with fear. He wished so hard that he was wrong. He wished he was seeing things, that he was just hallucinating the car he missed so much. Dean, however, would never mistake that car. Not when it had been his only home for years when he was growing up. Deep down he was happy that his brother had kept it working, but he was also concerned. Sam never had a problem with flying, why would he still choose to drive around if he had more important things to do? Especially now that he was some big shot in the men of letters. Why would he come all the way here? The Impala came to a stop outside some fancy hotel, going into the underground parking lot. Kaz parked their car on the opposite side of the road, at a safe distance from the hotel. He took off the keys and looked at Dean, worried. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked. Dean confirmed, despite the ache in his heart. Let's just go, Dean mumbled, getting out with his hands shaking. Kaz went to his side and together they walked towards the entrance for pedestrians to the parking lot. Dean walked forward to confront the man guarding the gate, but Kaz held his elbow. Let me handle this, Dean, he murmured, reminding him of their agreement. Dean didn't like the idea at all, but he let Kaz do it. His mind was too troubled to even come up with a plan. Stubbornly, he nodded, letting Kaz walk past him. He watched Kaz say something to the guy, talking happily and freely until he leaned over to ask about the garage. Kaz nodded, slipping some money to the man and smiling a bit more. Dean would have laughed if he wasn't so tense. Humans were so easy to deceive if you knew their price. Kaz nudged at him with his head and went inside, with Dean right behind him. The parking lot was dark and partially empty. It only took Dean a couple of minutes to find what they were looking for. Silently he pointed Kaz in the direction of the parked Impala, seeing him nod and walk in front of him. As he had promised, Dean stayed behind, the anxiety making his hands cold. Dean knew that he got easily distracted when he was anxious. His instincts were all over the place, instead of focusing on where they should be. Kaz walked near the Impala, leaning over to look through one of the windows. Dean briefly thought about going to him and telling him how to get it open without breaking it. He had looked after that car for way too long in the past, he knew his way around her. Knew how to make it work. However, just like he feared, his distractions were his fatal flaw. Things happened too fast for Dean to register. Kaz tested the door to check if it was locked in an instant, and in the other, a man emerged from the shadows, pointing a gun at Kaz's head. Dean reacted on instinct, moving from his hiding spot without a second thought. He saw Castiel's eyes widen as a warning for him to stay away, but Dean had enough. For once, Dean was tired of hiding, tired of running away from things and getting people he cared about hurt in the process. Tired of having Kaz in danger's way instead of him. Sammy, stop. He screamed, walking until he was only a few steps away from them. It didn't feel real, but there he was. Sam's hair had gotten longer and he was a bit taller than the last time he saw him, but it was him. Dean gulped as he saw his brother's shoulders tense. Sam, let him go. Sam turned around slowly and the sight of him after all these years broke Dean's heart. His brother was older, but he looked tired and worn out. Dean could see the way his hands started to shake, but he did a good job of hiding it, using both of them to hold the gun, his old gun, and point it directly at Dean. "What are you?" he murmured, looking at Dean like he didn't know what to believe. "Sam, it's me, alright. Put this down. We're family, we can talk this through," Dean begged, but Sam wasn't fazed. He took another step closer to Dean, his grip on the gun stronger. "My brother is dead. You're not you." Dean saw Sam's eyes fill with tears, his lips slightly trembling, and the sight broke his heart again. When Sam spoke his voice was weak, small, almost like the little kid he used to be. "You can't be him." Dean carefully took a step in his direction, each one going as slowly as possible to avoid frightening him. He held the gun and lowered it, still looking at his brother. He tried not to think too much about how Sam looked older than him now. How he was stuck, frozen in time for eternity, while Sam went on. Dean gave him a weak smile, nodding. "It's me, Sam," he said, gasping when Sam let the gun fall to the floor to hug him tight, crying. Dean looked at Kaz from over Sam's shoulder. He looked worried, rightfully so, but Dean tried to push the feeling away. It had been 10 years since he last hugged his little brother, he deserved to have a moment of peace at least. No matter how brief. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Sammy." Sam laughed as he parted the hug, but his smile only lasted a few seconds. Dean could see him working it out in his head, could see the engines turning in his brain. He looked between Kaz and him, the frown deepening in his forehead. "Dean, what happened?" he murmured, and Dean closed his eyes, trying to keep calm. "Fuck. Where were you all this time? How did you even escape?" How? "I didn't, Sammy," Dean said, the shame growing in his chest. "I'll explain everything, but you need to promise you'll stay calm." "What do you mean you didn't escape? You're here." Sam stopped talking bit by bit, looking at Dean up and down. There was a moment when things shifted. It wasn't obvious, but Dean caught it. He didn't need to be a vampire to see Sam's micro-expressions. He went from confused to worried to defensive. He let his arms fall to his side, tensing up. "You didn't escape." Dean nodded, locking his jaw to stop himself from crying in front of Sam. "And you left when we could have figured something out. You just gave up." "There was nothing to figure out, Sam, it was too late for me," Dean tried to explain, but Sam wouldn't take it. "How do you know?" I would have figured out a way, it's what we do." "If you think I'd put you in danger only to have a small chance of saving myself, you're wrong, Sam. I had to protect you, I wasn't myself." He swallowed his tears, the betrayal clear in Sam's eyes. "You were my responsibility and I couldn't put you in danger, alright." "Irresponsibility?" Sam exclaimed. "Yes, Sam, you were. And still, you left. You left me alone after everything, you didn't even let me know you were still alive." Sam looked up, wiping a tear that rolled down his cheek. "I thought you were dead, Dean. I mourned you. I thought you were gone because of me." Dean looked down, biting his lip. The words felt like a punch to his face. In the beginning, Dean always worried about Sam. He would always catch himself thinking too much about his brother, wondering if he was okay, if he had somehow gotten over him and started to live his life. That was, of course, before he found out that Sam never quit hunting. Before he learned that Sam was still attached to the life that doomed them. As always, in the end, Dean felt responsible for everything. "I had to tell everyone you were gone, Dean. I had to tell Bobby, I had to tell Ellen and Joe. I had to tell Dad." That was enough to make Dean snap his head back and stare at Sam with his eyes wide. "John was alive. Do you have any idea of how angry he got? He blamed me for everything. He said if I had never left for Stanford I wouldn't be so out of practice. That I let you die because I was weak. Because I wanted a way out." Dad's alive," Dean managed to say, his voice filled with fear. "This is what you're worried about?" Sam asked, shaking his head. "You never went looking for us after what happened, did you?" "Of course I didn't. I wanted you to have a life, I didn't know Dad was fucked." Dean ran his fingers through his hair, the panic starting to take over him. If John was alive, if he had any hunch about what really happened with Dean, if he had a clue of the things he'd done, Dean was already dead. "Fuck, I can't do this." "Okay, listen, we don't have time for this," Kaz's voice sounded far away. Dean was too lost in his small panic attack to pay attention. He didn't even see the moment Sam grabbed his gun from the floor and took a step back from both of them. "Sam, if you kill me, your brother dies. Do you want him dead?" "What do you mean he dies?" "You know Rowena, don't you?" Kaz continued. Sam's silence was enough to confirm their suspicions. "She made a spell, we're connected. If anything happens to me, Dean dies. If anything happens to Dean, I die too. We need to find Rowena, and if you know where she is. Why would I help you? My brother is Sam screamed, cutting his phrase short as if saying it out loud would make it too real. I'm a hunter. You know I can't help. He's still your family, Sam. Yeah, and he left me even then. Not all of us are lucky enough to have family coming back from the dead, alright, Kaz exclaimed, their conversation getting heated. You don't know what he's been through, you can't just abandon him because of your morals. He left first. Alright, enough. Stop talking about me as if I'm not here, Dean said, seeing both heads turn to stare at him. He took a shaky breath, rubbing his face and looking at his brother. You either help us, or you let us leave, Sam. I can't let you hurt Kaz. I won't let you do this. Sam stayed silent for a while, clearly conflicted. Dean wanted to keep explaining himself, he wanted to tell Sam everything he went through, why he never went looking, why he got so angry when he found out Sam was the one behind what happened to his nest. But Dean couldn't feel anger right now. All he felt was sadness and shame. It was all his fault. The sound of a phone going off startled the trio. It came straight from Sam's pocket. He saw Sam reach for it slowly, looking at the contact glowing on the screen. Dean didn't need to see it to know who it was. By Sam's reaction alone, he was certain that the person calling him was no one other than their father. Dean felt his stomach curl in itself. Oh. Before I change my mind, he mumbled, still staring at the phone in his hand, not daring to look at Dean. Kaz walked to Dean, holding his wrist and trying to pull him away, but Dean stood still. Sammy, he murmured, his voice sounding weak. Leave, Dean, Sam said again. Dean wondered if Sam could see how sorry he was or how sad he felt about everything that happened. But even if he could, he wouldn't. Sam wouldn't even look at him. Don't make me regret this. Kaz tugged his hand again, urging them to leave. Dean was left broken, torn between staying to convince Sam or taking the chance to run away. Again. They still had no clue if Sam knew where Rowena was. Dean could stay and fight for answers, fight Sam until he knew what was going on. But Dean felt defeated. He gave one last look toward Sam and turned, following Kaz to the exit of the parking lot. From a distance, he heard his brother pick up the phone, the low voice of John sounding through the speaker. He held onto Kaz's hand as if his life depended on it, letting himself be dragged away. The end we will continue in next part 2.